In the quiet hours of the night, when the world outside seems to dim its lights and a profound stillness descends, many of us find ourselves grappling with an unseen yet undeniably heavy burden. This is not a physical weight that can be measured or seen, but rather a psychological and spiritual one, a weight that was never truly ours to hold. Yet we carry it with an unconscious diligence that speaks volumes about our ingrained patterns. These silent hours become a stage for the relentless thoughts that loop endlessly in our minds, echoes of past decisions, projections of future anxieties, and a pervasive sense of insufficiency. They are the insidious whispers of regret, a backward glance at perceived missteps, the suffocating presence of shame, an internal condemnation of our being, and the persistent ache of guilt, a heavy acknowledgement of perceived wrongs, an internal voice, almost an echo of our deepest insecurities, mercilessly murmurs, "You're not enough, you're behind, why can't you just be happy?" This internal monologue, often a composite of societal expectations, parental critiques, and personal failures, becomes a constant companion, subtly shaping our self perception and dictating our responses to life's myriad challenges. We internalize these external pressures and past hurts, allowing them to coalesce into a pervasive sense of inadequacy, a deep seated belief that we are fundamentally flawed. This self imposed psychological weight transforms into an inescapable shadow, casting a pall over even the brightest days and dampening the most joyful experiences. It's a silent, constant battle fought within the confines of our own minds, consuming vital energy and stifling our natural vitality. In a world that incessantly champions positivity, resilience, and immediate problem solving, we are perpetually bombarded with simplistic admonitions: think positive, move on, let it go. These phrases, while well intentioned, often fall flat because there's a profound, unaddressed paradox embedded within this ubiquitous counsel. No one ever truly tells us how to achieve these states of liberation. We are presented with a desired outcome, a destination of peace and happiness, but we are conspicuously denied the detailed practical map to navigate the complex inner terrain that leads there. We exhaust ourselves in the futile attempt to compel ourselves into states of unadulterated joy, to forcibly erase the lingering sorrows, or to summarily dismiss the transgressions of our past. Yet, with a frustrating irony, these very attempts at suppression often cause the negative emotions, the deep seated wounds, and the persistent specters of the past to cling more fiercely, refusing to dissipate like smoke. Our yearning for inner peace, for a profound sense of serenity, remains unfulfilled because we often remain ignorant of the authentic path to achieve it. Consequently, these forceful attempts at self improvement, devoid of genuine understanding, frequently culminate in profound exhaustion and deeper disappointment. The external pressure to be happy or to just get over it often exacerbates our internal struggles, making us feel even more isolated, deficient, and broken when these superficial remedies inevitably fail. This creates a vicious cycle of self-blame where we question our own inherent capacity to find ease, unaware that the very act of trying to force a particular emotional state often entrenches the unwanted emotion more deeply within our psyche. This disconnect between external advice and internal reality highlights the need for a more profound, nuanced approach to emotional well being. Here lies a fundamental truth, a basic reality that, despite its simplicity, is often profoundly overlooked in the relentless forward marching pace of modern life. Negative thoughts and emotions do not simply vanish because we ardently wish them to. They are not ephemeral clouds that can be effortlessly dispersed by a mere gust of desire or a fleeting positive affirmation. Instead, they only truly dissolve, disintegrate, and fade away when we summon the courage and clarity to understand their true nature. This understanding involves recognizing them not as fixed, immutable aspects of our identity, but as transient mental formations, conditioned responses, or energetic imprints. When we cease our relentless struggle against them, when we abandon the futile attempts to resist or suppress their very presence, and instead consciously choose to perceive them with unclouded clarity and profound insight, their power over us diminishes. This transformative shift is akin to a gardener understanding the natural cycle of a tree. A tree will not shed its leaves by brute force through aggressive shaking or pulling. Instead, it will only willingly release its leaves when autumn arrives, when the internal and external conditions are conducive to letting go. Similarly, our inner burdens release only when understanding blossoms within us, when we perceive the impermanence and conditioned nature of all mental phenomena. This deep understanding, born from direct observation and non resistance, is the very key to liberation. It signifies a profound paradigm shift from fighting an perceived enemy within to calmly observing a natural phenomenon unfolding. By recognizing thoughts and emotions as transient mental formations rather than immutable defining aspects of ourself, we begin to disidentify from them, thus systematically diminishing their power to control and inflict suffering. Buddhism, with its vast repository of profound and practical teachings, is not, as many mistakenly believe, an avenue for us to escape from life's inherent realities, or to deny the intrinsic difficulties and sufferings that are an inevitable part of existence. On the contrary, it serves as a potent and unwavering invitation for us to awaken fully and completely to life, to confront and embrace every single facet of it, its joys, its sorrows, its uncertainties with utmost authenticity and fearless presence. It is not an exit strategy, a convenient loophole to bypass hardship, but rather a direct path that leads us through the very heart of reality, encouraging deep engagement rather than superficial avoidance. The primary objective of Buddhist practice, therefore, is to meticulously train our minds, equipping them with the wisdom and skill to learn the profound art of letting go naturally, gently, and without any force or internal resistance. This is a remarkably delicate and nuanced process, fundamentally different from attempting to forcefully bend a dry, brittle branch which would inevitably snap. Instead, it is akin to the patient and discerning cultivation of fertile ground where the seed of awareness is meticulously nurtured to sprout, to flourish, and eventually to yield the ripe, sweet fruits of release that fall away effortlessly when their time comes. This process involves a deep and sustained cultivation of mindfulness, bringing intentional, non judgmental awareness to each unfolding moment. Through this practice, we come to understand at a cellular level that clinging to anything, whether it be a pleasant sensation, a cherished idea, an imagined future, or a painful memory, inevitably leads to suffering precisely because everything is subject to change. The core teachings guide us to view all phenomena as they truly are inherently impermanent, anicca ultimately unsatisfactory, or suffering dukkha in their nature, when clung to and existing without a fixed, independent, enduring self, anatta. As we embark on this profound inner journey tonight, we are engaging in something far more significant than merely drifting into unconscious slumber. Instead, we are consciously initiating a profound process of release. This is a deliberate liberation from the mental burdens that have weighed us down, from the incessant inner noise that clamors disruptively in our minds, and from the deep seated fears that have long resided within our very core, collectively weighing down our spirits and significantly hindering our natural growth and flourishing. Through the echoes of ancient teachings that have been faithfully transmitted through countless generations of awakened beings, through the sacred silence that we consciously cultivate and embrace, and most crucially, through the natural rhythmic flow of our breath, which serves as the intrinsic bridge connecting our conscious awareness with our deeper, often hidden, unconscious realms. You will begin to perceive a subtle yet undeniably significant shift occurring within the very fabric of your being. It is a profound feeling of softening, a palpable sense of loosening, where long held tensions, both physical and mental, have been stubbornly constricted. And from this softening, a quiet kind of peace, gradually, almost imperceptibly, begins to reveal itself. This emergent peace requires no external permission, no specific set of conditions, and no validation to exist. It is inherently present within you, simply awaiting your recognition and acceptance. This inner shift is not a forced, abrupt transformation, but rather a gentle, organic unfolding, much like the delicate petals of a flower gradually opening to embrace the warmth of the sun. It represents a profound return to our innate state of equanimity, a balanced and undisturbed mind, unburdened by the accumulated stress, anxiety, and turbulence of daily life. It is the realization that peace is not something to be acquired, but something to be uncovered. This is not simply another ephemeral audio recording designed with the sole purpose of lulling you into a superficial sleep. This is a spiritual journey of immense and transformative significance. It is a deliberate voyage back to the primordial stillness of the mind, to that foundational state of absolute calm that exists prior to the proliferation of thought. It is a return to the inherent clarity of awareness, which the accumulated dust of worries, fears, and conditioning has long obscured. It is a journey to profoundly rediscover a mind that no longer clings desperately to the illusion of pain as a permanent state, no longer believes that every storm in life, no matter how fierce, is eternal, and no longer remains perpetually imprisoned by the confining narratives it has constructed for itself. It serves as an unwavering invitation to transcend the inherent limitations of conventional thinking, to systematically break free from the habitual patterns of thought and reaction that relentlessly perpetuate suffering. By deeply engaging with these timeless teachings, we are not merely acquiring intellectual knowledge. We are actively cultivating a profound wisdom that empowers us to navigate life's inevitable challenges with far greater resilience, grace, and inner strength. This wisdom allows us to see beyond the immediate discomfort or perceived difficulty, enabling us to perceive the underlying truth of impermanence and interconnectedness that governs all phenomena. Hold this fundamental truth deeply and intimately within your awareness. Buddhism never, under any circumstance, promises a life devoid of pain. Such a promise would be an unrealistic, indeed, a delusory illusion, given the inherent nature of existence. Instead, its profound wisdom illuminates the precise path, the meticulous method to stop suffering over that pain. This is a crucial distinction. The pain itself may arise, but our relationship to it can be fundamentally altered. It teaches us fundamental yet immensely powerful truths that often contradict our deeply ingrained assumptions that thoughts are not absolute truths. They are merely transient, ephemeral productions of the mind arising and passing away with an inherent impermanence. That emotions are simply passing clouds across the vast, boundless sky of consciousness. They arrive, linger for a time, and inevitably depart, never holding a fixed or permanent form. And most crucially, it affirms with unwavering conviction that you are not broken. You possess no inherent defect, no fundamental flaw that renders you unworthy or incomplete. You are simply Dan Thuk Tin, waking up from a long, deep slumber of ignorance from the intricate web of illusions your mind has skillfully conjured and subsequently believed. This awakening is a gradual unfolding process of recognizing the true, unconditioned nature of reality, systematically releasing the tenacious grip of delusion and realizing the innate, boundless capacity for peace and freedom that has always resided within you. Therefore, tonight, as you consciously prepare to transition into the receptive state of sleep, make a deliberate commitment to the practice of letting go. Release the confining stories that have long defined you, the corrosive, negative self talk that has sown insidious seeds of shame, and the incessant inner clamor that consistently tells you in myriad subtle ways that you are not enough. Allow yourself to gently float in this expansive space of release and permit true silence to teach you what genuine peace truly feels like. You are not merely surrendering to the temporary oblivion of sleep. You are in essence surrendering to a deeper, more profound truth, allowing your mind to systematically unwind from the intricate complexities and relentless demands of the day and to settle into its natural, unconditioned state of tranquility. This act of letting go is not a passive resignation, but an active, conscious choice, a courageous decision to release the accumulated burdens that prevent your authentic, luminous self from shining through with unhindered brilliance. You are in this very moment ready for this profound inner work. Let us begin this transformative exploration together. You have arrived at this very specific juncture, a point of confluence where intention meets opportunity and a profound intuitive part of your being unequivocally recognizes that it is time at long last to cease carrying that which does not belong to you. This encompasses not only the tangible burdens, but more importantly, the invisible ones, the pain you never explicitly requested or consciously chose to experience, the narratives and stories that were never intrinsically yours, yet you have adopted as your own, and the pervasive, often inexplicable heaviness that persistently lingers even when all external circumstances in your life appear to be perfectly fine, stable, and conspicuously devoid of any overt complaint. This inherited burden frequently manifests as a deep-seated, inexplicable melancholy, a chronic sense of unease, or a subtle, pervasive sadness that seems to have no direct trigger. It might be the reverberating echo of ancestral traumas, the unresolved conflicts from past generations that subtly imprint upon the psyche, or even the collective emotional residue of human suffering that mysteriously infiltrates and colors our individual consciousness, often manifesting as generalized anxiety or a sense of existential dread. Perhaps in your past attempts to alleviate this internal discomfort, you have diligently tried to bury these overwhelming emotions deep within the labyrinthine pathways of your psyche, hoping that by sheer force of will or determined suppression, they would simply dissipate into nothingness. Or conversely, you might have strenuously fought against them, employing immense willpower and mental fortitude to repel, to conquer, or to suppress their relentless manifestation. Yet, with a frustrating and disheartening inevitability, they consistently persist in their return, often resurfacing in new, subtle, and equally debilitating forms. They manifest as a familiar tension that constricts your chest, a sudden, abrupt, and inexplicable wave of sadness that washes over you without warning, or a relentless, restless energy that stubbornly denies you complete rest, whether in the restorative embrace of sleep or in moments of intended tranquility. And understandably, you have reached a point where you are utterly weary of maintaining these pretenses of perpetually performing a role that is not authentically yours, and of endlessly holding everything and meticulously concealing your inner turmoil from the world and even from yourself. This ceaseless act of suppression not only depletes your vital life energy, leaving you chronically exhausted, but also severs your profound connection to your authentic self, leading to an insidious form of internal alienation and a pervasive sense of inauthenticity. The sheer psychological resources consumed by the act of hiding these profound feelings often result in chronic fatigue, heightened irritability, and persistent gnawing sense of emptiness that no external success can fill. There exists a profound underlying reason why these particular emotional patterns ceaselessly reappear in the intricate tapestry of your life. Their true origins are not confined to the superficial realm of recent memories or fleeting conscious thoughts. Their roots run demonstrably deeper than memory. Indeed, they are older than thought itself, extending into realms of ancestral and collective experience. The very sensation you are experiencing, the persistent pain you are carrying, may not have originated solely within this current singular lifetime. It could very well be an integral part of a much larger continuum, a spiritual inheritance, what is known in Buddhist thought as lineage karma. This inherited burden frequently manifests as an inexplicable melancholy, a chronic sense of unease, or a subtle pervasive sadness that seems to have no direct or discernible trigger in your personal history. It might be the reverberating echo of ancestral traumas, the unresolved conflicts from past generations that subtly imprint upon the psyche of their descendants, or even the collective emotional residue of human suffering that mysteriously infiltrates and colors our individual consciousness, often presenting as generalized anxiety or a diffuse sense of existential dread. And tonight, with focused intention, we shall delve deeper into the intricate karmic roots of the emotional pain you are currently experiencing. This will not be a sterile theoretical lecture, nor a detached philosophical discourse to be intellectually dissected. This is instead a truth to be felt directly and intimately within every single cell of your physical body, within the sacred rhythm of each rhythmic breath, and within the profound underlying silence that eternally resides beneath the constant clamor and incessant chatter of your conscious mind. It is an exploration that bypasses mere intellectual understanding, moving directly to an embodied, visceral knowing, a direct experience of truth. Karma Nyep in popular culture is a concept that is almost universally misunderstood, often portrayed as a simplistic, punitive system of divine punishment and cosmic reward, where actions inevitably lead to rigid, predestined consequences. However, within the intricate and nuanced framework of Buddhist philosophy, karma is simply the immutable and impartial law of cause and effect. It is the continuous dynamic operation of intricate relationships between antecedents, our intentions, actions, words, and thoughts, and their inevitable consequences, the experiences and conditions that subsequently arise. Karmic seeds are meticulously and continuously sown by your actions, words, and thoughts, not just the grand overt gestures, but every subtle nuance of your being. Some of these karmic seeds are planted within this present lifetime through your daily choices, your moment to moment actions, and your habitual reactions to phenomena. Yet a significant portion of these karmic imprints originate from countless lifetimes preceding this one, flowing from an expansive ancient stream of karma of which your current existence is but one intricate part. This understanding transforms karma from a punitive deterministic concept into a dynamic, ever unfolding process of continuous growth and profound transformation. It places immense emphasis on personal responsibility, not blame, and highlights the inherent potential for conscious change and liberation embedded within each moment. The emotional burdens that feel utterly impossible for you to shed, the lingering sensations of unexplained origin, the persistent feeling of being weighed down. These are frequently the direct and undeniable result of deep seated karmic imprints that remain stubbornly unresolved. They are not fleeting, they are deeply etched into the fabric of your being. These imprints do not automatically dissipate with the mere passage of linear time, much like a profound physical wound will not spontaneously heal and disappear without proper intervention and care. Instead, they exhibit a strong, almost compulsive tendency to repeat themselves over and over again, manifesting as recurring patterns in your life, creating familiar emotional landscapes and challenging scenarios until they are finally met with mindfulness and full conscious awareness. Only when they are clearly seen, brought into the light of conscious recognition, purified through dedicated spiritual practices and intentional effort, and consciously released with a deep understanding of their impermanence, can they truly dissolve, liberating you from their tenacious and often suffocating grip. These unresolved imprints are akin to powerful echoes reverberating through the corridors of time, consistently demanding attention until their inherent lesson is fully integrated. They create a psychological inertia, a powerful magnetic pull, drawing us back to familiar patterns of suffering until we consciously and courageously interrupt this cycle of repetition. These karmic imprints can manifest in a myriad of subtle yet impactful forms within your current existence. They might appear as recurrent emotional pain, a persistent ache that defies any logical explanation or immediate trigger. They could be a deep seated sadness that lacks a specific identifiable origin in your personal history, a pervasive sense of loss without a discernible starting point. Or perhaps an unearned shame that relentlessly clings to you, fostering an insidious sense of inherent insecurity about your self worth. Alternatively, it might be a fear that feels deeply embedded in your very bones, an irrational apprehension that persists even in the complete absence of any tangible or immediate threat. It is crucial to understand that these manifestations are not random occurrences. They are not coincidental or arbitrary. They are not indicators of inherent weakness or some intrinsic personal flaw within your being. Rather, these are karmic echoes from the past, powerful energetic resonances from previous actions, thoughts, and words yearning to be heard, to be acknowledged with compassion, and ultimately to be released. They are not punitive judgments, but rather profound opportunities for deep healing and ultimate liberation. When you attempt to evade these persistent echoes, when you strive to ignore, deny, or flee from their very presence, they tend to return with even greater intensity, finding alternative, often more disruptive avenues to manifest within the intricate fabric of your life. This is the nature of suppressed energy. It demands an outlet. When you suppress them, attempting to quash them with sheer willpower or intellectual reasoning, they do not diminish. On the contrary, they grow louder, becoming more insistent, more pervasive, and causing greater discomfort, tension, and internal turmoil. But when you summon the immense courage to confront them directly with an open heart and an awakened mind, armed with wisdom and profound understanding, something deeply transformative and inherently liberating begins to occur. These karmic knots, which may have been tightly bound for myriad lifetimes, will begin to loosen naturally, gradually unwinding their centuries old grip. This principle underscores the profound futility of resistance and powerfully highlights the transformative power of conscious engagement. By courageously turning towards, rather than instinctively turning away from our deepest inner discomfort and emotional pain, we unlock the inherent potential for profound, systemic, and lasting change, not just for ourselves, but for the entire karmic continuum we are a part of. Purification within the Buddhist tradition is not a superficial process intended to render you a flawless, perfect individual devoid of any human imperfections or vulnerabilities. Such a goal is both unrealistic and undesirable. It is instead a profound pathway for you to become lighter, to be systematically liberated from the accumulated unnecessary burdens that you have unwittingly carried. It is about actively releasing the dense emotional energy blocks that have accumulated within your being, which have kept your spirit heavy, constricted, and perennially mired in old unhelpful patterns of thought and behavior. And the dedicated practices that facilitate this deep purification are neither abstract, mysterious, nor inherently difficult to comprehend. Rather, they are precise, gentle, yet possess the remarkable and undeniable capacity to profoundly transform the very core of your being. This process involves a systematic and compassionate approach to identifying, acknowledging, and ultimately releasing the energetic residues of past actions, outdated beliefs, and unresolved emotional conflicts. It's about meticulously shedding the myriad layers of conditioning that have long obscured your innate clarity and inherent lightness, thereby allowing your true unconditioned nature to shine forth with unimpeded brilliance. One of the most potent and venerable tools for this profound purification is the Vajratva mantra, Kim Kang Tat Joa, Then Chu. Vajratva in Tibetan Buddhism embodies primordial purity itself, symbolizing the innate, unblemished capacity to cleanse all defilements, both gross and subtle. This sacred mantra, when meticulously recited with sincerity of heart and pure intention, acts like a sacred, purifying river, possessing the remarkable ability to wash away deeply embedded karmic stains from the very fabric of your mind stream. The vibrational quality of the mantra, when deeply infused with concentrated awareness and fervent intention, creates a resonant field that actively assists in dissolving mental and emotional impurities. It functions as a powerful method of purifying the mind at a deep vibrational level, bypassing the analytical intellect and reaching directly into the often unconscious realms of the subconscious. However, it is vitally important to remember that the mantra is but one integral component of a much larger holistic purification process. It is not a magical incantation or an instant miraculous fix that requires no personal engagement. Its profound efficacy stems from its being consistently supported by three indispensable core elements: genuine intention, the sincere aspiration to purify mindful awareness, being fully present with the sound and its meaning, even if unspoken, and radical truthfulness, a willingness to confront and acknowledge one's own imperfections in confronting oneself. Without the synergistic interplay of these three essential elements, the mantra remains merely a sequence of sounds, regrettably devoid of its inherent transformative power. Confession within the Buddhist tradition is not about wallowing in self defeating guilt or perpetuating debilitating shame, nor is it about engaging in incessant self reproach. Instead, it is a brave and liberating act of speaking the truth, a profound acknowledgement not only to yourself, but to the expansive consciousness of the cosmos. It is a sincere, courageous acknowledgement of where you have caused harm, whether that harm was enacted intentionally or inadvertently, where you have ignored or suppressed your own authentic inner voice and intuitive wisdom, or where you have, perhaps out of fear or ignorance, turned away rather than courageously facing difficult or uncomfortable truths in your life. The very act of confession is a profoundly liberating act. By consciously bringing our past mistakes, our imperfections, and our hidden burdens into the illuminating light of conscious awareness, we systematically strip them of their insidious power to fester and proliferate in the dark, hidden corners of our psyche. It is an act of profound self responsibility, not self punishment, thereby creating an expansive opening for genuine forgiveness, both self forgiveness and forgiving others, and ultimate release. For as long as we keep our mistakes and imperfections shrouded in the heavy cloak of silence, they do not diminish. Instead, they grow, morphing into corrosive secrets that relentlessly rot us from the inside out. Truth in this profound context is the ultimate liberator, breaking the unbreakable chains of hidden shame and internal bondage. However, confession, powerful as it is inherently insufficient on its own to fully complete the intricate process of purification. The next crucial and indispensable component is restraint gyoi luat. This entails a conscious, unwavering commitment not to repeat harmful actions. This commitment is not born out of a primitive fear of divine retribution or external punishment, but rather because you are actively and deliberately choosing freedom. Freedom from the karmic consequences, freedom from the cycle of suffering, and freedom from the limitations of habitual patterns. Restraint is fundamentally not synonymous with suppression or repression, where desires or impulses are merely pushed down. Instead, it is a conscious and vigilant act of remembering your true unconditioned nature and a resolute refusal to feed the impulses, desires, or conditioned reactions that relentlessly pull you away from that innate purity and wisdom. It is the conscious and discerning choice of peace over impulsive reactivity, of clarity over chaotic indulgence. This is a proactive and embodied practice of ethical living, where we intentionally and consistently align our actions, words, and thoughts with our deepest values and highest aspirations. It's about diligently cultivating self discipline, not through rigid authoritarian control, but through an awakened, compassionate understanding of what genuinely leads to profound inner peace and what unfortunately perpetuates the cycle of suffering. It is a continuous act of ethical discernment, choosing what elevates and liberates rather than what binds and diminishes. When you consistently and diligently practice these three interconnected and mutually reinforcing elements, mantra, recitation for purification, sincere confession for acknowledgement and release, and conscious restraint for future ethical alignment, you are not merely engaging in a process of healing the past. You are, in essence, actively and powerfully rewriting your future. You are systematically closing loops of karmic patterns that have relentlessly followed you across countless lifetimes, perhaps for eons. You are consciously and deliberately creating expansive space within your being for a joy that is unblemished by guilt, a joy that arises authentically from a clear conscience, and for a love that is unfettered by fear, a love that can embrace freely without clinging or attachment. This tripartite practice, when undertaken with earnestness, forms a potent alchemical process, systematically transforming past negativity and the residue of unskillful actions into boundless future possibility and profound liberation. It empowers us to consciously step out of reactive conditioned cycles and step into a life of intentional creation where every choice, every word, and every thought consciously contributes to our ultimate liberation and holistic well being. Some karmic imprints are not only transmitted across lifetimes, but are also subtly, yet powerfully carried through family lineages, passed down through unspoken narratives, emotional habits, and core beliefs. You inherited long before you could articulate your own words or form conscious memories. This includes pain absorbed even in the womb and through patterns of behavior so frequently repeated across generations that they became deeply ingrained as aspects of identity. But it is a fundamental Buddhist insight that identity is not fixed, it is fluid and subject to change. Similarly, karma is not an unalterable fate. It is a dynamic system of cause and effect that can be influenced and transformed. What has been done can indeed be undone. What was inherited can be profoundly transformed through conscious awareness and diligent practice. This concept of lineage karma emphasizes the inherent interconnectedness of human experience, suggesting that we are not isolated individuals existing in a vacuum, but intricate threads in a larger ancient tapestry of consciousness. It powerfully highlights the potential for collective healing, where individual transformation, born from self awareness and ethical conduct, can ripple outwards, impacting the energetic and psychological patterns of our ancestral lines, freeing future generations from carrying the same burdens. Even in the profound space of silence, karma continues to resonate, not as a loud proclamation, but as a subtle undercurrent. It is present in the unspoken words, the forgiveness you never extended to yourself or others, the emotions you swallowed and suppressed to maintain a superficial peace, and the poignant moments you subtly betrayed your authentic self in pursuit of external validation or acceptance. All of these actions, or more accurately, inactions, leave an indelible mark, a subtle energetic residue within your being. Yet the liberating truth is that none of it is permanent. This inherent impermanence of all phenomena, including karmic imprints, is the very beauty and grace of karma. It is not a fixed, inescapable sentence. It is a dynamic, ever responsive system. And systems, unlike rigid decrees, possess the inherent capacity to be changed not through brute force or aggressive struggle, but through sustained awareness by returning consistently, gently, and repeatedly to the present moment. This constant conscious return to the present moment, anchoring oneself in the here and now, is the ultimate leverage point for karmic transformation. It is the sacred space where the deterministic grip of the past ceases to dictate the inevitable future, and where new liberating possibilities begin to emerge and unfold. Because this very moment is where karma shifts. Right now, in the immediate present, is the fertile ground where new seeds of intentional, wholesome action are planted. Every single instance, you consciously choose to respond with wisdom and clarity instead of reacting impulsively and habitually. You are actively and directly altering your karma. Every time you pause before speaking, and instead of succumbing to anger or judgment, you genuinely feel and observe your breath. You are engaged in the profound work of healing the past. Every time you consciously choose to embody kindness and compassion, even when an unskillful or cruel response would be the easier, more conditioned path, you are actively breaking a karmic chain that has bound you or your lineage. These seemingly small, often overlooked moments are not trivial, they are everything. They are the fundamental building blocks of a liberated existence, where conscious choice systematically replaces automatic reaction, and where profound compassion becomes the unwavering guiding principle for all your interactions with yourself and the world. Purification is not about systematically eradicating all your flaws or attempting to achieve an unattainable state of perfection. It's about no longer allowing those flaws, those past missteps, or those self-perceived imperfections to define your essential being. It's about courageously looking at your deepest pain, your most guarded vulnerabilities, and no longer averting your gaze or attempting to hide from them. It's about seeing the true, often subtle roots of your anger and not attempting to conceal them under a superficial veneer of false peace or superficial positivity. It's about meeting your sorrow not with self-pity or endless rumination, but with profound compassion and acceptance. This precisely is how karma is released, not through grand dramatic gestures or cathartic explosions, but through a multitude of small, consistent, honest acts of truth and self-awareness. It's a continuous, gentle process of self-observation, self-acceptance, and self-compassion, systematically leading to a profound inner liberation. You may find that as you earnestly embark on this journey of purification, long suppressed emotions will begin to surface with greater intensity. Old forgotten memories may resurface unexpectedly sometimes with vivid clarity. Patterns you believed had vanished or been resolved may return with surprising force and familiarity. It is crucial to understand that this is not a regression, it is a revelation. It signifies that you are now sufficiently strong, emotionally resilient, and spiritually mature enough to confront what you once had to hide, suppress, or avoid. Allow it to come to the surface. Let it rise into your conscious awareness and then allow it to pass through you like a transient cloud moving across the sky without grasping or resistance. You are not here to be punished by your past. You are here to meet it with wisdom, with discerning awareness, and with an open heart. This heightened emotional experience is a clear and undeniable sign of deep cleansing as the subconscious realms of your being actively release trapped energies, unresolved conflicts, and stagnant emotional residue. It's a profound testament to your rapidly growing capacity for emotional resilience and inner transformation. In various Buddhist teachings, it is often said that karma ripens like fruit. It may ripen slowly and subtly over many years, or even across numerous lifetimes, manifesting as a gradual unfolding of events or conditions. Or it may ripen abruptly and dramatically in a single shattering experience that overturns everything you thought you knew, challenging your very foundations. But even within this often challenging ripening process, there is inherent grace, for when karma ripens, it becomes visible. Its causes and effects become clear to your conscious mind, and what is visible can ultimately be healed and transformed. This ripening is not a punitive event, but a compassionate unveiling an opportune moment, offering the potential for final resolution and profound release. It's a testament to the inherent intelligence and compassionate nature of the universe, which always provides opportunities for growth, learning, and ultimate healing. Sometimes, the heaviest and most pervasive karma is hidden not in the overt actions you performed, but in how you fundamentally perceived yourself, in the deep seated shame you carried for years, or in the insidious belief that you were inherently unworthy of love, peace, or happiness. These deeply ingrained self perceptions, though subtle, also constitute powerful karmic shadows created not by external action alone, but by the very processes of self perception and identification. And these too can be profoundly purified, how by clearly and unequivocally seeing that you are not your mistakes, that the worst thing you have ever done, or the most painful experience you have endured, does not constitute the whole or the entirety of who you are. That beneath the intricate layers of story of accumulated hurt and of pervasive fear, there resides an inherent stillness, an unblemished purity that is utterly untouched by any past experience or conditioning. This is a part of you that has never been harmed, and by its very nature never will be. This unwavering, pristine purity is your fundamental, authentic nature, eternally accessible beneath all layers of conditioning and transient suffering. The profound purpose of purification, then, is to return to that pristine place of inherent stillness and purity. It is not about attempting to become someone entirely new, to fabricate a different identity. Instead, it is about consciously recollecting who you were before the wounds were inflicted, before the layers of conditioning were applied. It is about learning to live again from that place of inherent purity and wisdom, not as a mere fantasy or an aspirational ideal, but as your natural, authentic state of being. This path is not rapid. It is not linear in its progression. You will undoubtedly experience days when the same persistent, challenging thought returns 100 times, perhaps even more. You will encounter nights where you feel as though you have made absolutely no discernible progress at all, where the inner landscape seems stagnant. But this cyclical nature is the intrinsic essence of karmic release. It unfolds in spirals, not rigid, predictable straight lines. What truly matters in this journey is not the sheer speed at which you traverse this path, but the gentleness and unwavering compassion with which you return when you inevitably drift or become entangled. It is the honesty and courageous vulnerability with which you show up for yourself, even when the inner work is deeply painful and uncomfortable. This spiraling process allows for deeper integration and more profound transformation as we revisit themes from new, more awakened perspectives, each time peeling back another subtle layer of conditioning and self limitation. The Vajrasattva mantra is indeed one potent and highly effective tool for purification, but so too is silence, not merely the absence of sound, but a profound inner stillness. So is the profound practice of simply sitting with your breath when it trembles with raw emotion or anxiety. So is the conscious and deliberate choice not to act on every fleeting feeling or impulsive urge that arises within. So is the profound and often overlooked act of listening deeply to your body, to the subtle sensations it conveys, to the intuitive whispers of your heart, and to the unadulterated essence of the present moment. Each of these seemingly disparate practices is in its own unique way a distinct and powerful form of purification. Each serves as a unique doorway, leading you back to the sanctuary and clarity of your true self. These practices are not isolated techniques, but rather interconnected pathways, each supporting deepening and reinforcing the other, ultimately guiding us towards an awakened, liberated awareness. You might find yourself contemplating, how will I truly know if I've released karma? What will be the sign? The truth is, you may not experience a dramatic, sudden lightning bolt of realization or an instantaneous, monumental shift. Instead, you will gradually begin to notice the heaviness, lifting a subtle yet palpable sense of lightness in your being. You might wake up one morning and realize with quiet astonishment that a memory which once triggered intense emotional pain no longer holds that same power over you. Its grip has softened. You may find yourself speaking to someone who once deeply hurt you and feel nothing but profound peace, not indifference or apathy, but a gentle, expansive, and unshakable peace. That in its subtlety is how you will discern it. This subtle yet profound shift in emotional response, this newfound freedom from reactivity, is a reliable and unmistakable indicator of deep inner work and karmic release. And even if old pain resurfaces, as it sometimes will, you will meet it differently, not with habitual resistance, not with self blame or judgment, but with a serene curiosity and an open heart. You will perceive it as just another layer rising to be seen, to be acknowledged, and ultimately to be released. And that too is a clear and undeniable sign of ongoing purification. Because when pain no longer holds the power to scare you, when its grip loses its terrifying strength, it can no longer control you. It transforms from a tormentor into a profound teacher. Every single thing you feel, every experience you encounter, has an underlying cause, a web of conditions from which it arises. But it is profoundly crucial to recognize that not every cause needs to perpetually extend or maintain its effect indefinitely. You are not irrevocably bound by your past history or by the accumulated karma of your lineage. You are not fated to endlessly repeat your suffering, trapped in an inescapable loop. On the contrary, you are profoundly capable of change, not merely on a superficial mental or fleeting emotional level, but on a deep fundamental karmic level, reaching into the very fabric of your being. You possess the inherent capacity to consciously leave behind what no longer serves your highest good, what no longer aligns with your liberation. This is achieved not through forceful suppression or violent eradication, but through the profound power of freedom. And this ultimate freedom emanates from a deep understanding of impermanence, of non self, from boundless compassion for self and others, and from the conscious, courageous act of letting go. This innate power to change, to transform, and to liberate yourself resides eternally within you, an inherent capacity for profound metamorphosis that can be awakened and actualized through diligent practice and profound insight. There will inevitably be moments on this path when you desperately want to cease this arduous process, when the emotional weight feels overwhelmingly oppressive, or when you begin to question the very efficacy of your efforts. These paradoxically are often the most critical and pivotal moments to persevere, for these are precisely the instances when old entrenched patterns and the ego's defenses make their most tenacious attempts to survive and reassert control. They often surge louder with amplified intensity and deceptive allure right before they finally break apart and dissolve. Keep going. Maintain your resolve. You are in truth closer to profound transformation and ultimate liberation than you might possibly realize in those challenging moments. This challenging phase is often referred to as a dark night of the soul, a period of intense internal resistance and apparent stagnation that frequently precedes a significant breakthrough and a new level of awakening. Karmic purification is not, contrary to popular misconception, an escape from life's challenging realities or a retreat into a state of blissful ignorance. It is instead the very means by which you become capable of living life fully authentically and without undue attachment or fear. It is the gateway to a life where you can laugh with unburdened joy, free from the shackles of guilt, where you can cry with raw, authentic honesty devoid of shame, where you can love with expansive tenderness, unmarred by the insidious grip of fear, and where you can rest deeply truly without the constant draining pull of unfinished emotional business or unresolved karmic loops. Tonight, as you allow these words to settle within you, permit your mind to quiet. Let the old confining stories soften their grip. Allow the energy of pain to be seen, to be honored with compassionate awareness, and to be released. This liberation occurs not because you have forcefully compelled it, but because you have listened with an open heart and an awakened awareness. You are not broken. You are undergoing a profound karmic healing, and this healing, slow, sacred, and profoundly real, is the most powerful and transformative act you can undertake, not merely for your individual self, but for every single life that your life touches directly or indirectly. It is a profound act of self-love that extends its boundless benefits far beyond the confines of the individual, touching the collective consciousness and shaping a more compassionate world. As the profound karmic weight begins its gentle ascent, a subtle yet palpable shift occurs within your being. The relentless pressure that once constricted your spirit starts to quiet its oppressive grip, less tenacious. You might notice a newfound spaciousness expanding within your breath, a subtle release in your chest, and a quieter, more expansive quality in your thoughts. This initial softening, this nascent relief, is not merely superficial, it signifies a deeper unwinding. Yet, even as you settle into this newfound tranquility, a more profound and penetrating question often emerges from the depths of your awareness. What am I without all this pain? This is a pivotal inquiry, one that many instinctively shy away from, for it challenges the very foundation of their perceived identity. If the fear, the shame, the guilt, the very emotional fabric that has defined so much of your experience were to truly dissipate, what would remain of you? This uncertainty can be disorienting, even terrifying. We often construct our identities around our suffering, paradoxically finding a sense of familiarity, even purpose in our pain. It's a deeply ingrained human tendency to cling to narratives, especially negative ones, because they provide a sense of concrete self. The familiar refrains of "I'm broken," "I'm not good enough," "I always mess things up" might resonate with a profound familiarity. These negative identities, though profoundly damaging paradoxically, offer a kind of psychological anchor, a stable, albeit suffering reference point in a fluid world. They give us something tangible to hold onto, a label to wear even as that very label inflicts continuous, self inflicted harm. And now, as the process of purification begins to strip away these layers of acquired suffering, it is time to bravely confront and meet what lies beneath the unconditioned essence of your being, obscured by years of self identification with pain. At the very heart of Buddhist wisdom lies a simple yet immensely powerful truth. Everything you think you are is not what you really are. This assertion is not designed to confuse, to discourage, or to dismantle your sense of self in a destructive way. On the contrary, its sole purpose is to liberate you. It's a radical reframing of self designed to release you from the prison of fixed identities and self limiting beliefs. Because the very version of yourself that feels perpetually defined by shame, meticulously shaped by regret, and utterly paralyzed by fear, that version is in essence a misunderstanding. It is a constructed reality, a mental edifice built on conditioned experiences and mistaken perceptions. You are not the transient products of your mind. You are the boundless awareness in which they arise and pass. This liberating truth in Buddhism is most profoundly expressed through the teaching of shunyata, often translated as emptiness. However, it is crucial to clarify what emptiness truly signifies. It is not emptiness as in nothingness, not a void, not nihilism, or the absence of existence. Rather, it denotes emptiness in the sense that things, including your very identity, do not exist independently permanently or in the fixed inherent way you habitually believe them to. It is the absence of inherent existence, the lack of a solid, unchanging, self existent core. This concept reveals that everything in existence, from the largest galaxy to the subtlest thought, arises in relationship. It is interdependent with everything else. Everything is conditioned by myriad factors. Nothing arises in isolation. Consequently, nothing is fixed or immutable. This fluidity, this constant process of arising and passing, is the essence of emptiness, a dynamic, vibrant, and interconnected reality, not a static void. Consider your emotional experiences through this lens of emptiness. You might feel a wave of sadness and instinctively declare, "I am sad." But is that statement entirely accurate? The wisdom of shunyata invites a closer observation. Sadness arises. It appears a momentary phenomenon. It stays for a time, unfolding in its own natural duration. Then inevitably it fades, dissipating back into the vastness of awareness. It is an experience, a transient mental event, not a definition of who you fundamentally are. It is something that happens to you or through you, but it is not you. The more meticulously you observe your emotions, the more clearly you will discern this truth. They appear, they change, and they disappear. They are not you, they are happening to you. Yes, they are indeed unfolding within the field of your consciousness, but they are not your core, your unchanging essence. And when you gradually learn to stop clinging to emotions as if they were personal possessions or permanent states, something truly amazing and liberating begins to occur. They lose their power to control you. Shame may still arise, a familiar whisper from the past, but it no longer possesses the capacity to take over your entire being, consuming your identity. Guilt may knock at the door of your awareness, a familiar visitor, but it no longer possesses the authority to move in and establish permanent residence within your mind. You begin to perceive these experiences not as solid oppressive entities, but like clouds in the sky, passing shapes, constantly shifting transient. You understand that the clouds are in the sky, but they are not the sky itself. The sky, vast and unchanging, remains the fundamental ground of being. This radical shift in perception, this profound understanding of the transient nature of emotions, is precisely what freedom looks like. It is the ability to feel deeply, to experience fully, yet without being trapped or defined by those experiences. The conventional concept of I or self is something we meticulously construct from the earliest stages of childhood, accumulating layers upon layers of experiences, beliefs, and identities. We begin to collect ideas about ourselves. I'm good. I'm bad. I'm a failure. I'm a success. Every label, every judgment sticks to this nascent self. Every wound, every triumph adds another intricate layer to this psychological edifice. Over time, we become so accustomed to these labels, these conditioned identities, that we completely forget they are merely labels at all. We come to believe them to be the absolute, immutable truth of who we are. But what Buddhist wisdom, particularly the teaching of emptiness, profoundly reveals is that there is no solid I residing inherently behind those labels. There is no fixed, unchanging, independent identity holding it all together. The self, as we conceive it, is in reality a bundle of ephemeral memories, transient emotions, fleeting thoughts, and conditioned reactions. And the most crucial insight is that all of them are always changing. This realization is not meant to imply that you don't exist in any way. Rather, it signifies that you don't exist in the fixed, independent, enduring way you have habitually assumed. The feeling of I is undeniably strong. It feels incredibly real and substantial. But when you look closely with a penetrating and discerning inquiry, it becomes remarkably hard to find where this I truly resides. Is it in your thoughts? But your thoughts change every single moment, a ceaseless flow of mental events. Is it in your body? Your body has undergone continuous transformation since the day you were born, its cells constantly renewing its form, aging and shifting. Is it in your name? Your name was merely given to you by others, an external label. What you discover when you truly search with an open and unbiased mind is that you are not a fixed thing or entity. You are instead a dynamic process, a continuous, ever unfolding flow of experience, sensation, perception, and consciousness. This profound realization doesn't make you vanish into nothingness. On the contrary, it makes your suffering vanish, because the vast majority of our suffering is deeply rooted in our tenacious clinging to a fixed, permanent identity, a self that we mistakenly believe to be solid, unchanging, and independent. Consider the profound impact of this clinging. If you deeply believe, I am unlovable, then every subsequent experience you encounter becomes filtered through the distorted lens of that belief. Someone cancels plans that becomes perceived as undeniable proof of your unlovability. A relationship ends, more proof, reinforcing the painful narrative. But what if that very identity, I am unlovable, was never solid or inherently true to begin with? What if it was merely a passing idea, a conditioned thought that you held on to for far too long, allowing it to solidify into a self defining truth? By deeply understanding emptiness, you begin to hold your very identity more lightly. You gain the capacity to say with honesty and compassion, I feel unlovable right now, instead of the definitive and self condemning declaration, I am unlovable. That seemingly small linguistic and perceptual shift is everything. It is the fundamental doorway from the prison of fixed self identity to the boundless expanse of freedom. It transforms a permanent self condemnation into a transient, observable experience. In daily life, this profound teaching of emptiness offers practical and unexpected assistance in moments you least expect. When a wave of anger arises and you pause noticing it as a transient wave of energy and sensation, you no longer identify it as my anger or I am angry. Instead, you perceive it as a phenomenon arising within awareness, not as your core identity. When guilt makes its unwelcome appearance, and you are able to see it as a conditioned pattern of thought and sensation, rather than an absolute truth about your inherent worth, its suffocating grip begins to loosen. When sadness visits, and you choose to sit with it, not fighting its presence, nor becoming entirely consumed by it, but simply observing its unfolding with a spacious awareness, its power to overwhelm diminishes. This approach is not a cold, sterile detachment. On the contrary, it is filled with warmth, a clear, compassionate seeing that systematically leads to profound compassion both for yourself and for others. You begin to realize that you have been hurting not because life is inherently cruel, but because you have mistakenly believed that your pain was who you are, an inseparable part of your essence. Now, through this wisdom, you are learning that who you truly are is the one who observes the vast, unconditioned awareness beneath the emotion, the infinite space in which all phenomena, all thoughts, all feelings come and go without leaving a permanent trace on your true nature. There's a foundational saying in Buddhist texts that eloquently encapsulates this truth. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. This profound statement means that even the most seemingly solid and tangible things, your physical body, your fleeting thoughts, your intense emotions, are not inherently self-existent or permanent. They are all made of parts composed of interconnected components. They are all conditioned by a multitude of causes and circumstances, and they are all subject to the constant flow of causes. When the conditions that give rise to a form change, the form itself inevitably changes. When the causes that sustain an emotion cease, the emotion inevitably fades. Nothing stands alone in isolation. Everything is interdependent. And crucially, nothing stays forever in a fixed state. Let's apply this to specific emotional burdens. Even your guilt has specific conditions. Perhaps it was born from something you did, an action you regret, or something you didn't do, an inaction that haunts you. But in the present moment, that guilt is being continuously fed by certain conditions, by repetitive memory, by subtle fear of consequences, by a deeply ingrained belief that you are inextricably linked to your past actions, that you are your past. When you begin to consciously cut off the fuel, the clinging to memory, the fear, the belief in a fixed past self, the guilt inevitably fades, not by denial, but by profound understanding of its conditioned nature. Shame operates in a similar manner. It whispers, or sometimes shouts, that you are inherently wrong, not just that you did something wrong, but that your very being is flawed. That is an incredibly heavy and suffocating burden to carry. But when you consciously bring the wisdom of emptiness into that pervasive feeling, you begin to see the shame for what it truly is: a thought, a conditioned reaction, a psychological distortion, and definitively not the absolute truth of who you are. And once you perceive that clearly with an unwavering clarity, it systematically begins to lose its suffocating grip on your psyche. Resentment works precisely the same way. It tenaciously clings to you when you firmly believe, "They hurt me," and then crucially, you add the self binding thought, "And that hurt is now an inseparable part of me." But through the profound understanding of emptiness, you begin to see that the hurt itself is not your inherent identity. The past is not an inescapable prison that defines your present or future. You may still remember the pain, the injustice, but you no longer actively build a home inside it, allowing it to define your emotional landscape. You see the story of the past, but you consciously choose not to become it, not to identify with its narrative. Some people, upon hearing about emptiness, fear that seeing everything as empty will render life meaningless, devoid of purpose or value. But the absolute opposite is true. Understanding emptiness that doesn't diminish life's value. It makes life profoundly sacred and infinitely precious. Because when you truly internalize that everything is constantly changing, that nothing is permanent, you spontaneously begin to pay deeper attention. You cease holding on to grudges, recognizing their futility in the face of impermanence. You stop clinging desperately to external circumstances, knowing they are transient. You love more honestly and freely, without the burden of expectation or possession. You forgive more quickly, understanding that holding onto resentment only harms yourself. You begin to see that nothing, not even your worst moment or most egregious mistake, fundamentally defines the boundless essence of who you truly are. In practical terms, how do you begin to genuinely understand and embody this profound concept of emptiness? Start with curiosity. Instead of automatically believing every thought that arises, cultivate a discerning curiosity and question it. Ask yourself, is this thought truly and absolutely true? Is this feeling permanent or transient? Where exactly is this me that is so certain it's not enough? Can I pinpoint its location? Do not rush to provide an answer. Simply look gently, look honestly, with an open and investigative mind. Allow the question to resonate, creating space for insight. Meditation serves as the primary training ground for this profound inquiry. You sit in stillness, thoughts inevitably come, feelings powerfully rise, and you simply watch them. You observe their arising, their dwelling, and their passing without judgment or engagement. Over time, through consistent practice, the mind gradually stops clinging so tenaciously to mental phenomena. The rigid identity you have constructed begins to soften, to dissolve, and a quiet wisdom begins to appear. This is the kind of wisdom that doesn't need to shout its presence or strive to prove its validity. It is the kind of wisdom that simply sees through illusion with effortless clarity. This doesn't mean you become passive or disengaged from life. On the contrary, it means you begin to act from clarity, from a place of deep understanding, not from reactivity or conditioned impulses. You learn to set healthy boundaries, not because you are angry, but because you clearly perceive the unskillful pattern and consciously choose peace over continued entanglement. You make choices not from a place of fear or scarcity, but from a profound alignment with truth, with what truly serves your highest good and the good of all. This, in essence, is the liberating power of emptiness. It doesn't erase you or diminish your existence. It refines you, stripping away the inessential layers of conditioning, allowing your authentic self to emerge. And as you deepen this profound understanding, life gradually begins to feel less heavy, less burdensome. You carry your personal history more lightly. You hold your emotions more kindly, with greater acceptance and spaciousness. You cease the endless pursuit of an elusive happiness and begin to naturally embody peace, because peace isn't something external you create or acquire. It is what inherently remains when false identities and illusory narratives fall away. The ego, that self preservation mechanism, will inevitably resist this process. It desperately wants something tangible to hold on to: a name, a defined role, a deeply ingrained wound, a story of victimhood or triumph. But you are not here to remain a mere collection of pain stories. You are here to be free. And emptiness is freedom. Not freedom from life's realities, but freedom into life fully awake, fully alive, completely unbound by the limitations of a fixed self. The teachings of emptiness are not exclusively for monks sequestered in remote monasteries. They are for you right here, right now, as you lie down with an open heart and a softening mind. Allow the old names, the self imposed labels, to fall away. Let the incessant inner noise lose its illusory meaning. You don't need to fix yourself, because fundamentally you are not broken. You only need to see clearly. You are not your thoughts. You are not your shame. You are not your history. You are the boundless awareness that sees all things rise and fall and does not cling. Rest there now in that unconditioned awareness. The world may continue to spin in its ceaseless motion. Thoughts may come and go like clouds across the skies, but you remain steady, quiet, and profoundly free. Let the profound silence show you what truly remains when you finally stop believing the insidious voice that says you are not enough. That voice was never truly you, and now it is time at last to let it go. Having embarked on the profound journey of unraveling the illusion of a solid self and embracing the liberating wisdom of emptiness, you've begun to perceive the world and your inner landscape through a remarkably different lens. The rigid layers of false stories, those self imposed narratives that once felt irrevocably real, are now perhaps starting to dissolve. Emotions that once seemed permanent, overwhelming, and deeply personal are increasingly being recognized for what they truly are: transient waves, gracefully rising and falling within the vast, boundless expanse of your awareness, much like clouds drifting across an infinite sky. This newfound spaciousness, this emergent clarity, is a monumental step towards inner freedom. However, even with this expansive perspective, and even as the grip of old patterns begins to loosen, a new, often unsettling question frequently emerges from the quiet depths of your being. It's a question that many instinctively avoid, a territory rarely explored in the pursuit of self improvement. What about the parts of myself I've rejected? The very existence of this question points to a deeper layer of inner work, a subtle resistance that often remains untouched by intellectual understanding or even initial meditative insights. These are the aspects of yourself that you have actively suppressed, the facets of your being you pretend don't exist. They are the fragments of your psyche that you have deemed unworthy, unlovable, or simply too uncomfortable to acknowledge. Despite your conscious efforts to push them away, to deny their reality, they stubbornly still live inside you. Don't they tucked away in the silent, often unacknowledged corners of your subconscious mind, buried deep within the somatic memory of your body, manifesting as chronic tension or unexplained discomfort, and meticulously avoided by the conscious mind, which steers clear of any thought or feeling that might hint at their presence? Yet they inevitably surface, often in subtle and disruptive ways demanding attention. They might appear as sudden, inexplicable bursts of anger that seem disproportionate to the immediate trigger, a primal rage bubbling up from an unknown source. They could manifest as a sadness that feels too deep, a pervasive melancholy that no logical explanation can account for, hinting at an ancient grief, or perhaps as a profound numbness that paradoxically shields you from it all, a protective mechanism that, in its attempt to prevent pain, also blocks access to joy and genuine connection. These are the hidden parts, the forgotten pieces of your inner life, collectively known as the shadow self, the aspects of you that were deemed unloved, unwanted, judged harshly, or profoundly misunderstood by yourself and by others. Think back to your formative years. Perhaps you were consistently told not to cry implicitly, learning that vulnerability was a weakness. Maybe you were punished for speaking up for yourself, instilling a fear of authentic self expression. Or perhaps your innate sensitivity was dismissed as weakness, leading you to harden your heart and suppress your empathy. Over time, in a misguided attempt to adapt to be accepted or to survive, you learned to systematically push these parts down, to disown them, to meticulously pretend they never existed within you. This act of disowning, while seemingly protective in the short term, actually fragments your being, creating internal divisions that drain your energy and foster a perpetual state of inner conflict. But here's the crucial insight: nothing inside you truly disappears. What you consciously or unconsciously bury will inevitably find another, often circuitous way to speak and assert its presence. It might subtly speak through persistent anxiety, a low grade hum of unease that constantly accompanies you. It might loudly speak through pervasive shame, a feeling that you are fundamentally flawed, even if you can't pinpoint a specific reason. Or it might manifest as a subtle yet persistent unease that follows you into every room you enter, every conversation you have, preventing you from ever fully relaxing or being truly present. These signals are not signs that something is inherently wrong with you or that you are irreparably broken. On the contrary, they are profound invitations to listen more deeply, to turn your attention inward with compassion and curiosity. They are the voice of your unacknowledged self, yearning for integration and wholeness. This is precisely where the transformative practice of Tonglen begins. Tonglen, a profound meditation practice from Tibetan Buddhism, is fundamentally not about fixing anything in the conventional sense, nor is it about superficially replacing negativity with positivity. Such approaches often bypass the root of suffering. Instead, Tonglen is a radical and courageous practice that asks you to go toward the very thing you've spent your entire life running from. It is a direct and fearless engagement with suffering, both your own and that of others, meeting it with the one thing it has never had enough of: boundless compassion. In most aspects of modern life, we are conditioned to instinctively avoid pain, to push it away, to numb ourselves to its presence, or to simply ignore it. We are taught to seek comfort and pleasure and to recoil from discomfort. Tonglen, however, turns that ingrained pattern upside down. It offers a revolutionary approach, asking you to courageously breathe in suffering, not as a form of self punishment or masochism, but as a profound act of courage and radical acceptance. And then on your outbreath, to breathe out healing relief and deep understanding to yourself and to all beings. It is considered one of the most direct, fearless, and profoundly transformative practices in all of Tibetan Buddhism, directly addressing the root of aversion and cultivating unbiased compassion. Here's a deeper look into how Tonglen works. You begin by finding a comfortable posture, allowing your body to soften and bringing your awareness to the present moment, anchoring yourself with your breath. Then you bring to mind a specific pain that you are experiencing. It might be a fresh wave of grief, a persistent fear, or a part of yourself that you still feel deeply ashamed of. Instead of instinctively turning away from this discomfort or attempting to suppress it, you consciously and courageously turn toward it. On your in-breath, you actively and intentionally breathe in the raw, full feeling of that pain. You don't resist its presence. You don't intellectualize or analyze it. You simply allow yourself to feel it fully, directly, and without judgment. The intention is not to suffer more, but to hold it consciously within the vast space of your awareness. And then on your outbreath, you consciously offer it love, warmth, and acceptance. You offer it expansive space, unconditional understanding, and the exact thing it was profoundly missing when it first formed, perhaps validation, kindness, or release. This is not mere imagination or wishful thinking. This is a profound alchemy of the heart. You are actively learning to transmute darkness into light, not by denying the darkness, but by courageously integrating it, by transforming your relationship to it. What makes Tonglen so incredibly powerful is that you are not attempting to push pain away or to eradicate it. Instead, you are fundamentally transforming your relationship to it. You are consciously choosing to become a vessel through which compassion flows, not just for yourself, but for the very places within you and within the world that need it most. The parts of yourself you have historically disowned or cast aside begin to feel truly seen, acknowledged, and welcomed. The inner child you silenced years ago begins to feel safe enough to emerge and heal. The deeply ingrained patterns that once seemed fixed and unyielding begin to loosen their rigid grip. At first, this practice may feel counterintuitive, even backwards. Breathing in suffering sounds like the absolute opposite of what we instinctively desire. But the undeniable truth is you have already been carrying that suffering. It has resided within you all along, often unconsciously. Tonglen simply brings it into the illuminating light of conscious awareness. It empowers you to stop fighting against what is already inside and to meet it with profound care and compassion instead. As your practice of Tonglen deepens and your capacity for compassionate engagement grows, you can gradually expand your focus beyond your individual pain. Begin by focusing on your own suffering, holding it with tenderness, but then consciously begin to connect it to others. If you are holding the pervasive ache of loneliness, recognize that millions of others across the globe are feeling the exact same way at this very moment. Then courageously breathe it in, all of it, the collective ache of humanity, the universal grief, the shared burden of suffering. And then on your outbreath, consciously breathe out peace, not just for yourself, but for everyone who suffers in the same way, for every being connected by this shared human experience. In doing so, you begin to feel deeply connected, not just to your own individual healing journey, but to the collective healing of the entire world. Tonglen in its essence dissolves the illusion of separation, the false belief that our suffering is isolated, unique, or purely personal. It powerfully demonstrates that your suffering is not private, not isolated, not something to hide in shame. It is shared. It is an intrinsic part of the human experience. And when you choose to breathe through it, to embrace it fully, rather than attempting to bypass or avoid it, you begin to feel a profound strength that is rooted not in rigid control or hardened defenses, but in an expansive softness. It is a strength that possesses the remarkable capacity to hold anything, even your darkest emotions, without breaking or collapsing. This practice serves as a profound mirror, reflecting back to you how you habitually treat your own inner life. When you instinctively flinch from discomfort, Tonglen gently shows you how to stay present. When you harshly judge yourself, Tonglen teaches you the art of forgiveness. When you feel utterly helpless in the face of suffering, Tonglen powerfully reminds you that boundless compassion is always within reach, an inexhaustible resource residing within your own heart. One of the most profoundly healing aspects of Tonglen is its unique ability to allow you to hold space for contradictions within yourself. You can simultaneously feel intense sadness and still actively offer kindness and understanding. You can experience raging anger and still consciously breathe love and acceptance into that very feeling. You can be consumed by fear and still consciously choose to remain open and vulnerable. This is not a form of emotional bypassing where uncomfortable feelings are suppressed or ignored. Instead, it is a radical act of embracing emotion with such profound honesty and acceptance that it naturally begins to shift and transform on its own without forced intervention. As you delve deeper into this practice, you may notice that certain long forgotten memories begin to rise to the surface. Moments when you felt intensely rejected, profoundly abandoned, or deeply humiliated. These surfacing memories are not distractions. They are doors, gateways to deeper healing. Courageously breathe them in. Allow yourself to gently touch that old lingering pain without collapsing into its overwhelming intensity. On the outbreath, offer your past self, that wounded younger version of you, what no one else could at that time: comfort, warmth, and unwavering presence. This precisely is how the shadow softens its grip, not by being exiled or disowned, but by being unconditionally welcomed and embraced. Tonglen also subtly yet powerfully reveals the intricate layers of your own resistance. You may notice an insistent voice within you that constantly says, I don't want to feel this, I can't handle this, or this is too much. That voice, too, is an integral part of your shadow self. It is not an enemy to be vanquished. Rather, it is a defense mechanism, a deeply ingrained pattern that developed perhaps in early life to protect you from overwhelming pain. But now, through this practice, you are demonstrating to yourself that you are capable of holding more. You can now courageously breathe with fear instead of automatically obeying its commands. You can gracefully sit with sorrow without sinking into despair. And over time, something truly beautiful and miraculous begins to happen. The parts of you that once felt deeply shameful, the aspects you diligently hid, gradually start to become sacred, not because they are ideal or desirable, but precisely because they have been met with unwavering compassion, tended to with gentle care, and finally deeply heard. In this expansive space of profound compassion, nothing needs to be fixed or altered. Instead, everything simply needs to be loved. Tonglen also meticulously sharpens your sensitivity, extending your compassionate awareness beyond yourself. You begin to instinctively notice subtle forms of pain and suffering in others. The quiet suffering hidden behind a friend's seemingly cheerful smile, the palpable tension residing in a stranger's body, the unspoken grief in a colleague's eyes. Instead of instinctively turning away from this discomfort, your heart, now softened by your own practice, naturally opens. You consciously breathe it in, not to carry their burden or absorb their pain, but to meet it with profound care and empathetic understanding. You begin to realize at a visceral level that compassion is not merely a fleeting feeling. It is a practice, a conscious choice, a profound skill that you can diligently develop and embody every single day. This practice also powerfully dissolves judgment. When you consciously breathe in the anger of someone else, you begin to intuitively see that beneath their outward aggression is often a deep-seated hurt. When you take in someone's defensiveness, you instinctively sense the underlying fear that fuels it. This does not imply that you excuse or condone harmful behavior. Rather, it means you cease hardening your heart in response. You choose to stay open, remaining receptive to the underlying humanity without becoming weak or enabling. Tonglen also systematically rewires your nervous system. It teaches you how to remain grounded and centered in the face of intense emotional experiences. Instead of reacting impulsively, you learn to respond with conscious awareness. Instead of bracing against discomfort, you learn to simply breathe through it. And this fundamental shift profoundly changes how you relate to your own thoughts, to your memories, and to your past experiences. The most profound healing often unfolds in silence, in the quiet, sacred moment when you finally stop fighting what is inside you and simply sit with it. Breathe it in, let it exist without judgment, and then courageously breathe out the love you once withheld from yourself and from others. This is not a fantasy or a theoretical concept. This is precisely how you become whole. You do not need to intellectually understand every single emotion to heal it. You just need to courageously stop turning away. Tonglen is that radical act of turning toward it, unequivocally says, I see you, I feel you, and I will not abandon you. Again and again, breath by breath, with unwavering commitment. Through this diligent practice, the shadow aspects of your being become less frightening because you no longer fear your own inherent darkness. You learn to meet it like an old, long-lost friend who has simply been patiently waiting for your recognition. And in that profound meeting, something truly transformative occurs, not just inside you, but subtly yet powerfully around you. The world feels softer, people feel closer, and the pain that once defined your entire existence begins to feel like just one part of a much larger, unfolding story. A story that is still being written, filled with infinite possibilities. Tonglen ultimately gives you back your inherent power, not through control, dominance, or force, but through the boundless wellspring of compassion. And that power does not shout, it does not coerce, it simply remains steady, kind, and willing to feel. Keep breathing. The parts of you that were once exiled, cast out from your conscious awareness, are listening now. They are ready to come home, ready to be reintegrated into the tapestry of your whole being. As you delve deeper into the practice of self compassion and integration, allowing the walls of inner resistance to soften and the fragmented parts of yourself to be embraced, a new profound awareness begins to dawn. You've met your shadow with tenderness, ceased your flight from emotional burdens, and learned to breathe light into suffering. But now another layer of understanding reveals itself, subtle yet profoundly influential, a force constantly shaping your life, moment by fleeting moment, your words. This isn't just about the words you utter aloud, the phrases that ripple through conversations and define your external interactions. This extends to the words no one else ever hears, the silent lexicon of your inner world. It's the language you whisper to yourself when no one is watching, the casual judgments you cast, the subtle cruelty you inflict upon your own being, and the pervasive inner dialogue you've grown accustomed to, even when its constant chatter inflicts pain. The way you speak to yourself, this intimate internal conversation, becomes the very air you breathe, the psychological atmosphere you inhabit. If that speech is harsh, laced with self condemnation or impatience, your entire inner world, and consequently your experience of the outer world, becomes harsh. If that internal monologue is poisoned by self hate, riddled with fear, or perpetually steeped in criticism, you unknowingly inhale that very poison every single day, its toxic essence permeating your consciousness without your conscious realization. Most people profoundly underestimate the immense power embedded within language, often viewing it merely as a utilitarian tool for communication. However, in Buddhism, speech is sacred. It's far more than just a means of conveying information or expressing thoughts. It is in essence karma in motion. Every word you articulate, whether spoken or thought, shapes the intricate landscape of your mind. Every sentence, every phrase, systematically reinforces a belief, solidifying a particular mental pathway. Speech carries the potent force of intention. It carves deep grooves in the heart, creating subtle yet lasting imprints. It actively constructs the very inner world in which you reside, determining its quality, its spaciousness, or its confinement. The Buddha, with profound insight, understood this deeply. That's precisely why right speech, samavaka, is not merely a suggestion or a minor ethical guideline. It stands as one of the 8 foundational pillars of the Noble Eightfold Path. It is an indispensable foundation, a prerequisite for genuine spiritual progress. For without purifying speech, both the explicit words we speak outwardly and the silent, often unconscious inner dialogue we engage in, no other spiritual practice can truly take root or fully blossom. The mind may diligently meditate, the body may sit in unwavering stillness, But if the mouth continues to speak harm, if the inner critic remains unchecked, the heart can never truly find profound rest or lasting peace. The dissonance between inner practice and external expression creates an energetic leak, undermining progress. To truly cleanse internal negativity, to purify this inner landscape, you must first cultivate the capacity to hear yourself clearly. This involves an honest and courageous self observation, not just of what you articulate to others, but of the far more intimate and influential way you speak to yourself, particularly in moments of perceived failure, when you feel afraid or when you believe yourself to be unworthy. In those vulnerable moments, how do you respond to yourself? Do you greet your imperfections with kindness and understanding, or do you relentlessly attack yourself with the sharpest, most cutting words? This self talk, this internal dialogue, invariably becomes a deeply ingrained habit, an almost automatic script that plays in the background of your consciousness. And if this script is perpetually filled with blame, shame, or harsh criticism, you inevitably begin living inside a suffocating narrative where nothing you do, nothing you are, is ever truly good enough, not even your very self. This is precisely where the practice of mindful speech truly begins. It commences with the profound act of listening, listening with an acute, discerning awareness to the automatic thoughts that inevitably surface when something goes wrong, when a challenge arises, or when a perceived imperfection comes to light. It involves meticulously noticing the very tone you employ with yourself. Is it gentle and encouraging, or is it accusatory and harsh? It requires an honest awareness of the repetitive phrases and self condemnations you utter without conscious thought, those ingrained patterns that have become almost invisible due to their constant presence. Every time you casually utter, "I always mess up," you are not merely stating a fact, you are actively planting a karmic seed, reinforcing a belief system that limits your potential. Every time you say, "I'm so stupid," you are powerfully reinforcing a mental pathway that makes it increasingly difficult for your mind to experience genuine peace or self acceptance. Mindfulness in this context profoundly teaches you that you are not obligated to believe these self condemning words. You are not even compelled to give them voice. You possess the inherent capacity to pause. In that brief moment of conscious awareness, you can feel the emotion rise, observe the thought, and then consciously choose silence over immediate reactive speech. You can deliberately replace judgment with curiosity, transforming self criticism into self inquiry, opening a doorway for understanding and growth. This practice is not about pretending that everything is perfectly fine when it isn't. It's about cultivating a profound honesty with yourself without resorting to self cruelty. There exists a crucial and often overlooked distinction between truth and violence. Telling yourself, "I need to work on this area," is a statement rooted in truth and constructive self assessment. It acknowledges a need for growth without condemnation. Conversely, telling yourself, "I'm a total failure," is an act of internal violence. The second approach, the self violent one, relentlessly creates and deepens inner wounds, perpetuating suffering. The first, the truthful and compassionate one, opens up expansive space for genuine growth, learning, and transformation. When you consciously begin to speak to yourself with profound care and kindness, something remarkable happens. Your entire inner world begins to soften. The constant internal conflict, subsides, your physical body instinctively relaxes, and your breath deepens, becoming more fluid and expansive. This is because the incessant internal war you've been fighting against yourself slowly, gradually begins to end. Mindful speech also extends beyond the inner dialogue to encompass the way you communicate about and to others. Practices like gossip, sarcasm, exaggeration, and harsh criticism may seem like minor transgressions or harmless social exchanges, but they possess a subtle yet powerful capacity to shape your energetic field. When you speak from a place of anger, even if you believe that anger is entirely justified, you are actively keeping that anger alive, perpetually feeding it and perpetuating its presence within your own being. When you mock or belittle others, even if it's intended as a joke, you are inadvertently dimming your own inner light, diminishing your capacity for genuine compassion and connection. Speech is never solely about the listener. It is always fundamentally a mirror. It vividly reflects what truly resides and thrives within your own heart, exposing your inner landscape for all to see, subtly shaping your own reality. Right speech, as explicitly defined in Buddhist texts, involves consciously avoiding four specific forms of harmful verbal communication: lying, divisive speech, harsh speech, and idle chatter. These are not presented as rigid dogmatic rules imposed by an external authority. Instead, they serve as profound guidelines for liberation pathways that, when diligently followed, systematically free the mind and heart from suffering. This is because each kind of harmful speech, by its very nature, generates specific forms of suffering, not just for the recipient, but primarily for the speaker. Lies create profound confusion. Not only do they sow seeds of distrust and uncertainty in the minds of others, but perhaps more insidiously, they fragment your own inner life. The more you engage in lying, even in seemingly small, inconsequential falsehoods, the more fragmented and disconnected your inner world becomes. You begin to lose touch with your authentic self, forgetting who you truly are beneath the masks and layers of deception. This internal fragmentation leads to anxiety and a sense of inauthenticity. Divisive speech actively breaks connections and severs relationships. When you speak in a manner that consciously pits people against each other, fostering discord and animosity, you fundamentally weaken the delicate fabric of trust that binds communities and relationships. Even if you feel entirely justified in the moment, believing you are right, what you are fundamentally building is separation. And ultimately, separation, whether external or internal, always leads back to loneliness and isolation, a profound sense of disconnection from the larger human family. Harsh speech is perhaps the most obvious and immediately impactful kind of harmful communication. It is the language that cuts deeply, the words that leave invisible yet profoundly painful bruises on the spirit. Even if you genuinely believe someone deserves it or that your harsh words are warranted, harsh speech is always, without exception, a direct reflection of your own inner unrest, your own agitated state of mind. It acts like gasoline poured onto a raging fire, escalating conflict and perpetuating negativity. It can never, by its very nature, bring genuine peace or lasting resolution. Idle chatter, while seemingly harmless and often dismissed as trivial, has a subtle yet significant impact. It relentlessly drains your mental and emotional energy. It keeps the mind in a perpetual state of restlessness, ceaselessly seeking external stimulation. It fills the very space where profound silence might have revealed something deeper, something more meaningful. Every time we speak without conscious awareness, without intention, we inadvertently scatter our precious attention, dispersing our mental energy in myriad directions. We drift further from the present moment, losing our anchor in reality. By diligently practicing mindful speech, you consciously begin to reverse these ingrained, unskillful patterns. You learn to speak more slowly, allowing space for reflection before articulation. You meticulously choose words that build and uplift rather than those that destroy or diminish. You consciously choose to say less, but what you do articulate carries significantly more weight, more intention, and more profound care. And this transformation in external speech, subtly but powerfully, begins to influence your inner speech, the incessant monologue that runs constantly in the background of your mind. Slowly, gently, but with unwavering certainty, you begin to catch yourself and consciously interrupt old patterns. You start to hear yourself say with compassion, "It's okay," when you make a mistake, replacing harsh self condemnation with acceptance. You begin to say, "I'm learning," instead of the familiar and debilitating, "I'm failing." You learn to intercept the old destructive patterns and consciously soften them. You systematically replace internal attack with profound understanding. And in diligently doing this, your mind gradually becomes a much kinder, more peaceful place to live. This profound change in your inner and outer speech doesn't happen overnight. Years, perhaps decades, of deeply ingrained self criticism and unskillful verbal habits cannot be erased with a single moment of mindfulness. However, every single time you consciously pause before speaking, creating a moment of space between impulse and articulation, you actively shift your direction, subtly changing the trajectory of your karmic stream. Every time you consciously choose a different word, one rooted in kindness, truth, or compassion, you are meticulously laying a new foundation, brick by ethical brick. One of the most helpful and effective ways to cultivate this heightened awareness of speech is through the profound practice of noble silence mauna. This is not merely the absence of external sound or forced quietude. It is a deliberate commitment to spend time each day not speaking, not to others, and crucially, not even to yourself through inner monologue. The intention is to allow the mind to gradually settle, to let the habitual, often chaotic inner voice gently grow quiet. In that profound stillness, something entirely different and infinitely more meaningful begins to appear: presence, a deep connection to the now, clarity, a clear, unclouded perception, and a deeper knowing that doesn't rely on words, concepts, or intellectual constructs. When you eventually return to speech after a period of noble silence, you do so with far greater care, precision, and intention. You feel the profound weight and impact of each word becoming more discerning. You cease wasting them on idle chatter or superficial exchanges. Another powerful and complementary technique for cultivating mindful speech is journaling. The act of writing down your thoughts, especially the ones you dare not speak aloud, helps you to vividly see the patterns of your inner dialogue more clearly. As you observe your words on paper, you might discover specific phrases or self condemnations you use repeatedly, particularly when you are upset or feeling vulnerable. When you see these patterns externalized on paper, you gain the opportunity to question them, to challenge their validity. You can then consciously rewrite the story, choosing a new, more compassionate, and truthful narrative for yourself. Compassionate speech also profoundly includes the wisdom of knowing when not to speak. Not every situation demands your opinion, your analysis, or your immediate input. Not every silence needs to be filled with noise. Speaking from ego, trying to prove a point to impress others, or to control a situation keeps you perpetually trapped in the confining identity of the self. Speaking from awareness, however, is fundamentally different. It is slower, more deliberate. It is cleaner, free from hidden agendas. It has less noise, less superfluous chatter. This profound shift in communication also transforms your relationships. When you consistently speak with kindness and sincerity, people instinctively feel safer and more open around you. When you truly listen deeply without interruption or judgment, people feel profoundly seen and heard. And when you finally cease speaking harm to yourself, when you dismantle the inner critic, you gradually stop expecting others to hurt you because your internal landscape has shifted. You subtly yet powerfully teach the world how to treat you by how you treat yourself. This practice of mindful speech is not about striving for an unattainable perfection. It is about cultivating profound honesty without resorting to self inflicted hurt. It is about being clear in your communication without becoming cold or detached. It is about actively using your voice, both inner and outer, to heal, not to harm. That crucially includes the voice inside your own head, the most intimate and influential voice of all. The karmic effect of speech is subtle but profound. Every word you utter or think either strengthens your suffering by reinforcing negative patterns or actively dissolves it by promoting clarity and compassion. There is no neutral ground. Every word carries energetic weight. When you engage in gossip, you subtly feel more disconnected from genuine connection. When you lie, even a white lie, you subtly feel more anxious and fragmented internally. When you speak with anger, you inevitably carry that anger with you, perpetuating its presence in your own system. But when you consciously choose to speak truthfully, kindly, and clearly, you plant powerful seeds of peace that bloom far beyond the immediate moment, creating ripple effects of harmony. You might not immediately perceive the profound effects of this practice, but over time your entire life will begin to shift. Your mind will grow quieter, more settled. Your body will feel safer, more relaxed. Your relationships will become more authentic, more real, built on foundations of trust and mutual respect. Because when your words consistently reflect clarity, intention, and compassion, your world in turn begins to reflect harmony and peace. Speech is not just expression, it is creation. And now that you comprehend this profound truth, you can no longer afford to speak carelessly. You are actively creating your reality with every single sentence, with every single thought. Therefore, speak as if the world is listening, because it is. Let your conscious speech become a potent force that cleanses you, releasing old energetic patterns. Let it lift you, elevating your consciousness. Let it become a sacred bridge, connecting the deepest wisdom of your heart with the vibrant tapestry of the world. No more violence, no more shame in your words, just profound truth spoken gently and lived fully. And when the old, unskillful voices return, as they inevitably will, you will possess the wisdom and the tools to meet them, not with fear, not with silent suppression, but with new words. Words consciously shaped by wisdom forged through diligent practice and imbued with present moment awareness. Keep speaking like that with intentionality and compassion, and watch everything in your life transform. Having meticulously refined your internal dialogue and cultivated a conscious awareness of your words, both spoken and unspoken, a profound inner transformation begins to take root. The voice that once relentlessly attacked you now hesitates, its cutting edges blunted by the consistent application of mindful self talk. The inner critic, once a dominant force, grows quieter, its incessant clamor gradually subsiding. You've witnessed firsthand how your words shape your internal world, how the language you use creates your reality, and how moments of intentional silence can mend what incessant noise could never reach. This deeper understanding of the power of speech is a significant milestone. Yet, even with this newfound clarity and the emerging quietude, there remains something even more foundational, something that resides beneath the surface of speech, beneath even your most subtle thoughts, waiting to be understood suffering. This isn't merely the transient pain of external events or unfortunate circumstances, but rather the more insidious and often self imposed pain of how we hold it, how we react to it, and how we stubbornly cling to it. It's the very essence of dukkha, the first noble truth in Buddhism, which permeates all existence. This subtle underlying ache often quietly fuels your restlessness and discontent, even when external circumstances appear remarkably calm and conducive to peace. Most people instinctively spend their entire lives in a desperate, often unconscious attempt to avoid suffering. They engage in relentless flight from discomfort, denying its presence, or skillfully distracting themselves through endless activities, consumption, or external pursuits. However, in Buddhism, suffering is viewed not as an enemy to be fled from, nor as a flaw to be eradicated. Instead, it is seen as a gateway, a profound opportunity for awakening and transformation. The first noble truth doesn't demand that you embrace suffering with joy, or even that you like it. Its primary injunction is simpler, yet far more profound. It asks you to recognize it. It implores you to look at suffering directly with an open heart and an unclouded mind. For until you consciously recognize suffering, until you acknowledge its presence and its subtle workings, it will continue to control your life from the shadows dictating your choices and perpetuating unconscious patterns. The Pali word dukkha is often superficially translated as suffering in English. However, its meaning is far richer and more expansive than mere pain. It refers to a pervasive sense of unease that runs through life itself, a subtle dissatisfaction, an inherent sense that something is perpetually off, incomplete, or unsatisfying. Even in moments of profound joy or apparent contentment, there often lingers a subtle tension, an underlying sense that this pleasant experience is fleeting, that it won't last, or that something essential is still missing. This inherent discomfort is not proof that life is fundamentally broken or that you are inherently flawed. Rather, it is a profound and consistent sign that clinging is happening, clinging to pleasant experiences, wanting things to stay the same, desperately wanting pain to disappear, or fiercely desiring control in a world that intrinsically moves on its own terms beyond our ultimate command. But here lies the radical turning point that Buddhist wisdom offers. Suffering can be profoundly transformed. It is not a dead end, but a fertile ground. It can be used not to harden your heart, to make you bitter or cynical, but to open you to a deeper reality. It can be used not to define you by your wounds, but to wake you up to your true nature and the interconnectedness of all things. This is the profound alchemy of suffering, the intricate process by which raw pain, when met with awareness and compassion, systematically becomes profound wisdom. It is the miraculous transformation where your deepest wounds, which once felt like sources of insurmountable shame, cease to be burdensome liabilities and begin to reveal themselves as intrinsic paths to awakening. This remarkable transformation begins the very moment you fundamentally shift your internal inquiry. It starts when you stop asking the self pitying question, "Why is this happening to me?" and begin asking the empowering question, "What can this teach me?" That subtle yet radical shift in questioning turns the entire experience inside out, reorienting your perspective from victimhood to profound self discovery. When confronted with this new inquiry, pain doesn't shrink away or diminish. On the contrary, it reveals itself with astonishing clarity. It begins to systematically show you its root causes, the habitual patterns of thought and action that perpetuated it, and the underlying grasping or attachment that led to the original wound. This process is not about self blame or self condemnation. It is instead about reclaiming the power to see clearly, the power to discern the intricate web of cause and effect, and thus the power to choose a different response. Profound wisdom does not emerge from the avoidance of difficulty or the perpetual pursuit of comfort. It emerges instead from meeting difficulty directly with unwavering attention, with radical honesty, and with an open, inquiring mind. Every single time you courageously sit with pain, every instance you allow yourself to feel it without numbing it through distraction or suppression, you learn something invaluable about your own deeply ingrained patterns, your hidden attachments, and your unconscious expectations. This is not mere theory, it is real time self awareness, a direct embodied knowing that possesses the profound capacity to fundamentally change your very neural wiring. Trauma, too, when approached with wisdom, becomes an integral part of this path of transformation. This is not about pretending it didn't happen or minimizing its profound weight and impact. Rather, it is about consciously choosing to relate to it differently. When trauma with its deep imprints is met with boundless compassion and insightful awareness, it gradually becomes less like a permanent trap that holds you captive and more like a detailed map that illuminates the path forward. It precisely shows you where the inner work truly lies, where the deepest healing yearns to happen, and where your attention is most needed. And if you have the courage to stay with it, not by morbidly reliving the traumatic event, but by witnessing its energetic residue with new eyes through the lens of detached awareness, it begins to shift slowly, gently, and profoundly. This is the process of reintegrating fragmented aspects of self, allowing the frozen energies of trauma to thaw and flow, leading to deep liberation. Suffering in its rawest form also serves as a powerful catalyst. It breaks the illusion of control. It brutally yet truthfully shows you what is inherently real and what is merely a mental construct. When everything you hold dear falls apart, when your carefully constructed world crumbles, the masks we wear in daily life inevitably drop. What remains is the irreducible essence of your being, what cannot be taken away, your innate capacity to feel, to learn, to adapt, and to love, even when it hurts beyond measure. That precisely is where Bodhi awakening begins not in a state of superficial comfort or perpetual ease, but in the crucible of clarity and profound understanding that arises from direct encounter with reality. Bodhi, meaning awakening or enlightenment, does not arise in spite of pain or suffering. It arises fundamentally because of its seeing suffering as the very material for liberation. This is precisely why the Buddha in his teachings did not present the removal of suffering as the immediate first step on the path to liberation. Instead, he systematically taught the understanding of it as the primary focus. Because when you truly see your pain, not just its superficial symptoms or external manifestations, but its profound core, its underlying causes, and its conditioned nature, you begin to see through it. You stop being consumed by it, losing yourself in its narrative. You recognize that suffering is not a random punishment inflicted upon you. It is a process. It is a dynamic process that systematically reveals what truly matters in life, that strips away all unnecessary distractions and superficial attachments, that relentlessly brings you back to the essence of the breath, to the sacredness of the present moment, and to the raw, unfiltered, vivid experience of simply being alive. And from that profound contact with truth, a deep inherent wisdom arises. The kind of wisdom that is not merely intellectual or conceptual, but deeply cellular. It lives in your relaxed posture, in your clear gaze, in the unwavering stillness of your compassionate presence. Turning suffering into wisdom requires the synergistic interplay of two vital qualities: awareness and compassion. Awareness is the clear, discerning light that enables you to see the suffering clearly without distortion or denial. Compassion is the boundless, embracing warmth that allows you to stay present with that suffering, to hold it gently without turning away or collapsing under its weight. Without awareness, pain can easily become ingrained as a permanent aspect of your identity, consuming your sense of self. Without compassion, awareness can become cold, sterile, and detached, lacking the warmth necessary for true healing. Together, awareness and compassion create the expansive, fertile space where profound healing and transformation naturally happen. This is also precisely where the ego begins its gradual process of dissolution, because the ego, with its inherent need for self-preservation, thrives on control, on certainty, and on a fabricated sense of superiority. Suffering in its undeniable reality profoundly humbles all of that. It systematically breaks the illusion that you are separate from others, that you are invulnerable, or that you are untouchable by the vicissitudes of life. And that breaking is not the end. It is paradoxically the opening, the creation of space for something new to emerge. The broken places, as Rumi beautifully articulated, are precisely where light enters. It is where you cease pretending to be perfect, where you stop endlessly reaching for an unattainable ideal of flawlessness, and instead courageously begin to become real, authentically human, with all your vulnerabilities and imperfections. And when you courageously become real, others instinctively feel safe enough to do the same, fostering genuine connection. Your profound healing, when approached with wisdom, inadvertently helps others in their own journeys, not by you attempting to fix them, but by simply showing them through your embodied presence that such profound transformation is truly possible. This profound transformation does not erase the memory of pain, nor does it make suffering magically disappear. Instead, it reframes it. You begin to see that the most painful parts of your life The experiences that once seemed utterly meaningless or destructive were not, in fact, empty of value. On the contrary, they were full of insight, a hidden wisdom buried deep beneath your ingrained resistance and pervasive fear. Every disappointment you faced showed you a hidden attachment, a subtle clinging. Every heartbreak you endured revealed a profound truth about love loss and vulnerability. Every loss you experienced taught you the profound truth of impermanence in a way no book or intellectual concept ever could. Some of life's most essential and transformative lessons can only be truly learned through the crucible of suffering, not because suffering is inherently noble or desirable, but precisely because it possesses the unique capacity to systematically remove the myriad distractions and illusions that keep you in a state of spiritual slumber. It forcefully wakes you up to the inherent fragility and preciousness of life, to the profound urgency of living fully in the present moment. And once you perceive that truth clearly with an unclouded gaze, your entire set of priorities fundamentally changes. What once seemed immensely important now feels empty or trivial. What you habitually ignored or took for granted now feels profoundly sacred and precious. You cease wasting your limited time on superficial pursuits. You speak more directly with greater authenticity. You feel more deeply with less fear. You learn to hold grief and gratitude simultaneously in the same breath because you have directly witnessed how swiftly things can fall apart, how quickly life can shift and transform. This is not a state of fear, but rather a state of profound awareness. And with this heightened awareness comes an exquisite tenderness for yourself, for others, and for every sentient being moving through their own invisible storm of suffering. This is precisely where profound compassion becomes instinctive. When you have personally suffered deeply, you spontaneously recognize that suffering in others, not with pity or condescension, but with profound understanding and empathy. You no longer feel the need to explain or justify their pain. You simply show up differently with a grounded, open presence. You become a safe space for others, not because you have miraculously solved every problem in your own life, but because you have learned the profound art of staying present with what hurts both within yourself and in others. This is the ultimate gift of suffering, transformed not superficial comfort, not an immediate sense of closure, but boundless openness. It is the cultivation of a heart that no longer needs to protect itself with rigid armor, a mind that no longer instinctively runs from what is uncomfortable or challenging, and a spirit that courageously meets life exactly as it is, not as it was supposed to be or as you wish it were. You consciously cease seeing yourself as inherently broken or damaged. Instead, you begin to perceive yourself as whole, precisely because of the totality of what you have lived through, the triumphs and the traumas. The cracks, the fissures, the imperfections didn't destroy you. Instead, they profoundly shaped you. They rendered you honest, humble, and truly awake. In this profound way, your suffering becomes sacred, not in a romanticized or idealized sense, but in a grounded, embodied way. It becomes an integral part of your unique story, but no longer the defining narrative. It becomes a profound part of your wisdom, but no longer your sole identity. And that wisdom radiates outward, subtly touching others without any deliberate effort. Because when you have truly transformed your own pain into profound understanding, your very presence becomes a living teaching. You become someone who does not flinch in the face of raw emotion, who can sit with profound grief without needing to fix it, or offer platitudes, who can gracefully hold space for uncertainty without grasping for a quick answer or false certainty. This kind of profound transformation is rarely dramatic or overtly theatrical. It is subtle, slow, and deeply internal. It unfolds in the quiet, unassuming moments, in the middle of the night, in the midst of a deep, conscious breath, in the profound stillness that follows a cascade of tears. There is no grand announcement, just a subtle yet undeniable shift, a gradual softening, and the emergence of a steady, unwavering light that was not consciously present before. To live in this way is not to actively seek suffering or pain. It is instead to consciously stop fearing it. It is to cultivate the deep inner knowing that when it inevitably comes, and it will as part of the human condition, you possess the intrinsic tools, the acquired perspective, and the inherent ability to stay present, to learn from it, and to grow through it. This is not spiritual bypassing, where uncomfortable feelings are suppressed under a veneer of positivity. It is instead the deepest form of integration, where every aspect of your experience is embraced and transformed. You carry your story with you, but it no longer carries you. You honor your wounds, acknowledging their impact, but they no longer define your entire being. You allow pain to move through you like water through a river, and in doing so, you move ever closer to profound truth, closer to Bodhi awakening, closer to a peace that cannot be taken away by external circumstances or internal turmoil. And it all begins when you cease asking the futile question, how can I get rid of this pain? And bravely begin asking, how can this pain awaken me? The path of transformation is undeniably not easy, but it is profoundly real. And the wisdom it bestows is not fragile or fleeting. It is unshakable, a deep inner resilience. You are already walking this path, word by word, breath by breath. Let it carry you deeper. Let it reveal to you who you truly are, beneath the pain, beneath the stories, beyond the suffering. Because what you find there is not more pain, it is boundless freedom. When suffering ceases to be an enemy and instead becomes a profound teacher, your perception of life fundamentally shifts. You no longer ask how to escape your experience. You begin asking what its true nature is, what it is made of. You no longer assume pain is purely personal. You begin wondering what exactly you've been calling me. When suffering ceases to be perceived as an adversary and instead transforms into a profound teacher, your entire perspective on life shifts dramatically. You no longer desperately ask how to escape your immediate experience, nor do you try to circumvent it. Instead, you begin to pose a far more fundamental and insightful question. What is this experience truly made of? What are its constituent parts? This inquiry marks a crucial turning point, moving from a reactive stance to one of deep investigation. Furthermore, you no longer automatically assume that pain is inherently personal, a unique affliction tied solely to me. You start to wonder with a nascent curiosity, what exactly have I been calling me all this time? This courageous questioning leads you directly to the root, to the fundamental structure that underlies every fleeting thought, every surging emotion, and every conditioned reaction you experience. This intricate, ever-changing structure is known in Buddhism as the five skandhas, or the five aggregates of clinging. They are not merely abstract philosophical ideas or complex theoretical constructs to be intellectually debated. Rather, they are the very building blocks of your moment to moment reality, the foundational components that create the experience of self and world. If you've ever felt inextricably stuck in the suffocating grip of anger, drowning in the overwhelming currents of sadness, or perpetually trapped in the debilitating prison of self doubt, it is within these five aggregates that those experiences take shape, solidify, and gain their illusory power. They are the intricate weave that creates the illusion of a solid, separate self, the self that seemingly suffers the self that tenaciously clings, and the self that harbors fears. And here lies the profoundly liberating news: what is meticulously constructed, no matter how solid it appears, can ultimately be deconstructed, understood, and thereby seen through, leading to ultimate freedom. Let's delve into each of these five skandhas with greater detail and depth, exploring their subtle yet profound influence on our perception of self and reality. The first aggregate is form rupa. This encompasses your physical body, your five senses: sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, and the entire physical world around you that is perceived through these senses. It's the tangible reality, what you see with your eyes, hear with your ears, touch with your skin, taste with your tongue, and smell with your nose. But its scope is not limited to the external environment. It intimately includes your own flesh and bones, the intricate network of your skin and nerves, the subtle movements of your breath, and the very posture you hold. Most people almost instinctively take this aggregate of form to be their fundamental self. They identify deeply with my face, my voice, my pain, my appearance. The body becomes the primary locus of identity, the container of their existence. However, a closer mindful observation reveals a startling truth: the body is in a state of constant, ceaseless change every single moment. Cells die and are reborn, skin wrinkles and stretches, energy levels ebb and flow. If the body is perpetually shifting, decaying, and renewing, can it truly be the unchanging fixed essence of who you are? The mind tends to attach to form very tightly, especially when experiencing pain. A chronic sore back, a racing heart filled with anxiety, a heavy chest laden with grief. These powerful physical sensations can intensely feel like identity itself, as if I am this pain. But when you examine them closely with the discerning eye of mindfulness, they dissolve into pure sensation, mere vibration, transient signals. You begin to see that the body is not an adversary, nor is it the core immutable essence of you. It is rather a condition, a vehicle for experience, a temporary dwelling, not a permanent prison. This realization frees us from the tyranny of physical discomfort and attachment to external appearance. The second aggregate is feeling Vedana. In Buddhist terms, this does not refer to complex emotions like anger or joy, which are more intricate mental formations. Instead, it refers to the raw, immediate, and elemental experience of a feeling tone, either pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Every single moment of contact between a sense organ, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind, and an object, a sight, a sound, an odor, a taste, a touch, a thought, immediately gives rise to one of these three feeling tones. This occurs prior to any conceptual thought or judgment. For example, you touch something warm, pleasant. You hear a harsh, jarring sound, unpleasant. You sit quietly and feel nothing particularly strong, neutral. This feeling tone is often subtle, almost imperceptible, yet it drives so much of our unconscious behavior. When we encounter a pleasant feeling, we instinctively desire more of it, clinging to it. When an unpleasant feeling arises, we automatically push it away, resisting it. And when a neutral feeling is present, we often ignore it, seeking something more stimulating. This relentless cycle of clinging aversion and ignorance runs beneath our conscious awareness throughout the entire day, subtly dictating our choices and reactions. But once you begin to perceive it, once you bring mindfulness to this subtle level of experience, you gain the profound ability to pause. Instead of automatically reacting to the feeling tone, you can simply feel the tone without clinging. You don't chase pleasant sensations, nor do you stubbornly resist discomfort. You learn to meet each feeling pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral with clarity and acceptance rather than compulsive reaction. This breaks the automatic chain of craving and aversion, offering immense freedom. Then comes the third aggregate perception, samjna. This is the intricate mental process of recognizing and labeling what we experience. You see a particular shape and immediately name it as a tree. You hear a specific tone and classify it as music. Perception takes raw sensory data and organizes it, giving it meaning, categorizing it, and allowing us to navigate the world. However, while essential for functioning, this process also limits our experience, because once something is labeled and categorized by the mind, our mind often stops truly seeing it clearly in its fresh, unfiltered reality. It becomes fixed in a preconceived meaning colored by past experiences and projections. That face instantly becomes my enemy. That voice becomes my critic. That subtle look becomes rejection. Perception in its conditioned form transforms fleeting events and dynamic processes into solid, fixed identities. And these rigid identities, once formed, invariably become burdens. If you misperceive someone's silence as judgment, your entire emotional state shifts, plunging you into anxiety or defensiveness, even if their silence had no such intention. But if you recognize perception as just another fluid conditioned process, not an infallible truth, you can loosen its powerful hold. You can then ask with discernment, is this what's really happening, or is this just a mental habit of perception? This doesn't eradicate perception. It makes it flexible, adaptable, and less prone to distortion. It prevents perception from becoming a psychological cage, trapping you in a self-made reality. The fourth aggregate is volition samskara, also frequently referred to as mental formations or karmic formations. This aggregate is incredibly complex and deeply rooted in our conditioning. It encompasses all our intentions, deeply ingrained habits, conscious and unconscious desires, subtle judgments, and automatic reactions. It is the very momentum of your karma playing out within the intricate landscape of your mind. Volition includes all the subtle pushes and pulls that motivate and move you often without conscious awareness, like the urge to speak impulsively, the subtle drive to please others, or the deep-seated fear of failure. Most of what we conventionally refer to as personality or character fundamentally resides here, and a vast majority of it operates on an automatic unconscious level. You feel triggered by a comment and instantly snap back with a harsh word. You feel hurt by an interaction and automatically retreat into isolation. However, when you begin to observe volition directly with a non-judgmental and discerning awareness, you start to systematically see its intricate mechanics. You begin to notice how every single reaction, every impulse is meticulously shaped by past conditions, by deeply ingrained habits formed over countless experiences. And that profound realization that your reactions are not random, but conditioned, creates a crucial space. In that space, a profound sense of freedom begins to emerge. Volition is not destiny. It is not an unchangeable fate. It possesses the inherent capacity to be reshaped, to be consciously transformed, but only if you see it clearly without self deception. Only if you cease identifying with every single impulse or reaction as an intrinsic part of me. You are not your reactivity. You are the boundless awareness that serenely sees it. When that realization becomes deeply felt and embodied, even long standing, seemingly intractable patterns of behavior and thought begin to shift and loosen their grip. The final aggregate is consciousness vijnana. It's important to clarify that this is not ultimate boundless awareness, which is often seen as transcending the aggregates, but rather momentary knowing of an object through a specific sense base. It is the faculty of knowing, distinguishing, and being aware. There is eye consciousness when seeing an object, ear consciousness when hearing a sound, nose consciousness when smelling an odor, tongue consciousness when tasting, body consciousness when touching, and mind consciousness when thinking or being aware of mental objects. It is the continuous stream of knowing that flows without pause, processing sensory and mental data. However, this consciousness is inherently dependent on conditions. Without an object to be known, there is no knowing. Without a specific sense base like the eye or ear, there is no contact. Therefore, consciousness, like all other aggregates, is also empty of inherent self. It arises and passes away countless times each second, a continuous flow, not a fixed entity. And yet we tenaciously cling to it. We mistakenly take this fleeting stream of knowing as undeniable proof of a solid, independent inner observer, a fixed thinker, or a singular doer. But that solid inherent I or self is nowhere to be found when subjected to rigorous, mindful inquiry. There is simply knowing without an owner, awareness without a core consciousness, without a fixed permanent entity that possesses it. It is an impersonal process, not a personal possession. When you meticulously examine and then conceptually put these five aggregates together, form, feeling, perception, volition, consciousness, they interdependently create the compelling illusion of a solid, separate self, a me with a distinct past and a predetermined future, a me that gets hurt and therefore perpetually needs protecting. This perceived solid self becomes the anchor for our suffering. But when you systematically take them apart, dissecting each one with mindful observation and look deeply into their nature, that seemingly solid self begins to dissolve. It doesn't vanish into nothingness, but its illusory solidity gives way to its true nature as a dynamic, interconnected process. There is still experience, there is still memory, and a functional identity for navigating the world. And yes, there is still pain, but there is no longer a fixed, unchanging center around which it all revolves, no permanent I to defend or cling to. This profound insight doesn't make you disappear from existence. On the contrary, it makes you free. Because if there is no fixed permanent self to defend, then there is truly nothing to defend, no fragile ego to perpetually protect, no rigid story that has to remain perfectly intact or unblemished. You gain the capacity to be more fluid, more present, more responsive to the ever changing flow of life. This newfound freedom is not because you have added anything new to yourself, but precisely because you have stopped clinging to what was never truly there in the first place, the illusion of a fixed, separate self. The five aggregates are not merely abstract philosophy to be discussed in academic circles. They are a profound and living practice. You can actively explore them every single time you sit in meditation, every instance you feel triggered by an external event or an internal thought, every moment you feel overwhelmed by the complexities of life. When a wave of sadness arises instead of being consumed by it, ask yourself, what's the form of this sadness? Where exactly is it located in my body? Is it a tightness in the chest? A lump in the throat? What's the feeling tone associated with this? Is it pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral? Almost certainly unpleasant. What perception is shaping this sadness? Am I labeling it as my inevitable doom or a reflection of my unworthiness? What mental formation volition is pushing this sadness? Is it the urge to withdraw, to ruminate, or to self pity? What consciousness is aware of it? Is it just the knowing of sadness? Each layer you peel back, each question you ask, with genuine curiosity, reveals more about the conditioned nature of your experience. Each question takes you closer to the fundamental root of suffering. And that root always is clinging, clinging to fleeting sensation, clinging to a fixed identity, clinging to the illusion of permanence in a world that by its very nature never stays still. Letting go in this profound context doesn't mean abandoning or dissociating from experience. It means meeting it fully, allowing it to unfold with complete presence, and then without attachment releasing it. When you begin to live with this deep understanding of the aggregates, everything in your life begins to shift, subtly yet profoundly. You still feel emotions deeply, but you don't hold on to them with a death grip. You still experience pain as it's an inherent part of the human condition, but you don't become it, allowing it to define your entire being. You still walk through the world, engaging with its myriad phenomena, but without the constant exhausting weight of self concern, without the incessant need to protect a fragile, illusory self. This is not numbness or apathy. It is profound intimacy without attachment, a deep engagement with life without the burden of clinging. It is clarity without tension, a relaxed awareness that embraces all. Even conflict transforms when viewed through the lens of the five skandhas. Someone criticizes you, and you immediately notice the reactive surge rising within you. You feel the body instinctively tighten, the unpleasant feeling tone, the activation of old perceptions. E.g., they always judge me, the habitual mental formations. E.g., the urge to defend or attack. But as you see this entire process unfolding, the aggregates in dynamic play, and in that very seeing, the ego softens. The desperate need to defend or retaliate dissolves. You learn to respond from presence, from a place of conscious awareness, rather than from a pre-programmed conditioned pattern. This ultimately is how suffering ends, not by escaping it or by denying its existence, but by seeing through it, by understanding its conditioned, impersonal, and impermanent nature. The five skandhas do not magically remove pain from your life. Instead, they profoundly show you that pain is not personal. It arises from conditions, not an inherent flaw in me. They demonstrate that it arises from conditions, a web of causes and effects. And crucially, they reveal that it passes when the conditions change, when the fuel for clinging is removed. This insight is not cold or detached. It is profoundly liberating. It empowers you to love without fear of loss, to feel emotions deeply without drowning in their intensity, and to live fully without needing everything to go your way or adhere to your rigid plans. The ego, with its inherent need for validation and protection, desperately wants to be special, to be right, to be invulnerable. And every single time life contradicts these desires, the ego suffers immensely. But when the ego is clearly seen for what it truly is, a mere bundle of changing aggregates, a dynamic process of identification, it no longer has to be taken so seriously. You stop feeding it with every fleeting thought, every self important rumination. You stop desperately defending it with every word you utter. And slowly, gradually, the vast space it once obsessively occupied is filled with profound peace. This is not detachment from life. It is full engagement without the heavy burden of me. It's feeling every emotion, touching every moment, but crucially, without adding the extra unnecessary layer of clinging or personal identification. It's doing what needs to be done with clarity and skill, not for egoic gain or self aggrandizement. That kind of profound clarity is rare in our conditioned world, but it is entirely possible. And it begins with a deep embodied awareness of what you are made of, not as a solid, permanent soul, not as a fixed, unchanging self, but as a dynamic, interconnected flow of aggregates. In that fluid flow, everything becomes lighter. The heavy grip of the past loses its power. The uncertain future becomes less frightening as you learn to trust that unfolding process. The present moment, in all its richness, opens like a boundless door. You begin to trust your direct experience, not because it's always pleasant or comfortable, but because you know at a fundamental level how to meet it without running, without resisting, and without turning it into a burdensome story of my suffering. The five skandhas do not eliminate the inherent challenges of the human condition, but they powerfully dissolve the illusion that suffering is personal, permanent, or necessary. They reveal to you that the self you've been so diligently defending and striving to protect is in reality a collection of interdependent processes. And those processes, when seen clearly through the lens of wisdom, systematically lose their power to bind you to endless cycles of suffering. Keep looking, keep asking with a genuine spirit of inquiry. What is this made of? What is really happening in this moment? Every honest answer, every layer you peel back, brings you closer to ultimate freedom. Every insight gained reveals more profound truth, not in abstract theory, but in deeply felt embodied experience. And in that living truth, the desperate need to fight life to control it or to resist its natural flow completely disappears, because you finally see with unwavering clarity that there is truly nothing to protect, nothing to prove, just this continuous, vibrant, unfolding moment, simultaneously empty of self, yet full of peace. As you surrender more deeply to the profound wisdom of impermanence, recognizing the fluid, ever changing nature of all phenomena, something profound and subtle begins to soften within you. You gradually cease your futile attempts to rigidly trap life within fixed containers, and you let go of the rigid expectation of permanence where none exists. You've begun to viscerally understand that clinging is not a pathway to safety, and conversely, that letting go is not a loss, but rather an alignment with the natural, ceaseless flow of everything. This understanding allows for a profound liberation from anxiety and resistance. However, even with all the clarity gained from embracing transitions and deconstructing the illusion of self, a persistent, often subtle question can still arise in the quietude that follows such release. What do you live for if everything is always moving? What provides shape and direction to your path when you no longer chase fleeting security or grasp at fixed identities? This is a deeply existential inquiry, one that often surfaces when the old anchors of conventional desire begin to dissolve. And even with this heightened clarity, you may still notice something subtly lingering beneath the surface of your conscious awareness, an energetic heaviness, a persistent resonance of past conditioning. It's not merely a conscious mental thought or an identifiable emotional tension. It's a deeper, almost vibrational quality that feels lodged within the subtle energy body beyond simple explanation or rational analysis. This is where the limitations of intellectual understanding become apparent, signaling a need to delve into realms beyond discursive thought. This subtle, persistent inner noise, this residual energetic imprint, often points to the tireless work of the subconscious mind. This hidden realm of your psyche doesn't respond to logical reasoning in the same way the conscious mind does. It doesn't communicate in coherent full sentences or rational arguments. Instead, it reveals itself through a rich tapestry of symbols, raw sensations, and fleeting shadows. And it communicates most clearly, most vividly, and often most powerfully in dreams. The subconscious mind is never truly silent. It is perpetually active, a tireless engine running beneath the surface of our waking awareness. It diligently carries the vast archives of forgotten memories, meticulously stores conditioned reactions, and relentlessly replays old stories and unresolved conflicts that the conscious mind has long since forgotten or suppressed. This is precisely where some of your deepest, most ingrained habits reside, those automatic responses and patterns of behavior that operate outside of conscious control. This is why certain fears seem to emerge inexplicably, as if from nowhere, or why some emotions feel so utterly automatic and overwhelming, bypassing any rational thought. They have already taken shape, been deeply imprinted, and often rehearsed in the hidden theater of your sleep. Consider this: you spend approximately one-third of your entire life immersed in this hidden, often unexplored world of dreams. And yet, for most people, this vast inner landscape remains largely unexamined, its profound potential untapped. But in the rich tradition of Buddhist dream yoga, this forgotten realm of the subconscious transforms into a sacred space for awakening. Dream yoga is not primarily about controlling your dreams, imposing your will on their narratives. Instead, its core purpose is to utilize the dream state as a profound tool to understand your mind more deeply. It serves as a laboratory for inner observation, allowing you to clearly see how your mind spontaneously creates fear, how it tenaciously clings to illusory identities, and how it intricately weaves the fabric of delusion. In the waking world, you possess the capacity to observe thoughts and emotions as they arise, often maintaining a degree of detachment. But in the dream state, those very same thoughts and emotions become your entire reality. They are the substance of your world. You don't just feel fear, you become the fear running from a perceived monster. You don't just experience desire, you become the desire chasing an elusive object of longing. You might run from danger or pursue illusory goals without any conscious awareness that it is all a projection of your own mind, a self generated drama. Learning to wake up inside the dream, lucid dreaming powerfully, reveals just how much your mind, through its conditioning, inherently shapes your entire subjective experience of reality. This direct experience in the dream state profoundly underscores the illusory nature of waking reality, breaking down the perceived solidity of phenomena. In Buddhist tradition, dreams are not dismissed as random neurological firings or meaningless jumbles of images. They are considered profound reflections of your mental and karmic patterns. When something remains unresolved in your waking life, when guilt, anger, grief, or fear have not been fully processed, acknowledged, or released, they frequently manifest themselves in your dreams at night. However, most people either forget their dreams upon waking or simply dismiss them as irrelevant, losing a valuable opportunity for insight. Dream yoga deliberately reverses that habit. It consciously transforms the dream state into a fertile ground for learning, healing, and release, making every night a potential spiritual retreat. Lucid dreaming forms the foundational skill upon which dream yoga is built. This is the remarkable ability to recognize that you are dreaming while the dream is still happening. It begins with the cultivation of heightened awareness during your waking hours. Small, consistent habits throughout the day meticulously help build this awareness. Regularly asking yourself, am I dreaming right now? Or is this real? While engaging in daily activities. Observing your surroundings with meticulous attention, noticing minute details, and questioning their solidity. These very habits, when diligently practiced during the day, subtly but powerfully carry over into sleep. One night you might pose the same question in a dream, and suddenly something profoundly clicks. You realize that the laws of the dream world gravity time logic are subtly or dramatically different from waking reality. And in that recognition, you become aware not just physically in your body, but consciously within your dream mind. However, mere awareness or lucidity alone is not the ultimate goal in Buddhist dream yoga. Lucidity is only the beginning, the crucial entry point. The deeper transformative work unfolds when you bring the very same mindfulness and non clinging awareness that you cultivate in meditation into the dream itself. Instead of attempting to control the dream's narrative or manipulate its characters, you observe it with curiosity and non judgment. You explore it with an open, inquiring mind, allowing whatever arises within the dreamscape to teach you something profound about your own mind. If fear suddenly manifests as a monstrous figure, you don't instinctively run or fight. You meet it with awareness, recognizing it as a projection of your own mind. If a past painful event vividly replays itself in the dream, you consciously choose to stay present, observing the emotions and sensations without being drawn into their narrative. You recognize that this, too, is merely a projection of the mind, a temporary appearance, just like every fleeting emotion in waking life. This practice vividly reveals how your reactions, both in dreams and in waking life, are deeply conditioned. You may wake up from a dream in tears, even though nothing truly happened in external reality. Your body responds with physiological sensations, your heart races, and the pain feels undeniably real. But the profound insight is that it was all thought, all appearance, all a creation of the mind. In seeing this clearly, you begin to understand how your waking mind does precisely the same thing. It creates elaborate stories, believes them implicitly, reacts powerfully to them, and consequently suffers. Dream yoga is not separate from meditation. It is, in essence, meditation continued into sleep. To effectively prepare for dream yoga, you begin by diligently strengthening your daily awareness practices. This involves practicing mindfulness in the simplest moments of your day, watching how your mind naturally drifts from one thought to another, how it instinctively grabs at certain thoughts and resists others, how it constantly creates meaning and narrative from raw experience. You meticulously observe these mental habits during your waking hours so that you can consciously recognize them when they manifest in your dreams at night. You also cultivate the habit of keeping a dream journal, not necessarily to analyze your dreams through a psychological lens, but primarily to remember them, to develop respect and familiarity for this other often overlooked realm of experience. The more you remember your dreams, the more you begin to perceive the recurring patterns, the persistent themes, and the unresolved stories that your subconscious is actively processing. This practice is not about transforming dreams into something overly dramatic or interpretative. It's about systematically deepening your sensitivity, seeing how fear manifests in myriad symbolic forms, how desire disguises itself, and how shame expresses itself through metaphor and archetype. You don't need to fix anything within the dream. You only need to witness it with detached awareness. And that very act of witnessing in itself is transformation. As you diligently build this practice, you may notice that certain dreams feel more vivid, more charged with emotional significance. These are often profound opportunities for deeper insight. If you become lucid in one of these particularly vivid dreams, you can consciously practice staying with the emotion that arises, whether it's fear, anger, or sadness. The goal is not to change the dream's content, but to be fully present within it, observing its raw texture. If fear arises, you don't fight it or attempt to run within the dream. You breathe through it, remembering that this is a teaching moment, not just symbolically, but directly connected to how you relate to fear in your waking life. Dream yoga also effectively incorporates visualization practices before sleep. This includes recalling the events of your day, consciously releasing any regrets or unresolved tensions, forgiving yourself for any perceived missteps, and setting a clear, unwavering intention to stay aware and present during sleep. This gentle, intentional preparation helps to soften the mind, making it more pliable and receptive to heightened clarity during the dream state. Over time, you gradually learn to fall asleep with mindfulness, not clinging to the last thought of the day, but resting in a spacious, open awareness. This is the critical threshold between waking and dreaming. And when that cultivated awareness successfully carries through this threshold, you begin to wake up inside the mind's deepest, most unconscious spaces. This profound awareness cultivated through dream yoga doesn't make you cold or detached from life. On the contrary, it makes you incredibly free. Because when you've meticulously trained yourself to recognize illusion projection and conditioned patterns in the malleable landscape of your dreams, you spontaneously begin to see illusion in your daily waking life with remarkable clarity. You start to recognize how much you instinctively assume, how much you unconsciously fabricate, and how much of your suffering is created simply by believing every thought and every appearance the mind presents as absolute reality. And in that very recognition, that moment of clear seeing, there is profound release. One of the most powerful aspects of dream yoga is its capacity to vividly reveal your hidden conditioning. Old wounds that you intellectually believed were long healed may resurface in the dream state, presenting themselves for final resolution. But now you possess the tools, the wisdom, and the inner strength to meet them. You know how to stay present, how to observe with non judgment. You no longer fear these old feelings precisely because you have faced them directly in the raw, honest space of the dream. And that courageous facing instills profound confidence in your capacity to handle any inner experience. Even death, in the Buddhist view, is intrinsically connected to the dream state. The bardo, the transitional state after physical death, is said to be profoundly dreamlike. The mind, unconstrained by the physical body, continues to project realities from its deep seated habits and karmic imprints. Learning to stay awake, lucid, and aware in your dreams is therefore seen as an invaluable preparation for the bardo state after death. It teaches you to maintain conscious awareness, to choose with wisdom, and to avoid being pulled into fear or clinging during that critical transition. The way you learn to meet your dreams becomes a powerful training for how you will meet death, and by extension, how you meet every moment of profound change and transition in your life. But dream yoga is not solely about preparation for death. It is a profound path to liberation here and now, because the profound insights and skills you gain in the dream state do not remain confined there. They seamlessly carry into the way you speak, the way you feel emotions, and the way you relate to yourself and others in your waking life. You begin to let go more easily, to respond to challenges with less fear and more spaciousness. You literally begin to wake up, not just from nightly sleep, but in the very midst of your daily life, experiencing reality with heightened clarity and presence. This is not about escaping the world or its challenges. It's about profoundly understanding it, seeing how the mind meticulously shapes experience, and how perception filters every single interaction. When you truly know that down to your bones, nothing can hold you captive in the same way, not anger, not grief, not judgment, because you have directly witnessed those very things arise and dissolve, both in dreams and in waking reality. You have seen them for what they truly are: impermanent conditioned phenomena. You cannot fake this kind of profound insight. It must be lived and directly experienced. And that is precisely why dream yoga is so profoundly important, because it provides you with another vast field of practice, an entire other world in which to train your awareness. You don't have to wait for ideal conditions or perfect circumstances to practice. Every single night, you are presented with another chance to see clearly, to awaken. The most insightful teachers often emphasize what truly matters is not what appears in the dream, but how you relate to it. The terrifying monster is not the problem, it is your reactive fear. The captivating beauty is not the problem, it is your clinging attachment. The dream story itself is not the prison, it is your unwavering belief in its absolute reality. Every dream is a mirror reflecting your inner landscape. Every dream is a lesson offering profound insights. When you become still enough, aware enough to truly see this, you naturally stop trying to control the dream. You stop trying to escape from its content. You open to everything that arises within it with the same open heart, the heart of awareness. And that boundless heart does not judge, it does not run, it simply knows with an unwavering clarity. Let the dream world become an integral part of your spiritual practice. Let it teach you. Let it show you where your fear still lives, where your heart still closes in self protection. Not so you can feel ashamed, but so you can open more fully to those unacknowledged parts. Every night becomes an invitation, every dream becomes a doorway to deeper self understanding. You are not limited to your waking consciousness. You are not confined by the boundaries of logic. You are in truth a vast field of awareness, and that boundless awareness extends far beyond what you have been taught to call real or material. Train in it, trust it, let it carry you deeper into the profound truth of your being, because the truth is not bound by the sun's rising or the clock's ticking. The truth follows you even in sleep. And now you are learning to consciously follow it back, bringing awareness to every subtle realm of your experience. As you begin to awaken within the subtle realms of your dreams, and as you start to perceive how profoundly much of your waking life is shaped by unconscious habit and ingrained conditioning, something truly unexpected often rises to the surface of your awareness. It's not merely the familiar patterns of your own personal history, nor simply the echoes of your individual inner voice. Instead, it is something far older, something more expansive, a pervasive heaviness that didn't originate with you. It manifests as a reactive pattern that doesn't quite match your personal life story, a sadness, or a fear that seems to belong somehow to someone else. These deeply embedded, often hidden traces do not always come from your individual life experience. They are instead subtly yet powerfully carried in your blood, within your deep cellular memory, and often interwoven with your very name, resonating through generations. In Buddhism, this isn't dismissed as mere superstition, it's understood as lineage karma. You inherit far more than just genetic predispositions from your ancestors. You subtly yet profoundly inherit habits of thought, deeply ingrained emotional responses, pervasive patterns of fear, complex coping mechanisms, and often internalized beliefs that have been passed down through countless generations. These are the unseen threads that intricately influence your reactions, your choices, and your emotional landscape, often long before you even consciously know why you feel or act a certain way. Sometimes, the inexplicable tightness in your chest, the pervasive hesitation in your choices, or the unearned shame you can't trace to any clear personal memory, all these subtle cues often point to something older, something ancestral. These aren't solely your individual burdens. They are the echoes of what came before you, reverberating through time seeking resolution. Buddhist teachings do not view this lineage karma as a curse or an inescapable destiny. On the contrary, it is seen as a profound opportunity. The pain that reaches you through your lineage, the unresolved energetic residue from your ancestors, is not asking to be ignored or suppressed. It is instead asking to be healed, and not just for your individual sake, but for the liberation of all those who came before you and all those who will come after you. You become a pivotal point in the ancestral stream, a conscious vessel for transformation. Rituals in both Tibetan and Zen traditions offer a profound and deeply embodied response to this inherited weight. They do not attempt to erase the past, for that would be an act of denial. Instead, they honor it by acknowledging its existence and its impact. They give concrete form to what's been forgotten or suppressed, the unspoken grief, the unexpressed love, the unresolved conflicts. They meticulously create a sacred space where grief, gratitude, and conscious release can harmoniously coexist. These rituals are not theoretical constructs to be intellectually debated. They are living, breathing practices. They are enacted through breath sacred chant, fragrant incense, purifying water, transformative fire, and grounding earth. They bridge the gap between the intangible and the tangible, bringing the unseen into something you can physically touch, visually perceive, and deeply feel, thereby facilitating a visceral release. In Tibetan Buddhism, one of the most powerful and widely practiced rituals for releasing deep-seated karmic burdens, especially those accumulated through lineage, is the Sur offering. This profound ritual involves the ceremonial burning of fragrant substances, typically roasted barley flour, tsampa butter, and other blessed ingredients, often combined with the resonant recitation of mantras. The subtle purifying scent of this offering is directed towards beings in all realms of existence, including ancestors, wandering spirits, and those who remain stuck in states of karmic confusion, unable to move forward. The offering is not merely a physical act, it is deeply emotional, mental, and energetic. You offer it from the pure expanse of your heart with boundless generosity. You consciously acknowledge what was unresolved, what remained unspoken, or what was unloved in the past. You intentionally communicate to the past, both personal and ancestral, I see you. I honor your pain, your struggles, and your unresolved issues. And now I consciously choose not to carry it further. I choose to be a conduit for its release. The Sur offering therefore becomes a powerful bridge between worlds, a sacred moment where the present consciously touches the past with heightened awareness and profound compassion. It is a point where accumulated karma, instead of being blindly passed on through unconscious patterns, is met with conscious compassion and consciously transformed. You are not attempting to force your ancestors to change their past actions or states of being. Instead, you are offering them a profound gift of peace through your own awakened awareness and the merit generated by your practice. This is an act of intergenerational healing where your current spiritual work sends ripples of positive energy backward through time. In Zen traditions, the practice of ancestral veneration is often expressed in a quiet and subtle manner woven seamlessly into the fabric of daily monastic life and lay practice. It's integrated into daily rituals, seasonal ceremonies, and specific memorial chants. Acts such as chanting the names of departed ancestors, lighting incense before their altars, or bowing before photographs of family members carry profound and resonant meaning. These seemingly small, unassuming acts serve as powerful reminders that you are not isolated in your spiritual journey. You are an integral part of a vast continuum, a living stream of consciousness that extends backward into the past and forward into the future. And in consciously remembering and honoring those who came before you, you begin to understand your own emotional and psychological inheritance with greater clarity and detachment. Zen places particular emphasis on the importance of remembering without attachment. You do not cling to the past, nor do you allow it to define you rigidly. You bow to it, acknowledging its influence and legacy. You express deep gratitude, even for those ancestors who may have caused harm or who lived difficult lives, not to excuse their actions, but to free yourself from hatred, resentment, or the burden of carrying their unresolved issues. In doing so, you begin to understand that every unresolved wound, every unskillful pattern left by those who came before you, now lives as a conscious choice in your own present behavior. What you consciously choose to do with that choice, whether to repeat the old pattern or to transform it, determines whether it becomes another repetition in the cycle of suffering or a profound turning point towards liberation. Buddhist funeral and memorial practices also play a crucial role in helping the living release the heavy emotional weight of unresolved grief. These rituals are not solely for the benefit of the deceased. They are profoundly designed for those who remain the living to facilitate their own healing process. To bow to chant, to make offerings, to light candles, or to pour libations. These are not merely symbolic acts of sending merit or prayers to the departed. They are powerful practices designed to clear the energetic channels within you. Channels where long held resentment may still flow, where the burden of unspoken words may still hurt, or where unresolved emotional knots persist. These rituals do not magically fix the past. They powerfully liberate the present, freeing the living from being bound by unacknowledged grief or unfinished emotional business. You don't need to be formally part of a monastery or a temple to engage in these profound practices of lineage healing. A simple altar in your home, even just a single candle lit with sincere intention, can be transformed into a sacred place of release and connection. Consciously speak the names of those who shaped you, whether they were sources of love or challenge. Speak their names even if your relationship with them was painful or estranged. Speak their names even if you never had the chance to know them personally. In the vast interconnected emotional body, there is no rigid hierarchy. There is only what is consciously acknowledged and what is unconsciously ignored. Healing begins the very moment you cease pretending you are separate from what you inherited from the vast web of your lineage. In the Tibetan Vajrayana tradition, specific powerful practices, such as the Vajrasattva purification mentioned earlier, can be explicitly extended to address ancestral karma. The 100-syllable mantra of Vajrasattva, when recited with focused concentration and an expansive wish to cleanse the entire lineage, not just your personal karma, becomes an incredibly deep and holistic healing act. You are not performing this practice for personal gain or selfish desire. You are consciously asking to be a vessel of release for every grandmother who silently swallowed her sorrow, for every father who never knew how to express love, for every child silenced by fear or societal norms. You become the conscious point in the lineage who says, the cycle of unskillful patterns ends here. The flow of unresolved suffering transforms with me. This is not about blame or assigning fault. It is about profound understanding and taking responsibility for transformation. Many emotional patterns and unskillful behaviors in previous generations were born from strategies for survival, from limited awareness or resources. People did what they could with what they had, often unwittingly passing on their unresolved pain. But now you possess greater awareness. You have access to powerful tools and profound teachings, and so the immense responsibility and the incredible gift falls to you. You get to consciously hold what was unconsciously dropped. You get to bless what was abandoned. You get to gently yet firmly set down what was carried too long by those who came before. Chanting, bowing, lighting incense. These are not empty rituals or hollow gestures. They are profound acts of embodiment, of grounding intention in tangible form. They are precise methods for shifting energetic patterns in ways that mere logic or intellectual analysis cannot. They bypass the mind's inherent resistance and go straight to the deep somatic wisdom of the body, straight to the expansive compassion of the heart. The release facilitated by these rituals is not always immediate or dramatically apparent, but it is undeniably real and accumulates over time. Each time you consciously show up, each time you engage sincerely in these practices, something subtle yet significant loosens, something softens, something returns to a profound stillness within your being. Even the simple conscious act of cooking a meal and offering the first portion to your ancestors or to the spirit of the lineage is a powerful form of healing. It is a silent declaration that says, I remember you. I share with you the fruits of my labor, and I release you and myself from the burdens of the past. These rituals provide a container for grief that has no words allowing it to be expressed and released. They create a sacred space for emotions that were never safe to feel or express in previous generations. And when those suppressed emotions are finally allowed to move and flow, you don't just heal yourself individually. You powerfully shift the energy of the entire field around you, creating a ripple effect that extends beyond your immediate perception. There's a profound Buddhist understanding that when you purify your mind, when you act from a place of clear intention and compassion, its positive energetic resonance radiates outward. It blesses not only your own life, but subtly influences the lives of countless beings. This inherently includes your family, both living and departed. When you dedicate merit from your practice to your lineage, you are in essence making a powerful aspiration. May all who came before me find peace. May all who come after me suffer less. That very wish, imbued with sincere compassion itself, begins to change things, setting new karmic currents in motion. And this shift is not always dramatic or overtly noticeable. Sometimes the release manifests as a softer tone in your voice, a new level of patience in your interactions, or a spontaneous tear that unexpectedly wells up when you hear an old family story, recognizing its deep resonance within you. Sometimes it comes as a vivid dream where a long gone ancestor finally smiles released from their burden. These are not mere fantasies. They are undeniable signs of movement in the energetic field, subtle indicators that something deep and profound is unwinding. Forgiveness in this profound context of lineage healing is not forced or intellectualized. It doesn't mean pretending that nothing unskillful or painful ever happened. It means consciously releasing the tenacious grip that the past has on your nervous system, on your emotional body. It means unequivocally saying, I no longer carry your pain as my own. I carry your strength. I carry your lessons, your wisdom, but I walk forward on my own unique path, unburdened by your unresolved suffering. This precisely is the true meaning of lineage healing. It's not about erasing what happened. It's about courageously integrating what was left unfinished or unacknowledged. It's about giving your ancestors the profound gift of your present awareness, of your mindfulness, and of your unwavering refusal to repeat the same patterns of harm even when the ingrained patterns are incredibly strong. And these rituals, whether simple or complex, whether formal or personal, become containers for that transformation. They provide you with something tangible to do with your hands, your voice, your breath, your focused attention, so that the healing doesn't remain merely an intellectual concept in your mind. It becomes an embodied lived reality, an integral part of your life. This path is not about striving to become perfect. It is about becoming free. Free to love your family members, living and past, without being bound by their pain or their unskillful patterns. Free to honor your roots, acknowledging your origins, without being defined or limited by their shadows. Free to live your own unique life without dragging the unspoken grief, the unfulfilled dreams, or the unresolved conflicts of generations behind you. Every conscious step you take in awareness, every compassionate breath you offer, every word you dedicate to those who could not speak for themselves, this is the work. This is the ritual. This is how you heal what you did not create, but powerfully possess the capacity to release. Let the past speak its truth. Let it rise to the surface. Let it move through you, acknowledged and honored. And then, with profound intention, let it go. Because true healing forward always begins by courageously healing backward. And the profound peace you bring to your lineage through your conscious effort is the very peace that will inevitably echo into the lives of those not yet born, shaping a more compassionate future. As you begin the profound process of consciously releasing the inherited burdens from those who came before you, a palpable sense of lightness starts to infuse your path. This isn't because life miraculously becomes easier or devoid of challenges. Rather, it's because your fundamental relationship to the past undergoes a radical transformation. You consciously cease carrying what was never truly meant to be borne alone, shedding layers of ancestral weight that once clung to your spirit. With this burden, gently lifting, something else, equally profound, begins to emerge with striking clarity. You start to realize that the act of letting go isn't merely about history, about releasing the weight of the past or inherited karma. It is in fact about this very moment, this very breath, this continuous, ceaseless unfolding of beginnings and endings. Life, in its intrinsic nature, never pauses for us to catch our breath between transitions. It moves with an incessant dynamic flow, and within this flow, you are constantly asked to let go to release, not just the distant past, but each fleeting version of yourself as it passes into what was. This profound insight is deeply rooted in the Buddhist wisdom of the Bardo. The word Bardo, Tibetan Bardu, literally means in between or intermediate state. While it is most commonly spoken of in relation to death, the transitional state between one life and the next, or between the moment of death and the next rebirth, its deeper, far more expansive understanding, is crucial for living fully. Every single moment of change in your life is in essence a bardo. Every ending, no matter how small, every loss, no matter how painful, every significant shift in identity or circumstance, all these are intermediate states. You, in fact, traverse dozens of bardos in a single day, often unconsciously, from the state of waking to the state of sleeping, from profound joy to piercing sadness, from one fleeting breath to the next. Each of these transitions, however subtle, is a profound invitation to let go of what was and to rest completely in what is now. In the bardo, your habitual resistance, your need for control, finds no place to hide. It is starkly revealed. That is precisely why these transitional moments can feel so raw, so disorienting, and sometimes so terrifying. You are no longer definitively who you were, and yet you are not yet fully who you will become. The familiar ground beneath your feet seems to disappear. Certainty vanishes, leaving you suspended in a liminal space. But it is crucial to understand that this inherent instability in the bardo is not a punishment. It is, in fact, a doorway, a rare, potent moment when you are afforded the opportunity to see yourself with absolute clarity, stripped bare of all the protective layers of identity narrative and conditioned expectations. And if you can bravely stay present in the bardo, instead of instinctively rushing through it, desperately seeking a new solid ground, you can learn the profound art of conscious release. This release is not experienced as a loss, a diminishment, but rather as a profound return to your unconditioned fluid nature. From a psychological perspective, bardos are those pivotal moments when your ingrained identity softens, when your usual ways of thinking, feeling, and perceiving no longer apply. They are the junctures when something fundamental breaks through, perhaps through a profound crisis, a sudden piercing realization, or a period of deep, undeniable change. What used to define you, what gave you a sense of solid self, no longer fits the unfolding reality. You are not merely confused, you are in essence being reformed, undergoing a fundamental restructuring of your inner landscape. But if you panic in these moments of dissolution, if you frantically grasp for new certainties, you inevitably miss the profound teaching that the bardo offers. If you cling desperately to the past or to new emerging forms, you create new suffering, perpetuating the cycle. The only true path through is presence, and unwavering, non reactive presence that embraces the unknown. To train in this profound Buddhist practice, you are encouraged to become deeply intimate with impermanence. Anicca not merely as an intellectual concept to be understood, but as a living, breathing truth that permeates every aspect of your existence. You observe with meticulous attention how each thought arises in your mind and then just as inevitably passes away. You feel how emotions surge to their peak and then just as naturally dissolve back into the vastness of awareness. You observe how your tenacious attachment causes pain not because the object of your affection is flawed or because you love too deeply, but because you stubbornly expect permanence in a world that is intrinsically built on continuous change. In the crucible of the bardos, that profound truth of impermanence becomes unignorable. Its reality is starkly revealed without filter or pretense. And that in itself is a profound gift, a raw, undeniable lesson in liberation. The teachings explicitly state that in the bardo state immediately after physical death, the mind is highly reactive. Thoughts manifest with astonishing immediacy, almost instantly creating perceived realities. Fear can powerfully distort what you see, transforming neutral phenomena into terrifying apparitions. Clinging to past desires or identities can create vivid hallucinations, binding you to the cycle of rebirth. But the very same principle holds true in life. When one phase of your life ends, whether it's a long held job, a significant relationship, a cherished sense of purpose, or even a particular stage of identity, the mind instinctively races. It frantically creates stories, attempting to make sense of the void. It desperately grasps onto anything that feels solid, familiar, or certain. This reactive grabbing is understandable given our conditioned aversion to uncertainty, but it is ultimately not helpful. What is truly helpful, what brings liberation, is learning to relax into uncertainty. Relaxation in this context does not imply indifference or apathy. It means consciously loosening the grip of your mind on outcomes, on expectations, on fixed identities. It means deliberately allowing space between thought and reactive impulse. When a life transition arises, whether it is expected or sudden, you bring the same profound awareness and gentle attention you would bring to a meditation cushion. You anchor yourself with your breath. You feel the raw sensations in your body, and you name what's happening internally: fear, uncertainty, grief, without clinging to it or allowing it to define you. You allow grief to flow through you without being consumed by it. You allow hope to emerge without allowing it to control your expectations. The bardo in both life and death is not a place of superficial comfort, but it is profoundly a place of truth. And truth is the undeniable beginning of liberation. In this expansive space of the bardo, you clearly see what you've been holding on to too tightly, the rigid identity you painstakingly built, the cherished dreams you obsessively attached to, and the deep-seated fears you tirelessly avoided. All of them invariably surface in this liminal space, demanding attention. And now you possess the capacity to meet them not with avoidance, not with resistance, but with boundless compassion. This is precisely where the profound power of bardo practice lies. It's not about passively waiting until your physical death to understand these teachings. It's about actively recognizing that you are in transition constantly, that everything in your life is perpetually shifting, that you are in every moment standing in the doorway between what was and what is becoming. And instead of instinctively trying to rush through that door to bypass the discomfort of the in-between, you can consciously pause, learn, and surrender to the natural flow of becoming. There are specific practices within Buddhism that help prepare for these critical moments of transition. One such practice is Phowa Tibetan, Phoba the practice of conscious transference of consciousness. While traditionally used to guide consciousness at the time of death, its fundamental essence can be profoundly applied to any ending or significant transition in life. It trains you to let go with clarity, to consciously shift your awareness upward into vast openness, into boundless spaciousness, instead of contracting into fear or clinging during moments of dissolution. You can apply this wisdom when you feel overwhelming grief, when you feel emotionally stuck, or when a significant part of your life is undeniably falling away. It meticulously trains the mind to die well in every single moment, preparing it for the ultimate transition. Another powerful practice is meditating on the dissolution of the elements. In Tibetan texts, this refers to the detailed process of how the five gross elements, earth, water, fire, air, and space, gradually dissolve at the time of death, leading to a profound inner experience. But psychologically, this practice profoundly reflects the unraveling of identity and stability in life's transitions. When you lose your grounding earth element, when your emotions flood water element, when your energy burns out fire element, when your breath becomes shallow and unstable, air element, when your awareness expands into a vast void space element. Recognizing these psychological stages of dissolution helps you navigate intense life transitions with far greater wisdom and equanimity. In daily life, these transitions come in countless forms, both subtle and overt. The end of a long held habit, the profound loss of someone you deeply loved, the natural process of aging the body, the courageous letting go of a cherished dream. Each one of these offers the same profound opportunity to meet change with presence instead of instinctive fear. To see that letting go is not synonymous with being lost or diminished. It is instead a profound returning to clarity, to inner stillness, to that fundamental part of you that does not break or shatter when external circumstances fall apart. Bardo teachings vividly demonstrate that fear is most powerful when you refuse to look at it. But when you courageously turn toward it, embracing it with awareness, it softens and eventually dissolves because fear thrives on uncertainty and the unknown. However, profound presence dissolves uncertainty by anchoring you in the now. You don't need to know what's coming next, what the future holds. You just need to stay fully here, with what's leaving, with what's beginning, without desperately needing to control it. Every bardo, every transitional moment is a rehearsal for freedom. It is a profound chance to consciously let go of what you mistakenly thought you needed to release, the false safety of a fixed identity, and to courageously rest in the groundless space where true transformation happens. And every single time you allow yourself to be fully present in that space, embracing its fluidity, you become more fluid, more awake, and ultimately more free. This freedom does not imply that you become numb or feel nothing. On the contrary, it means you feel everything, the full spectrum of human experience, without drowning in its intensity. It means you grieve deeply, love fiercely, and release consciously, all with full unwavering attention. It means you cease clinging to the illusion that anything in this transient world lasts forever. And precisely because of that understanding, you learn to cherish it more deeply. The people in your life, the fleeting moments of beauty, the very breath you take, nothing is taken for granted because nothing is promised. You also begin to recognize with profound clarity how many bardos you've already survived in your life. You've navigated countless endings, experienced myriad silent transitions, and felt your world fall apart and then miraculously reassemble itself. And here you are, still breathing, still learning, still growing. That profound recognition instills a deep sense of confidence and inner resilience. You are not a fixed self, desperately trying to control an unpredictable reality. You are instead awareness moving through reality with less fear, with more grace, and with profound equanimity. Let this profound teaching of Bardo settle deeply into the center of your being. Recognize that every transition, however challenging, is sacred, not because it is easy, but precisely because it systematically strips away illusion, revealing what is real. Every bardo reveals the undeniable truth that life is a process, not a possession. It is a flow, not a fixed form. Awakening is not a distant destination to be reached. It is your inherent willingness to remain awake in the middle of change. This path is not about becoming someone else, fabricating a new, improved identity. It's about becoming no one, free of rigid roles, free of the self-limiting stories that bind you. And in that profound emptiness of fixed self-love becomes purer, untainted by attachment. Compassion becomes stronger, unburdened by personal preference. Action becomes more skillful, guided by clear insight. You learn to live without rigid armor, without the need for constant self-protection, yet paradoxically, not without immense strength. Bardo practice is preparation for death, Yes, but it is far more than that. It is profound training for life in its rawest, most authentic form. Life without guarantees, life without convenient escape routes, life lived with eyes wide open, heart fully open, and breath steady and deep. You learn to stay, to breathe, to bow when something inevitably ends, and to welcome what comes next, even when you have no idea what it will be. And when physical death finally arrives, not as a terrifying theory, but as an undeniable reality, you will not panic. You will not instinctively run. You will recognize this too as another transition, another bardo, another sacred space to enter with heightened awareness, another illusion to meet with clear, discerning insight, another profound chance to let go, not as a crushing loss, but as ultimate liberation. You are already practicing this every single time you allow yourself to soften instead of tighten every time you allow silence to be present instead of rushing to fix, every time you feel the habitual urge to hold on and choose instead to consciously breathe and release. This precisely is how the mind becomes free, not by finding an external, rigid stability, but by learning how to rest in change, to find stillness within flux. And this is the profound path you are walking now. Let it carry you deeper. Let it teach you its ancient wisdom. Let it show you that what you mistakenly thought was an ending is in truth just another glorious opening. Letting go through the lens of Bardo teaches you how to be fully present in every moment of change. It teaches you that every shift, no matter how small or seemingly shattering, is a direct pathway into deeper awareness. Even with the profound clarity gained from embracing life's ceaseless transitions, even after surrendering to the wisdom of Bardo, and recognizing that every shift, no matter how minute or shattering, is a direct pathway into deeper awareness, the mind can often remain stubbornly loud. After all the insights, after acknowledging impermanence and deconstructing the illusion of a fixed self, the mind stubbornly persists in its ceaseless chatter. It replays old thoughts with relentless fidelity, returns to familiar worries with an almost compulsive pull, and fills every available mental space with narratives and stories, even when you intellectually grasp that underlying lesson. This persistent internal noise becomes the next profound challenge on the path. It keeps you perpetually on the surface of your experience, preventing deep immersion. It drains your vital energy, leaving you feeling perpetually fatigued. And perhaps most insidiously, it creates a subtle yet persistent distance from your true self, obscuring your innate clarity. For this relentless restlessness, this ceaseless mental turbulence, there exists one ancient and profoundly effective antidote: silence. But this is not merely the silence of a quiet room, the absence of external sound. This is noble silence mauna, a state of stillness that goes far deeper than words, transcending the mere absence of noise. It is the kind of silence that holds everything within its boundless embrace, yet clings to nothing. It is the profound quietude that monks diligently practice in the heart of remote forests, that meditators honor in intensive retreats, and that every seeker of truth eventually cultivates within their own being. It is a silence that paradoxically reveals far more than speech ever could. Why is this so? Because when all outer noise finally ceases, when the external world becomes truly still, the inner noise, the relentless mental chatter, has nowhere left to hide. It is exposed in its raw, unfiltered reality. Mental turbulence is not solely caused by external events or challenging circumstances. It is significantly intensified by the mind's incessant commentary about what happens. A single moment of difficulty is often amplified, multiplied exponentially by endless internal commentary, self judgment, and future projections. Thought feeds thought, creating an endless loop. Reaction feeds reaction, perpetuating a cycle of agitation. Noble silence profoundly breaks that cycle, not through forceful suppression or violent eradication, but by creating expansive space. It establishes a vast receptive container where thoughts deprived of external and internal reinforcement gradually lose their urgency, where the desperate need to explain, to justify, or to analyze simply disappears. In this space, peace is not something external that is added. It is something fundamental that is uncovered, revealed from beneath the layers of mental noise. Forest monks throughout centuries have intuitively understood this profound truth. They do not isolate themselves from the world to escape its challenges or complexities. They retreat into the depths of nature precisely to hear it more deeply, to perceive the subtle nuances of existence. More importantly, they do it to see their own mind without distortion, without the constant filtering and narrative building of daily life. In the profound stillness of silence, they meticulously study not just ancient teachings, but most crucially their own raw, unfiltered reactions. They courageously sit with craving, with fear, with the vivid echoes of memory. They observe these mental phenomena as they arise, swell, and then inevitably fall away until there is nothing left for the mind to compulsively chase or grasp. In that sustained stillness, the mind gradually begins to settle, not because it is forced into submission, but because silence is its natural inherent home, its unconditioned state. In Vipassana meditation retreats, noble silence forms an indispensable part of the deep meditative container. For days, sometimes even weeks, there is a strict commitment to no speaking, no eye contact, no gestures, no reading, no writing, a complete cessation of external communication and engagement. The outer world becomes profoundly still, allowing the inner world to initially become intensely loud and turbulent. But then, after a period of confrontation with its own chaos, something fundamental shifts. The mind, starved of external input, begins to see how repetitive it is, how much of its activity is merely habitual. Without new input or distractions, the old patterns of thought gradually lose their momentum, their magnetic pull weakens. Thoughts that once felt immensely important or urgent begin to lose their power to captivate or disturb. And from that profound quietude, genuine real insight begins to rise effortlessly. Silence also acts as a powerful neutralizer of emotional reactivity. Most of the time, anger needs an audience to be fully expressed. Fear needs a listener to be validated. Judgment needs someone to hear its condemnation. When you consciously commit to noble silence, these powerful impulses may still appear, but they have nowhere to land, no external outlet to reinforce their energy. You see them arise within your consciousness, but you do not give them voice. You do not speak them into the world. You do not feed them fuel. You simply watch them with a detached, non-judgmental awareness. This does not imply that you are repressing your emotions or pushing them away. On the contrary, it means you are meeting them directly raw and unadorned, without decoration, without defense, and without externalizing them. Speech, while undeniably powerful and essential for human connection, often inadvertently pulls you away from your internal center. Even kind and compassionate words can become a subtle distraction when they are used to avoid what is uncomfortable or unresolved within. Silence, by its very nature, removes that option. You are left with only what is real, only what is present, only what is unfolding in your immediate experience. And that raw, unadorned presence is precisely where true transformation happens. Silence also profoundly sharpens perception. When the mind ceases its constant outward turning through speech and external engagement, your internal senses become more vivid, more acute. You begin to notice subtle tensions residing in your physical body, the intricate patterns woven into your thoughts, and how quickly you instinctively reach for distraction when discomfort arises. And the more meticulously you notice, the more profoundly you understand the intricate workings of your own mind. Insight is not always loud or dramatic. Sometimes it arrives like a whisper, a subtle intuition which can only be heard when everything else, both internal and external, is quiet. This is precisely why noble silence is so invaluable in detoxifying mental chatter. The more you consistently stay in silence, the more deeply you realize that not every thought deserves a response. Not every emotion needs to be explained or justified. Not every question needs an immediate answer. You begin to cultivate a profound trust in stillness, learning to live in it, even when nothing overtly happening is occurring, especially when nothing is happening. In everyday life, genuine silence is a rare commodity, not just external silence, but true internal quietude. Most people habitually move from one form of noise to another, from a conversation to a podcast, from music to endless scrolling on social media. Silence often feels awkward, unproductive, even threatening in our fast paced world. But in Buddhism, silence is not conceptualized as absence or a void. It is understood as space, and space is precisely what allows wisdom to arise, what enables profound insight to blossom. You do not need to frantically chase answers. You need to cultivate the inner stillness, to be quiet enough to hear them when they naturally come, often from a deeper source within. Even short, intentional periods of noble silence can profoundly change your nervous system. Just 10 minutes of true silence, no speaking, no reacting, no seeking external input, can begin to shift your physiological baseline. You feel less hurried, less tense, more grounded. Your breath deepens, your muscles visibly soften because you are no longer caught in the relentless performance and internal management of the mind. And as the mind gradually slows down, you begin to hear what resides beneath its superficial layers. Not more thought, but something entirely different, a deeper kind of knowing, not logical, not verbal, but a calm, unwavering clarity that doesn't argue, doesn't judge, and doesn't cling. This profound clarity is your natural inherent state. It is not something you create through effort or acquisition. It is something that is revealed by silence. This is the very essence of the silence that awakened masters embody and from which they speak. It is why their words, even when few are spoken, feel so precise, so potent, so deeply resonant. Their speech is not a reactive impulse, it is a profound response that originates from deep stillness, not from ingrained habit or conditioned reaction. You too can begin to learn this profound rhythm. You may consciously choose to speak less, but what you do articulate carries significantly more meaning, more weight, more presence. You interrupt less, you listen more fully with unwavering attention. Your communication infused with this quality of stillness becomes a form of medicine, a balm for the soul, rather than mere noise or self expression. Noble silence also vividly reveals your cravings. The habitual urge to speak, to explain, to entertain, to fill every void these urges arise, and in the embrace of silence, you consciously choose not to follow them. You simply watch them with detached awareness, and in doing so, you learn profoundly about your own attachments. You come to see how often speech is used to gain control, to seek approval, or simply to fill an uncomfortable emptiness. But when you cease habitually reaching outward for external validation, you begin to perceive that nothing is truly missing within. Silence powerfully demonstrates that presence is enough, that simply being fully and authentically is more than sufficient. This is why silence is such a profound purification, not because it changes your external environment, but because it profoundly purifies your view of yourself, of others, and of reality itself. It systematically strips away the unnecessary, the superficial, the illusory. It leaves only what's essential, what's real, what's true, and from that pristine essence, genuine lasting transformation begins to unfold. The practice of noble silence is not limited to formal retreats or monastic settings. You can seamlessly bring it into your daily life through simple, intentional acts. Cultivate a silent morning before your phone turns on, dedicating the first hour to internal stillness. Embark on a walk without music or podcasts, simply listening to the sounds of nature and your own breath. Eat a meal without talking, fully savoring each bite. Create a conscious moment between tasks where you say nothing, do nothing, and simply feel your being. These small, deliberate acts create expansive space in the mind. They restore what has been scattered and fragmented by the demands of modern life. And in that sacred space, you begin to see subtle patterns that once went unnoticed. You begin to understand your own reactions, not by intellectual analysis, but by viscerally feeling their texture in the profound silence. You begin to instinctively notice when you speak from tension, from egoic need, and when you speak from truth, from a place of genuine connection. This heightened awareness creates authentic choice, and that choice in turn brings profound freedom. Silence also creates the necessary space for grief to surface and be processed. So much pain, so many unresolved sorrows remain buried under the constant noise and distractions of daily life. Words, ironically, can sometimes keep grief hidden, offering an outlet without necessarily facilitating deep release. But when the mind becomes truly quiet, the body with its deep somatic memory begins to speak. The tears may spontaneously come, the breath may change its rhythm, the memory may rise unbidden. And in those moments, you don't run, you stay. You hold it in stillness, embracing the raw emotion. And the silence itself becomes a healing container, allowing the grief to move through you without overwhelming you. Joy, too, becomes clearer and more accessible in silence, not the fleeting joy of excitement or external stimulation, but the profound joy of simply being, of sitting still and knowing at a deep level that you are enough. The quiet delight of feeling your breath move gently, of hearing the subtle murmur of the wind, the rhythmic beat of your own heart, and the profound presence of silence itself. This is not dramatic, effervescent joy, but it is steady, unshakable. It does not depend on external conditions or circumstances. It arises spontaneously from within, from the unconditioned essence of your being. And over time, the silence doesn't feel empty or barren. It feels full of life, full of wisdom, full of profound presence. You no longer fear it. You begin to crave it, for it consistently brings you back to your true self. This is not about avoiding life's challenges or retreating from the world. It's about learning how to consistently return to the center of life, to its inherent stillness, where words are no longer needed to prove anything, where silence becomes your most profound teacher, your deepest refuge, and your inherent power. Let noble silence become an integral part of your practice. Let it systematically cleanse your mind. Let it gently slow your reactive patterns. Let it reveal to you what has always been true, that peace is not something you create or achieve through effort. It is something you uncover when the relentless noise fades and the profound stillness naturally remains. You are not the thoughts, you are the vast, boundless space between them. And silence is the direct doorway back to that unconditioned space. As the resonant vibrations of sacred sound begin to gently loosen the tenacious grip of inner resistance, and as the expansive stillness cultivated through noble silence starts to clear the pervasive mental noise, you might feel a profound sense of release. The tightly woven structures of conditioned thought that once felt immovable now seem to yield their rigid boundaries, softening. Yet in the profound quietude that follows this dissolution, a new voice, often subtle, yet strangely familiar and persistently insidious, may begin to stir and rise to the surface of your awareness. This voice is not loud or chaotic, like the general mental chatter, nor is it overtly aggressive, like the inner critic. It is more cunning, more strategic, and profoundly manipulative. It sounds eerily like your own voice, but it does not speak from a place of love, compassion, or genuine well being. Instead, it relentlessly criticizes, corrects, and compares, knowing precisely where your deepest vulnerabilities lie, and echoing its insidious messages there. Its ultimate aim isn't to genuinely help you. Paradoxically, it's attempting to protect a fragile, illusory sense of self, but it does so through the harsh, counterproductive means of punishment, self condemnation, and fear. This is the manifestation of what in Buddhist teachings is called Mara. Mara is not a mere myth, a simplistic devil figure to be dismissed as ancient superstition or folklore. Mara is instead a profound mirror, a symbolic representation of the powerful, often unconscious forces within you that actively sabotage awakening. It embodies the part of the mind that tenaciously clings to old familiar identities, that instinctively fears any profound loss of control, and that whispers insidious seeds of defeat and resignation precisely when you are closest to a breakthrough, closest to genuine transformation. Mara, in essence, embodies the ego's deepest survival instincts, its resistance to change and its fear of its own dissolution. Mara famously appeared to the Buddha beneath the Bodhi tree, not with overt violence or a monstrous form, but with cunning illusion, subtle temptation, and insidious doubt. And Mara continues to appear to all seekers of truth, today not from some external, supernatural realm, but from within your own consciousness, from the very depths of your conditioned mind. Understanding Mara is not merely an intellectual exercise. It is absolutely essential for anyone committed to a path of inner liberation. This is because, no matter how clear your insight may become, how deep your stillness may grow, or how profound your compassion may develop, there will always be resistance. This resistance isn't a sign that you're doing something inherently wrong or that you're flawed. On the contrary, it arises precisely because genuine change, genuine transformation, profoundly threatens the deeply ingrained patterns and the very edifice of the ego that Mara depends upon for its existence. When old limiting identities begin to dissolve, Mara inevitably emerges with amplified vigor, attempting to protect them, to reassert control, and to pull you back into the comfortable familiarity of the known. The first, and often most insidious form Mara frequently assumes is doubt, not merely intellectual doubt, which can be a healthy catalyst for inquiry, but existential uncertainty. It's the kind of corrosive doubt that whispers, "Who do you think you are to walk this path? You're not special enough, not worthy enough." It relentlessly questions your inherent capacity for spiritual growth, your fundamental worthiness of peace, and even the sincerity of your deepest intentions. This doubt is not rooted in truth or objective reality. It is deeply rooted in fear. It arises precisely when you are expanding beyond your perceived limits, when you are growing into a new, more awakened version of yourself, because genuine growth, by its very nature, is often unstable, uncertain, and disorienting. Mara thrives in this very instability, exploiting vulnerability to pull you back. The potent antidote to this insidious doubt is not to engage with it in an argument or to attempt to intellectually rationalize it away. Instead, it is to meet it with unwavering awareness, to see it clearly for what it is: a conditioned voice, a transient mental formation, not an absolute fact about your being. By recognizing its nature, you strip it of its power. Another cunning form Mara often takes is procrastination. Mara doesn't need to completely derail your spiritual path or stop your practice entirely. Its strategy is far more subtle. It simply aims to delay it indefinitely. He whispers seductive promises: "There's always tomorrow. The practice can wait. You're not truly ready, yet you need to prepare more. Just one more distraction, one more indulgence, and then you'll begin in earnest." This subtle, insidious voice keeps you perpetually trapped in a state of preparation mode, never truly stepping onto the path or engaging fully. You become a perpetual student of the path, reading books, attending talks, but never truly becoming a participant, never fully embodying the teachings. Overcoming this manifestation of Mara means consistently acting despite uncertainty, choosing presence over the illusion of perfection, and courageously stepping into the present moment, even when it feels inconvenient, uncomfortable, or messy. It is a commitment to consistent, imperfect action over endless, perfect planning. Mara also skillfully disguises himself as comparison. This is the relentless inner voice that meticulously measures your progress against others, against idealized versions of what a spiritual practitioner should be. It whispers that you're falling hopelessly behind, that you're not enlightened enough, not disciplined enough, and relentlessly insists that you must continuously keep up or be better to be worthy of love or spiritual progress. This insidious form of resistance keeps you perpetually trapped in a cycle of constant evaluation and self-judgment. Instead of resting in the authentic unfolding of your own unique experience, you are relentlessly pulled into a performance mode, striving to meet external or internalized standards. The spiritual path in this distorted view becomes something to compete in a race to be won, rather than a profound process to be embodied and lived. Releasing this manifestation of Mara means consistently remembering that genuine awakening is not linear and it is profoundly not personal in the egoic sense of competition. It's not about being better than anyone else. It's about being real, authentic, and true to your own unique journey. Yet another pervasive form is the inner critic. This is a voice meticulously shaped by years of internalized shame, fear, and external judgment. It cunningly pretends to be helpful, to be your protector, but its true purpose is to keep you small, confined, and safe within the boundaries of familiarity. It relentlessly warns against taking any perceived risks. It harshly punishes any perceived imperfection, and it feeds voraciously on guilt and self condemnation. This voice is often built over years, a deeply ingrained script inherited from external criticisms, from parents, teacher society, and internalized so profoundly that it feels like your own absolute truth. But when seen clearly through the discerning lens of mindful awareness, it begins to unravel, its power diminished. The way to directly face and transform this manifestation of Mara is not by attempting to silence it through force, but with loving defiance. You practice unwavering kindness toward yourself, not because you intellectually believe you immediately deserve it. The critic would argue against that, but precisely because you are actively undoing a deeply ingrained system that never gave it to you in the first place. You are consciously dismantling a lifetime of conditional love and self condemnation. There is also the Mara of distraction. This is the aspect of the mind that is relentlessly pulled towards external stimulation, towards novelty, and towards any form of escape from the present moment. It inherently doesn't want stillness because profound stillness and quietude often reveal too much raw emotion, too many unresolved issues, too much of the ego's fragility. So it relentlessly craves noise, constant activity, and endless motion, convincing you that being busy or multitasking is progress. This manifestation of Mara keeps you perpetually busy while subtly convincing you that you are making meaningful progress on your path. But busyness is not presence. Frenetic activity is not genuine growth. Overcoming this requires discipline, not punishment or self flagellation, but a gentle yet firm structure. This involves consciously creating designated space for silence, consistently returning to the anchor of your breath when the mind drifts, and courageously saying no to the myriad external and internal pulls that distract you from your inner center. Perhaps one of the most terrifying forms of Mara is the fear of emptiness, shunyata itself. As you courageously begin to let go of your ingrained identity, your fixed preferences, and your cherished life stories, a vast, boundless space begins to open up inside. This expansive inner space, devoid of familiar constructs, it can feel utterly terrifying to the ego, which thrives on definition and control. The ego has no script for this unconditioned space, no familiar framework for navigation. And so Mara enters precisely here with overwhelming panic and existential dread. He whispers, "Something is profoundly wrong. You must return to what's familiar, to the safety of your old identity. This awakening is dangerous. It will destroy you." But what Mara is truly afraid of, what he is desperately trying to prevent, is your ultimate freedom. Your profound task in these moments is to stay, to bravely feel the raw fear without reacting to it, to allow the deep discomfort to pass without grasping onto an old story, a familiar narrative, or a new identity to fill the void. By staying present, you witness the fear's transient nature and its inability to truly harm your innate awareness. Facing Mara is not a one time decisive battle to be won and then forgotten. It is an ongoing process, a continuous dance of awareness and recognition. Mara returns in different forms, wearing different masks, each tailored to your specific vulnerabilities. Sometimes he appears as cold, dispassionate logic, seemingly rational arguments against your spiritual path. Sometimes as overwhelming urgency, making you believe you must act frantically. Sometimes as debilitating fatigue, convincing you that you lack the energy to continue. Your profound work is not to defeat him with forceful aggression or to argue him into submission, but simply to recognize him with clarity. The very moment you name him, the instant you identify the Moraic impulse, as such his power immediately weakens, because Mara only survives in darkness and thrives in hiding. When brought into the light of awareness, his illusion begins to dissolve. The Buddha in his enlightenment did not engage in a debate with Mara. He didn't try to prove anything. He simply saw through the illusion with unwavering clarity and touched the earth as witness. This profound gesture reminds you that your deepest truth doesn't need external validation, that your unique spiritual path doesn't require anyone's approval, and that your simple, unadorned presence is profoundly enough. This kind of unwavering presence, this embodied awareness, becomes your ultimate strength. You meticulously develop the profound capacity to sit with the myriad voices that arise within you, the doubt, the critic, the procrastinator, and consciously not obey them. You learn to listen to their whispers without believing their narratives. You feel the sensations they generate without automatically reacting to them. You learn to stay centered and grounded, even as the mind storms around you with chaotic energy. That truly is true power, not external control over circumstances, but an unwavering, non reactive attention to your inner landscape. Mara will relentlessly try to pull you away from your spiritual practice by subtly reminding you of your past failures, your perceived shortcomings, or your moments of weakness. He'll whisper, "You've fallen too many times. You're not who you used to be. You've hopelessly lost your way. This practice is clearly not for you." But you don't need to engage with these voices or respond to their accusations. You simply return over and over again to the breath, to the body, to this present moment. The very act of returning, of re anchoring your awareness, is in itself a profound victory over Mara's seductive pulls. Recognizing Mara's subtle workings also profoundly helps you to be gentler and more compassionate with others. When you witness their seemingly irrational reactivity, their outbursts of anger, or their moments of self sabotage, you remember your own internal struggles, your own conditioned responses. You cease taking their harshness or their unskillful behavior personally because you now intimately know what it's like to be caught in the grip of inner confusion, fear, or attachment. You stop fighting them externally. Instead, you begin to see the Mara within them too, the universal patterns of resistance to awakening, and you meet it with the same discerning clarity and boundless compassion that you cultivate for yourself. The mind often desires awakening to be a smooth, obstacle-free journey, but Mara is an intrinsic, perhaps even necessary part of the path. He is the very tension that forces you to grow the resistance that compels you to delve deeper. He is the subtle friction that shapes your inner strength and resilience. not because he is benevolent or well intentioned, but because your unwavering refusal to collapse in front of him, your commitment to staying present, vividly reveals the true depth and power of your spiritual practice. Each time you courageously meet your inner saboteur with clear awareness, something profound shifts within you. You stop being afraid of discomfort. You stop instinctively running from challenge. You begin to trust the profound silence that resides beneath the noise, the unshakable clarity that exists beneath the fear, and the ultimate truth that lies beneath the insidious voice of doubt. This deep seated trust becomes your ultimate refuge. It is not a mere intellectual belief, not a new identity to cling to, but a steady, embodied knowing that nothing Mara says or does can truly touch the part of you that sees clearly, that watches without flinching, that knows this path is not about being fearless, but about staying awake even in the very face of fear. Let this understanding become your unwavering practice, not about escaping Mara or wishing he didn't exist, but about seeing him clearly in all his cunning manifestations, not about defeating him through forceful egoic effort, but about dissolving him through sustained presence and unwavering awareness. The voice of Mara may return, the resistance may rise again, but so too will your awareness again and again with every breath. And that boundless awareness is inherently not afraid because it intimately knows what Mara in his delusion never will. It knows that the profound silence behind every illusion is infinitely stronger than the illusion itself. Having courageously confronted and begun to transcend the subtle sabotages of Mara, recognizing its various guises of doubt, procrastination, and distraction, you've strengthened your inner resolve. The inner voice of the saboteur, once a formidable adversary, now often loses its persuasive power. You've cultivated a deeper understanding of the mind's deceptive tendencies and affirmed your commitment to remaining awake, even in the face of fear. This journey has undoubtedly led to a clearer internal landscape, a less reactive mind and emotions that have shed some of their sharp, overwhelming edges. You are beginning to viscerally realize that many of your struggles didn't stem from external events alone, but from what you unconsciously fed yourself, repeatedly, moment by moment. With this newfound clarity and the emerging quietude in your mind, you begin to realize that your liberation is no longer separate from how you interact with and affect others. Every choice you make, every word you utter, every action you take, and even every moment of silence you maintain carries a profound weight, generating subtle ripples that extend far beyond your immediate perception. You start to feel the palpable discomfort of having acted from a place of fear rather than wisdom, the quiet unrest that inevitably follows dishonesty, and the lingering tension that remains in the body when you move against your deepest values. This is the subtle yet undeniable voice of conscience, and it is not asking for punishment or self-flagellation. Instead, it is calling for alignment, a profound harmony between your inner intentions and your outer expressions, a state of integrity that brings genuine peace. This alignment in Buddhist teachings is cultivated through the practice of sila, or ethical conduct. Sila is often profoundly misunderstood in Western contexts, frequently perceived as a rigid set of moral rules, commandments, or restrictive dictates imposed from an external authority. However, within the heart of Buddhist practice, sila is not about control or suppression of natural impulses. It is paradoxically about liberation. Its true purpose is to systematically clear the internal landscape of your mind, removing the obstacles that prevent genuine peace and freedom from arising. This purification allows you to sit in meditation without being haunted by unresolved conflicts or lingering regrets. It enables you to relate to others with genuine authenticity and connection, unburdened by guilt or hidden agendas. Most profoundly, it allows you to rest deeply in your own mind without the constant friction of internal conflict, a state of intrinsic ease and integrity. Ethical conduct, therefore, is not about being good in a superficial performative sense, driven by the desire for external approval or the avoidance of punishment. It is about actively creating the inner conditions that allow peace to arise naturally. The five precepts abstaining from killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, false speech, and intoxicants that cloud the mind are not arbitrary commandments. They are instead profound training principles. They meticulously point towards actions that inherently lead to mental clarity, internal spaciousness, and a compassionate heart. They serve as wise guides, steering you away from behaviors that inevitably disturb the heart, generate future suffering, and cloud your discernment. When these precepts are followed with deep awareness and sincere intention, they begin to systematically detoxify the conscience. The oppressive heaviness of regret, the pervasive confusion of moral ambiguity, and the restless, agitated energy of unacknowledged harm, all these begin to gradually lift, leaving behind a profound sense of inner cleanliness and lightness. Every time you act in contradiction to your deepest values, every instance you compromise your integrity, you create a subtle yet undeniable friction inside. You might attempt to justify your actions in the moment, rationalizing your choices, but your nervous system, a meticulous recorder of all experience, registers the internal split, the dissonance between your actions and your values. Your heart senses this profound disharmony, and over time that dissonance relentlessly accumulates. It subtly transforms into self-doubt, undermining your confidence. It manifests as anxiety, a persistent hum of unease, and it can solidify into a deep-seated shame, a feeling of unworthiness that seems to define your very core. Ethical living systematically clears that accumulation, not through harsh judgment, but through the profound power of integrity. It is an unwavering commitment to live in a way that leaves nothing hidden, nothing unexamined, nothing to regret. Sila is profoundly powerful because it directly addresses the very source of inner conflict. You don't need to wait until after a harmful action has been committed to begin the arduous process of cleaning up its karmic residue. The wisdom of Sila empowers you to prevent the harm before it even happens. You can consciously catch that unskillful impulse before it manifests into action, before it becomes ingrained as karma. This proactive mindfulness fundamentally strengthens your ability to pause, to create a moment of conscious choice between stimulus and response. It meticulously builds a profound form of ethical immunity, not rigid or reactive, but deeply responsive, grounded, and crystal clear. When you live with this kind of pervasive ethical awareness, your actions begin to spontaneously reflect your deepest intentions, your highest aspirations. You speak not to manipulate, to dominate, or to deceive, but to genuinely connect and to foster understanding. You act not from a place of taking or scarcity, but from a spirit of sharing and generosity. You move through life not as someone desperately trying to prove their worth, but as someone authentically embodying wisdom and compassion. And in that embodiment, the burden of remorse fades not because you never make mistakes, but because you are profoundly willing to see when you do, to acknowledge them with honesty, and to make amends with genuine sincerity. Sila doesn't demand perfection, it demands honesty. It calls upon you to cease hiding behind elaborate excuses, to stop numbing your conscience with endless distractions, and to bravely face the discomfort of your own missteps, your own unskillful patterns. And crucially, it invites you to respond to these realizations with profound responsibility, not avoidance or self condemnation. In this transformative way, ethics becomes an ongoing process of purification, a continuous way of living that systematically removes the very blocks that prevent genuine joy and liberation from arising. This purification is not abstract or theoretical. You feel its profound effects directly in the body. You begin to viscerally notice how certain actions leave you feeling lighter, more expansive, while others leave a subtle yet palpable residue of discomfort or tension. You start to choose differently, not because you are afraid of punishment or external judgment, but because you have directly tasted what peace feels like, the profound internal harmony of integrity, and you consciously choose not to pollute that sacred inner space. One of the most overlooked yet profound aspects of salas is its psychological effect. Guilt and shame often masquerade as inherent personal flaws, deep seated defects in our character. However, many times they are simply the mind's natural, intuitive response to acting out of alignment with our deepest values. Instead of pathologizing these uncomfortable emotions, Buddhist ethics teaches you to courageously examine them. Ask yourself, did I cause harm? Was I careless or thoughtless? Did I speak truthfully or did I mislead? When the honest answer is yes, the appropriate response is not self condemnation or punitive self talk. Instead, it is a return, a gentle correction, a compassionate redirection toward integrity. Practicing sala consistently over time also meticulously builds trust, both with yourself and with others. When you diligently strive to live ethically, people instinctively feel safer and more secure around you. They intuitively sense that you will not betray their vulnerability or misuse their trust. They perceive a deep stability in your presence, a groundedness that inspires confidence. And perhaps most importantly, you begin to trust yourself deeply. You no longer second guess every choice, nor do you endlessly wonder if your actions genuinely reflect your values. They do, and that internal consistency becomes a profound source of inner strength. This kind of deep embodied trust cannot be faked or superficial. It is meticulously built, moment by moment, decision by conscious decision. And it is powerfully strengthened not in ease, but in difficulty. When you desperately want to speak harshly, but choose patience instead. When you feel a strong temptation to deceive, but courageously tell the truth. When you could easily act out of selfishness, but consciously choose generosity. These moments, often unseen by others, meticulously build profound inner dignity, not pride or arrogance, but a quiet, unwavering self respect. Ethics also serves as an indispensable compass when your inner clarity inevitably fades, as it will in challenging situations. In emotionally charged circumstances, the mind often becomes highly reactive, driven by primal impulses. The ego, with its need for control and validation, often takes over, clouding discernment. However, a strong ethical foundation serves as an unwavering guide. It reminds you what truly matters, what your deepest values are. It gives you something solid to lean into when your emotions threaten to pull you off course, preventing you from making choices you will later regret. You don't have to figure everything out perfectly in the heat of the moment. You can consciously return to your principles, grounding yourself in your ethical commitments. In this profound way, Salah becomes not a burden or a restriction, but a refuge, a stable inner structure that holds you when everything else feels unstable or chaotic. And within this ethical structure, your conscience breathes freely. It no longer needs to shout or clamor for your attention. It can rest in a state of quiet confidence, knowing that you are genuinely listening and striving for integrity. This attentive listening to your conscience becomes an integral part of your meditation practice. When you sit in stillness, the body with its innate wisdom remembers. If your actions have been misaligned with your values, the mind will inevitably show you. Unresolved thoughts may surface, lingering regrets may appear, and you meet them not with defense or self justification, but with profound understanding. You allow the discomfort to be present, you let it speak its truth, and then you gently yet firmly return to the present moment, not to escape the discomfort, but to re anchor yourself in integrity. This process makes your meditation practice deeper, more authentic, and more transformative. When your ethical foundation is strong, the mind settles more easily. There is less inner tension, less resistance, less unconscious avoidance, because you are not trying to cover something up or escape an internal conflict. You are simply here breathing, resting in the clean, unburdened space that your ethical conduct has created. Sila also profoundly aligns you with the deeper currents of compassion. You begin to viscerally see how your choices, even seemingly small ones, intricately affect the collective. Your actions send ripples through the lives of others, impacting their well being. Your words imbued with intention plant seeds in their minds, shaping their perceptions and experiences. And this profound responsibility becomes not heavy or oppressive, but sacred. You carry it with meticulous care and boundless awareness. You move through life not as a separate, isolated being, but as an integral part of a larger, interconnected web of existence. This shifts your fundamental motivation. You cease asking, "What do I want?" and begin asking, "What brings harmony? What truly serves the greatest good?" Harmony here does not imply avoidance of conflict or a desire for superficial pleasantness. It means right action. It means knowing when to speak truth, even when it is difficult or uncomfortable. It means knowing when to remain quiet, not out of fear or timidity, but out of profound wisdom and discernment. It means seeing your own motives clearly, without self-deception, and choosing not to act on the ones that stem from egoic desires or conditioned impulses. This clarity extends into every area of your life. In relationships, ethics becomes a profound commitment to honesty, presence, and mutual respect. In your work, it becomes a guiding principle for fairness, integrity, and meaningful contribution. In conflict, it becomes a path back to peace, a way to navigate disagreement with wisdom and compassion. Ethics does not limit your freedom, it refines it. It helps you to consistently choose from your higher self, from your awakened nature, rather than from your conditioned reactive self. And over time, this ethical way of living becomes natural, almost effortless. It no longer feels like a strenuous effort or a moral obligation. It feels like flow because there is less inner friction, less lingering regret, and less debilitating inner contradiction. You cease wasting immense energy managing guilt or endlessly explaining your actions to others. You simply live in truth. This profound truthfulness becomes a quiet yet immense power. It doesn't boast, it doesn't argue, it simply is, and it radiates outwards subtly yet powerfully. People feel it in your presence. You feel it in your breath, in your very being. Your mind becomes less divided, more integrated. Your heart becomes more open, more expansive, and your conscience becomes undeniably clear, not because you've silenced its inner voice, but because you have profoundly honored it through your actions. Let this become your unwavering path, not a rigid, dogmatic moral code, but a living, breathing practice. A practice that consistently brings your actions, your speech, and your thoughts into profound harmony with your deepest wisdom and highest values. A practice that systematically frees you from the endless, exhausting loop of self judgment. A practice that returns you again and again to the profound peace that comes from living cleanly, kindly, and clearly. This is the true strength of Asila, not in its rules, but in its boundless freedom, not in its restriction, but in its liberating release. Let that freedom guide your very next step. Let it shape your presence in the world. Let it meticulously clear the way forward, not with force or struggle, but with the profound stillness and ease that comes when the heart is finally at peace, anchored in unwavering integrity. As your life gradually begins to align with the profound principles of Esila, as your actions meticulously reflect your deepest values and your inner conscience finds its voice, a subtle yet undeniably powerful transformation unfolds within you. The mind, once a turbulent sea of thoughts and anxieties, begins to settle not just during formal meditation sessions, but even amidst the dynamic flow of daily life. The crushing weight of regret lifts its oppressive burden, dissipating into a newfound lightness. The pervasive confusion of moral ambiguity clears, replaced by an inner clarity that guides your choices. And in this expansive clarity, a deeper, more fundamental truth relentlessly begins to rise to the surface of your awareness. This truth, stark in its simplicity, yet boundless in its implications, is that everything you've worked so hard to hold on to is still changing. No matter how virtuously you live, how meticulously you practice mindfulness, how diligently you cultivate ethical conduct, nothing in this conditioned existence stays fixed, permanent, or eternal. The people you love, the roles you passionately fill, the fleeting feelings you relentlessly chase, they all move, flow, and evolve. And the more fiercely you attempt to freeze them in time, to grasp onto them, the more suffering you inadvertently create for yourself. This precisely is where the next profound doorway opens in the path of awakening, the direct visceral experience of impermanence anicca. Impermanence, or anicca, is not merely a philosophical theory to be intellectually debated or a concept to be abstractly defined. It is the most intimate and undeniable truth of your life, woven into the very fabric of every moment. Observe your own existence. The breath comes and goes, a continuous cycle of inhalation and exhalation. The heart expands and contracts, a ceaseless rhythm of life. Thoughts arise in the mind, linger for a moment, and then inevitably pass away. Emotions swell in intensity, and then just as naturally fade into the background. The physical body, in its intricate complexity, relentlessly ages, changing minute by minute. Seasons shift, transforming landscapes. Relationships evolve, deepening or dissolving. Every single moment, every single phenomenon serves as a profound reminder that what begins will eventually end, what forms will without exception dissolve, what is gained will ultimately be lost. This is the unyielding law of the universe, a constant dance of arising and ceasing. But it is crucial to understand that this truth of impermanence is not a sentence of despair. It is, in fact, a boundless opening. It is not the change itself that creates pain, but our ingrained clinging to the illusion of permanence. We cling desperately to the good moments, wishing they would last forever. We fiercely resist the bad ones, hoping they will disappear instantly. We strive to control what was never meant to be fixed, attempting to impose our will on the natural flow of existence. This inherent resistance to impermanence creates profound internal tension, a constant tightness in the chest, a pervasive pressure in the mind, a subtle underlying anxiety. And the only true lasting relief comes when you consciously release the grip of this clinging, not through forceful eradication, but through a profound and embodied understanding of anicca. Understanding impermanence does not render you passive, indifferent, or detached from life. On the contrary, it makes you wise. It systematically teaches you to love without attachment, to embrace profound connection without clinging to possession. It empowers you to feel deeply without drowning in the intensity of emotions, knowing they are transient. It enables you to show up fully in each moment with your whole being without desperately trying to possess or freeze that moment because you viscerally know the truth. Everything is already moving constantly in flux. Every moment is already dissolving, flowing into the next. This doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you care with a profound sense of non-clinging. You appreciate what is here right now, not because it will last forever, but precisely because it won't. This radical shift fundamentally changes your relationship with joy. Joy becomes more vivid, more immediate, more intensely present. You don't take it for granted, you don't postpone gratitude, and you open fully to the richness of the moment, knowing that it is already passing, making each instant precious. And when loss inevitably comes, as it will in myriad forms, throughout your life, you are not utterly destroyed or completely shattered. You are not untouched by the pain, but you are not consumed by it. You intimately know that pain is an inherent part of change, that grief is a natural and unavoidable part of love. You stop perceiving endings as failures or catastrophic events. You begin to recognize them as the natural, inevitable arc of experience, a necessary completion before new beginnings can arise. This profound understanding softens your chronic fear, quiets your pervasive anxiety, and creates expansive space for genuine peace. Not because life has suddenly become easy, but because you are no longer fiercely fighting its inherent nature. Practicing with impermanence begins with cultivating meticulous attention. You watch your breath, a constant living teacher of impermanence. You feel it rise, stay for a brief moment, and then fall away. You don't try to hold it, to cling to it. You don't resist its natural movement. You simply let it move, allowing its natural rhythm to unfold. This seemingly simple act becomes a powerful training in letting go. Every single breath is a profound teacher. Every exhale is an opportunity for release. You extend this practice to your thoughts. When a difficult or intrusive thought arises, you don't cling to it, trying to keep it or analyze it endlessly. You also don't try to stop it or push it away. You simply watch it. You observe it as it grows, as it reaches its peak intensity, and then inevitably as it dissolves back into the vastness of awareness. You begin to viscerally see how even the most painful, tenacious thought is fundamentally temporary, impermanent. You recognize how even the most powerful craving or desire eventually fades when not constantly fueled by attention. This direct, non judgmental observation builds a profound trust, not in the fleeting content of the mind, but in the underlying process of arising and passing, in the undeniable truth that everything moves, everything changes. You then extend this meticulous observation to your emotions. When you feel sadness, instead of instinctively pushing it away or getting lost in its narrative, you consciously allow it. You create space for its presence. When you feel joy, instead of desperately trying to hold on to it, you experience it fully savoring its richness without attachment. You learn to let each emotion come and go like passing weather patterns, a storm, a sunny day, a gentle breeze. You stop confusing your momentary mood with your fundamental identity. You cease reacting impulsively to every emotional wave that arises. Instead, you begin to rest in the vast, boundless space that holds the waves remaining anchored in awareness. This profound resting in awareness profoundly changes your experience of time. You stop rushing through moments, desperately seeking the next thing. You stop clinging to an idealized future or obsessively replaying the narratives of the past. You learn to genuinely meet what's here in the absolute present. You let it pass without resistance. You then meet the next moment with an open heart, and you let that one go too. This is not detachment in a cold, indifferent sense. It is profound freedom in the warmest, most liberating sense, because you are no longer fiercely resisting the inherent way life naturally moves, flows, and transforms. Understanding impermanence also provides immense wisdom in facing the natural process of aging. You witness your body subtly changing the skin, loosening the strength, shifting the energy, subtly diminishing. And instead of denying it, resisting it, or fighting against it with fear, you gracefully bow to it. You honor the impermanence of your physical form as an integral part of its natural beauty, its inherent journey. You stop chasing a fleeting illusion of youth. You cease resisting the relentless march of time. You begin to live in profound rhythm with reality, accepting what is. You also begin to meet death differently, not just the ultimate death of people you love, but the myriad little deaths that occur throughout life, the death of an identity, the cessation of a routine, the loss of certainty. These endings no longer fill you with paralyzing fear. Instead, they become profound teachers. They reveal to you what truly matters, stripping away what is false, superficial, or unnecessary. They bring you back to what is real, authentic, and essential. In Buddhist practice, meditating on death is not a morbid or depressing exercise. It is profoundly liberating. It serves as an unwavering reminder that you don't have time to waste, that nothing in this life is promised, that each word you speak, each action you take, carries immense weight and matters profoundly because it may, in truth, be your last. This awareness does not make you anxious or frantic. On the contrary, it makes you profoundly awake, present, and intentional. When you truly integrate impermanence into your lived experience, your relationships fundamentally change. You no longer desperately cling to rigid roles or fixed expectations of others. You no longer expect people to remain static, to stay the same person they were yesterday. You consciously allow others to change, to grow, to move on, honoring their own journey of becoming. You hold them with boundless love, not with the suffocating grip of possession or ownership. And because of that, your love becomes more honest, less needy, more generous, flowing freely. You also begin to release the rigid idea that things must work out a certain way, that life must rigidly follow your meticulously planned script. You stop measuring success by what lasts indefinitely, understanding that all external forms are transient. Instead, you begin measuring success by how present you are, while it happens by the depth of your engagement with each unfolding moment. This radical shift changes your goals, transforms your definition of progress, and brings a profound sense of peace, even in the midst of uncertainty. You no longer perceive impermanence as a problem to be solved or an adversary to be overcome. You see it as the very nature of reality, and that profound insight dissolves fear at its root, because what you truly feared was not change itself, but your tenacious resistance to it. Letting go in this context doesn't mean not caring. It means caring without grasping. It means showing up with everything you have, with your whole heart, knowing that it will pass, and paradoxically, loving it all the more deeply precisely because of that transient nature. This is not weakness, it is immense strength. It takes profound courage to stay open and vulnerable in a world that is constantly moving, constantly changing. It takes profound wisdom to embrace what you cannot hold on to cherish what is inherently fluid. When fear arises, as it will, you meet it with this liberating understanding. You quietly say to yourself, "This too is impermanent. This too will pass." When joy visits you, welcome it with open hands, allowing it to permeate your being without trying to freeze it. When grief returns, you make room for it, creating a container of acceptance without collapsing under its weight. Each experience, however challenging or beautiful, becomes an integral part of the path. Each moment becomes a profound part of your training in liberation. This practice is not about escaping emotion or denying its intensity. It's about becoming spacious enough to hold all of it, the entire spectrum of human experience, without being consumed by any single part. That profound spaciousness is not something you fabricate or create through effort. It's something you uncover by diligently letting go of resistance, by releasing the tight grip of clinging. Impermanence does not render life meaningless or purposeless. On the contrary, it makes it profoundly meaningful. It serves as an unwavering reminder that this very conversation, this fleeting smile shared with another, this single breath you are taking, each matters immensely because it will never come again in precisely the same way. It is a powerful invitation to stop sleepwalking through life, to cease endlessly waiting for later, and to live fully here now. And when you embody this way of living, peace is no longer a distant goal to be attained. It becomes an intrinsic quality of your presence, a natural result of your alignment with reality, a spontaneous outcome of moving with life instead of fiercely fighting against it. You don't need to force yourself to be okay with change. You just need to see it clearly, to feel it directly, to allow it to teach you what permanence never could. That ultimate freedom isn't found in desperately holding on. It's found in the profound knowing that you don't need to. And from this deep embodied knowing, something new arises, not detachment, but a more profound connection, not indifference, but boundless depth. You begin to love more fully, more authentically, not because it will last, but precisely because it won't. Let this profound understanding guide your every step. Let it soften the pervasive fear of loss. Let it gently loosen the tenacious grip of clinging. Everything you need to let go of is already moving, already in flux. Everything you mistakenly think will last forever is already passing, dissolving into the next moment. And that is not a loss, that is your ultimate freedom. As you journey deeper into the profound understanding of impermanence, allowing its truth to soften the rigid expectations of your mind, something remarkable begins to unfold. You stop trying to trap life within fixed containers, recognizing that true safety lies not in clinging, but in the fluid embrace of change. You've come to viscerally understand that clinging is never safety, and letting go is never loss. Rather, it is the natural intrinsic flow of all existence. This foundational realization, born from direct experience, leads to a profound sense of inner liberation. However, even with all the clarity and spaciousness gained from these deep insights, another vital question often arises in the quietude that follows such release. It's a question that pivots your perspective from an exclusively personal journey to a more expansive, universal one. What do you live for if everything is always moving? What truly gives shape and meaning to your path when you no longer chase fleeting security or desperately grasp at fragile identities? When the conventional motivators of self preservation and personal gain begin to dissolve, a deeper, more profound purpose often calls. In Buddhism, the answer to this existential inquiry is not found in intensified self fulfillment or individual achievement. Instead, it is found in the radical act of turning outward. It is about consciously becoming a source of liberation for others, extending the peace and wisdom you cultivate within yourself to the entire sentient world. This is the essence of the bodhisattva ideal. A bodhisattva is an awakened being who, having achieved profound spiritual insight and the capacity for personal liberation, makes a solemn vow to not seek awakening solely for themselves. Instead, they dedicate their entire path, their very existence, to awaken for the sake of all beings. This isn't born from a sense of moral superiority or a desire for recognition or praise. It stems from a profound, unshakable realization that there is no true inherent separation between oneself and others. The suffering of one is inextricably linked to the suffering of all. Your personal healing, therefore, is never truly complete until you consciously include others in it. Your hard-won wisdom is not fully mature, not truly ripened, until it naturally expresses itself as service. Paradoxically, this outward turn, this dedication to the well-being of others, profoundly lightens your own inner pain. When you shift your focus from making your own suffering the exclusive center of your universe, when you cease obsessively scrutinizing your own wounds, the burden of that pain begins to loosen its grip. It doesn't disappear instantly, but its role fundamentally changes. It transforms from a debilitating weight into potent fuel for compassionate action. It becomes the very reason you can relate to others with boundless tenderness and empathy, for you intimately understand what it means to hurt, to struggle, and yet to keep walking the path anyway. When you walk the bodhisattva path, your own past pain, Your struggles and your vulnerabilities are not barriers to your capacity to serve. Instead, they become profound bridges connecting you intimately with the suffering of others. The Bodhisattva path does not demand that you be perfect or infallible. It does not require you to transcend all your human imperfections before you can begin. It simply asks you to be willing to consistently keep your heart open, even when it aches with empathy for the world's suffering, willing to keep showing up, even when the path feels arduous, when progress seems imperceptible, or when it feels like nothing is truly changing, willing to consciously make your life's journey not just about personal survival or individual comfort, but about profound service to the collective liberation. This unwavering intention doesn't magically remove your wounds. Instead, it powerfully transforms them into wisdom. You may still carry the subtle scars of past trauma. You may still occasionally hear the echoes of old self doubt. But now these are no longer signs of failure or deficiency. They are poignant reminders of your inherent capacity to hold others in their own unique struggles, to meet their pain with a deep, non judgmental understanding born from your own journey. When you consciously choose to meet someone with compassion instead of reflexive judgment, you are profoundly embodying this path. Every time you consciously respond to perceived harm with awareness rather than automatic conditioned reaction, you are actively living the Bodhisattva ideal. This path is not primarily about dramatic grand acts of heroism that garner external praise. It is fundamentally about everyday choices, the subtle shifts in your perception and action that collectively weave a tapestry of awakened living. It's about how you speak, how you listen, and how you show up with grounded presence in the seemingly ordinary moments that most people overlook, moments that collectively shape reality. Yet the Bodhisattva vow is far from passive. It calls for immense courage, the courage to truly see suffering in all its raw forms and consciously choose not to turn away. The courage to stay steady and anchored when others around you collapse under the weight of their own pain or the world's chaos. The courage to act decisively when action is needed, not from a place of egoic self-importance, but from boundless love and compassionate wisdom. This kind of profound strength does not stem from emotional detachment or a hardened heart. It emanates directly from connection, from the deep intuitive knowing that all beings without exception are tirelessly seeking peace, even if they remain unaware of how to truly find it. When you consciously dedicate your spiritual practice, your efforts, and your insights to the liberation of others, your own healing journey paradoxically accelerates. This is because you are no longer confined within the narrow boundaries of the small self, no longer trapped in a self-centered loop of introspection. You cease asking, "What do I need to feel better?" And instead, you expand your inquiry to, "How can I help someone else not suffer in the way I did? How can I alleviate their pain drawing from my own experience?" That profound shift in perspective exponentially expands your consciousness. It imbues your personal wounds with a universal purpose. It systematically frees you from the relentless loop of self-centered pain, transforming it into a catalyst for compassionate action. This path also profoundly teaches you not to wait until you are fully healed before you begin to serve. Such a state of absolute static perfection is often an illusion, a procrastination tactic. Instead, You serve as you heal. You share what you can from where you are with the resources and wisdom you currently possess. This is because, invariably, someone else is currently standing exactly where you once were lost in the very confusion or pain that you have begun to navigate. And your presence, your honesty about your struggles, and insights, your humility in admitting your own imperfections, can become the very light they need to see their own way forward, offering hope and guidance. The Bodhisattva path also encompasses fierce compassion. This is not about being perpetually soft, agreeable, or unconditionally permissive. It's about doing what is truly needed, even when it is uncomfortable, challenging, or unpopular. This may involve setting clear, firm boundaries for yourself or others, speaking difficult truths with unwavering honesty, or actively protecting others who are vulnerable. You are not here to be merely agreeable or to perpetually please everyone. You are here to be awake and to act from that awakened state. And sometimes embodying that awakened compassion means disappointing others, or even facing their disapproval in order to stay aligned with what is ethically right and truly beneficial for all. As your bodhisattva vow deepens and integrates into your being, you begin to experience a profound sense of inner resilience. This is not because life miraculously becomes easier or less challenging. It is because you now intimately know what you are anchored in a profound purpose that transcends personal gain. You are no longer frantically chasing temporary highs or fleeting external successes. You are deeply rooted in universal purpose in the liberation of all beings. Your actions become more intentional, your choices more mindful, and your presence in the world more impactful, radiating a quiet strength. This is not mere idealism. It is a lived, embodied reality born from deep practice. The Bodhisattva is not a mystical, unreachable being from ancient texts or distant realms. The Bodhisattva is you. Every single time you consciously choose to keep your heart open in a difficult, challenging moment, every time you offer genuine kindness to another being without expecting anything in return, every time you consciously use your own past pain, your own unique experience of suffering as a compass to guide your boundless compassion for others. This path also teaches profound equanimity. You learn to give freely without attachment to the results of your actions, to serve diligently without needing external praise or recognition, to offer your precious time, energy, and love, knowing that not all seeds you plant will sprout or ripen in your lifetime, but they will sprout somewhere for someone at some point, and that understanding is profoundly enough. You begin to notice the subtle yet profound ways your own personal suffering softens when you are no longer focused solely on it, when your attention expands to include the suffering of others. You realize with profound clarity that empathy isn't about absorbing others' pain and becoming overwhelmed by it. It's about being profoundly present with it, without judgment, without needing to fix it immediately. It's about consciously becoming a spacious container where suffering can be seen, acknowledged, held with tenderness, and slowly, gently released. This quality of compassionate presence is your most profound offering. It doesn't necessarily require word solutions or grand gestures. It simply requires the unwavering willingness to remain present with what is both within yourself and in others. The Bodhisattva vow also fundamentally transforms how you handle your own emotions. When anger arises, you don't suppress it or lash out. Instead, you ask, How can I understand this anger more deeply, its roots and its triggers, so I don't pass it on to others? When fear appears, you hold it with the same boundless tenderness and gentleness you would offer a frightened child recognizing its vulnerability. You cease habitually rejecting parts of yourself. Instead, you begin to include everything, all your imperfections, all your challenges, all your past traumas in your boundless compassion, especially the parts you once deemed difficult or undesirable. This radical self inclusion fundamentally changes how you relate to others. You stop needing people to be perfect or to conform to your expectations. You cease trying to fix them or control their behavior. You begin to perceive their unskillful actions or their emotional reactions as expressions of unmet needs, unhealed pain, and misdirected longing. And instead of reacting from your own conditioned patterns, you meet them with grounded awareness and an open heart. This does not mean tolerating harm or allowing yourself to be mistreated. It means responding from a place of profound clarity and compassion rather than from conditioned reactivity. As you embody this bodhisattva path more fully, you realize that the world does not demand your perfection. It desperately needs your presence, your authentic awakened presence. It needs people who are genuinely willing to act from love, even when it's inconvenient or challenging. People who are willing to courageously face their own shadows and unresolved issues so they don't unconsciously project them onto others, perpetuating cycles of harm. People who are willing to stay with what's hard, what's uncomfortable, so that others know at a fundamental level that they are not alone in their suffering. The bodhisattva does not wait until external conditions are perfect or until they achieve some idealized state of enlightenment. They begin where they are with the life they've been given. The joys, the losses, the wounds, all of it becomes an integral part of their path, serving as fuel for their compassion. Nothing is wasted, everything is transformed. When you courageously walk this path, you cease asking, "What can I get from life?" And instead, you begin asking, "What can I give?" This isn't born out of obligation, self sacrifice, or guilt. It's because the act of giving becomes the most natural, spontaneous expression of who you truly are. You've cleared enough of the internal debris. You've let go of enough illusions. Now your very being, your every action, naturally becomes a source of immense benefit to others. This path is not about being a heroic figure. It's about being real. It's about being profoundly willing to keep going even when the obstacles seem insurmountable, to keep loving even when your heart aches, to keep trusting that your small acts of compassion and awareness matter because they truly do. Let this sacred ideal live vividly in your heart, not as a crushing pressure or an impossible standard you must meet, but as a gentle yet unwavering guidance, a radiant light you can follow. Let it consistently remind you why you practice, why you heal, why you keep showing up, not just for your individual self, but for all beings. Because when you consciously walk for them, when your intention encompasses the liberation of all, you are never truly alone, and neither are they. When your life transforms into a profound offering, when your personal wounds begin to serve something far greater than your own individual healing, the way you move through the world fundamentally transforms. Every choice you make carries greater weight, not as a burden, but as a sacred responsibility, meticulously guided by compassion and clarity. Your very presence becomes a beacon of healing and hope as your life increasingly aligns with the profound principles of the Bodhisattva ideal, transforming your personal wounds into a source of universal compassion and dedicating your being to the liberation of all. Your very way of moving through the world undergoes a radical metamorphosis. Every choice you make now carries a deeper weight, not as a burden, but as a sacred responsibility, meticulously guided by an emerging clarity. You begin to viscerally realize that your own inner liberation is inextricably linked to how you interact with and affect others. This realization is a profound shift from a self centered perspective to an interconnected one. In this heightened state of awareness, something subtle yet profoundly significant begins to shift. You start to pay closer, more discerning attention to what you allow into your mind. This isn't merely a casual observation, it's a conscious act of gatekeeping for your inner sanctuary. Just as your actions, words, and even silences leave an indelible imprint on others, shaping their experiences and karmic streams, so too does what you absorb leave a profound imprint on you. Every piece of information, every sensory input you take in through your eyes, your ears, and every fragment of your attention, all of it systematically shapes the very state of your mind, influencing your emotional landscape, your cognitive patterns, and your overall well being. This extends beyond the obvious forms of consumption like entertainment or direct conversations. It encompasses the more subtle, often overlooked nuances, the pervasive tone, the underlying energy, and the implicit messages conveyed by the environments you inhabit and the content you engage with. In Buddhism, this intricate process is understood through the profound lens of mental karma. Karma is not solely generated by what you do with your body or what you say with your voice. Crucially, it also arises from what you internalize, what you allow to permeate your consciousness, and what you repeatedly absorb. What you consistently and habitually take in consciously or unconsciously gradually becomes what you unconsciously become. This is precisely why mindful consumption is not merely a lifestyle choice, but an indispensable spiritual practice. It's not about severing yourself from the world, retreating into an isolated bubble of purity. Instead, it's about being profoundly conscious of what you let enter the sacred gates of your perception, recognizing the immense power of your attention. Consider the pervasive nature of information in our modern world. Every piece of media you encounter, every article you read, every video you watch, every social media post you scroll through carries an intrinsic energetic tone. If you habitually consume content that is deeply rooted in fear, division, aggression, cynicism, or despair, that particular tone will over time subtly begin to color your thoughts, influencing your mood and outlook. Even if you intellectually disagree with the content, the sheer repetition and exposure to its underlying energetic frequency subtly affect your mental baseline, shifting it towards anxiety or negativity. It adds to the pervasive internal noise, making it harder to find stillness. The mind, being incredibly porous and impressionable, doesn't always automatically filter out what is genuinely harmful from what is genuinely helpful. It tends to absorb what is repeatedly presented to it, getting conditioned by whatever you consistently pay attention to. This is why it is of paramount importance not to treat what you consume casually as if it has no bearing on your inner state. Just as you would meticulously protect your physical body from spoiled food or harmful substances, you must diligently protect your mind from mental toxins and pollutants. Mindful consumption then begins with radical awareness. It involves meticulously noticing how certain forms of content leave you feeling heavier, more drained, or more agitated. Pay attention to how certain conversations leave your physical body tense, your shoulders hunched, or your jaw clenched. Observe how specific environments, whether physical or digital, subtly pull you into states of agitation, distraction, or self judgment. These effects, though often subtle and incremental, accumulate over time, building up within your system. And unless they are seen clearly brought into the light of conscious awareness, they gradually begin to form the very background noise of your life, shaping your perceptions without your explicit consent. To cultivate this awareness, let's start by asking yourself simple yet profoundly insightful questions before you engage with any content or interaction. What kind of mental states does this content or conversation encourage within me? Does it foster clarity or confusion? Does it nourish compassion or feed resentment? Does it leave me feeling more grounded, more centered, or more reactive and agitated? These questions are not intended to induce guilt or self condemnation. Rather, their purpose is to restore choice, to empower you to make conscious decisions about what you allow into your precious mental space. One of the most overlooked sources of mental karma in our daily lives is casual speech. Conversations that revolve around gossip, constant judgment of others, or superficiality may appear harmless on the surface, serving as social connectors. However, they consistently leave a subtle yet pervasive trace within your mind and emotional body. They pull the mind into patterns of comparison anxiety about social standing and tenacious attachment to opinion, both your own and others. Being mindful in your own speech inherently includes being mindful in your listening. When you passively remain in conversations that consistently go against your deepest values, even if you don't actively participate in the harmful aspect, your very silence can become a form of participation, subtly condoning the negativity. Consciously stepping back from such interactions or gently redirecting them is not an act of rejection or aloofness. It is an act of preservation of clarity, a safeguarding of your inner peace. This doesn't mean isolating yourself from society. It means diligently choosing environments that genuinely nourish your inner life, seeking out people who reflect your highest aspirations, and engaging in conversations that encourage depth, authenticity, and growth words that carry genuine intention and positive energy. You will begin to instinctively notice that after certain encounters, your heart feels more open, more expansive, and more joyful. After others, it feels guarded, constricted, or drained. That profound contrast serves as your unwavering compass, guiding you towards what genuinely serves your well being. Another subtle yet powerful form of consumption is your self talk, the internal narratives you repeatedly tell yourself, the identities you reinforce through your thoughts, and the judgments you silently affirm about your own worth. These internal dialogues are absorbed with the same profound impact as any external voice, often even more so, because they originate from within. What you consistently say to yourself when you are alone, unobserved by others, is often far more powerful and influential than anything someone else could possibly say to you. If your inner voice is shaped by content that feeds insecurity, self doubt, or unworthiness, the result is predictable. Your natural sense of self shrinks, your mental energy becomes chronically drained, and your overall well being diminishes. But if that inner voice is consciously shaped by awareness, compassion, and clarity, the opposite occurs. You grow in profound steadiness, your resilience increases, and you begin to deeply trust your inner life and intuitive wisdom. To truly purify the mind through mindful consumption, you don't have to remove every single negative influence overnight in a drastic overhaul. You begin by systematically reducing what is unnecessary, what does not genuinely serve your highest good. You cultivate the practice of pausing before instinctively reaching for another piece of distracting content. Instead, you take a moment of silence. You choose to read something that genuinely uplifts your spirit rather than overwhelms your senses or agitates your mind. You listen to voices that genuinely point towards wisdom and inner peace rather than chaos and fragmentation. These seemingly small, incremental shifts meticulously recalibrate the mind, gradually rewiring its habitual responses. Another critical aspect of mindful consumption involves recognizing how pervasive habits of stimulation subtly distort your nervous system. Constant exposure to fast paced, loud, or emotionally charged media keeps the mind in a perpetually heightened state of arousal. This makes it increasingly difficult to genuinely rest, to focus deeply, or to feel the subtle, nuanced joy of simple existence. Simpler, more natural experiences, like watching the gentle rhythm of your breath, listening to the soft murmur of the wind, or savoring a quiet moment in nature, lose their inherent appeal because the mind has been conditioned to seek intensity, novelty, and constant external input. Reversing this deeply ingrained pattern requires patience and consistent effort. It necessitates a gradual weaning off of overstimulation and a conscious relearning of how to be truly nourished by stillness, by simplicity, and by the subtle richness of inner experience. Even the background noise in your life matters profoundly. What passively plays while you work, cook, or commute still subtly enters and influences your mind. If it's filled with fear mongering news, negativity, or fragmented information, those qualities, though, will silently yet powerfully shape your inner world. Consciously replacing this background with intentional silence, calming nature sounds, or teachings that bring wisdom and insight makes an undeniable difference. The mind does not require constant input to thrive. It requires meaningful input, or sometimes none at all, allowing it to rest in its natural state. Mindful consumption also directly applies to your physical space. The visual environment you inhabit, the energy of the room, the colors surrounding you, the presence or absence of clutter, all profoundly affect your mind. A messy, chaotic, or overly stimulating environment constantly sends subtle messages of disorder, anxiety, or fragmentation to your subconscious. Conversely, a simple, intentional, and uncluttered space supports inner calm, focused attention, and a sense of serenity. This is not solely about aesthetics or interior design. It's about what your surroundings are continuously whispering to your subconscious day after day, subtly shaping your internal state. In Buddhist monastic settings, immense care is taken in creating environments that meticulously support the inner stillness and profound practice. Every object has its designated place. Every activity is performed with conscious awareness. This very principle can be powerfully brought into your own life. You don't need to live in a monastery to create a peaceful environment. You simply need to become more intentional and discerning with what surrounds you and what you allow into your field of perception. Technology, while undeniably powerful and transformative, requires particular mindfulness in its consumption. Endless scrolling through social media feeds, constant alerts and notifications, and fragmented attention from multitasking can relentlessly retrain the brain to be reactive rather than reflective. Mindful use of technology means consciously setting firm limits, creating clear digital boundaries, and judiciously choosing when to engage and when to step back into offline presence. Not every message requires an instant response. Not every fleeting thought deserves to be broadcast immediately. Cultivating discipline in your digital life is crucial for restoring mental clarity and preserving inner peace. Another aspect often ignored is energetic consumption. This refers to the subtle, often imperceptible impact of the moods, emotions, and ambient energies around you. Being in spaces filled with anger, fear, sadness, or unresolved conflict can subtly yet profoundly affect your own system, even if no direct words are exchanged. This is not about blaming others for their emotions. It's about becoming acutely sensitive enough to know when your own inner state is being subtly altered by external energies, and then consciously taking steps to return to your own center. Practices like grounding meditations, deep breathing exercises, and spending time in nature help to reset this energetic balance, cleansing your system from external influences. Ultimately, purifying what you take in does not mean rejecting the world or living in isolation. It means consciously choosing what allows you to stay awake and present in the world, what genuinely supports your spiritual growth. It means recognizing at a fundamental level that your attention is precious, a finite, and invaluable resource. That what you consume is not passive, it is in essence a practice. Every moment you spend engaging with something either deepens your suffering, reinforcing old patterns, or actively supports your freedom and awakening. Mindful consumption also directly cultivates genuine joy. When your mind is not overfed with confusion, clutter, and negativity, it becomes far more receptive to beauty, to wonder, and to simple delight. Small things often overlooked bring profound joy, a moment of unexpected kindness, the intricate beauty of a single flower, the quiet majesty of a sunset. These experiences no longer need to compete with chaotic stimulation for your attention. They become sufficient and deeply nourishing on their own. As your consumption patterns become more mindful and intentional, your output, what you say, how you act, how you respond to others, also profoundly changes. All of it begins to reflect a more settled, clearer, and more integrated mind. You speak with greater care and intention. You listen with deeper presence and empathy. You stop reacting to everything as if it's an urgent crisis, allowing space for thoughtful response. You literally begin to live in rhythm with what actually matters, with the deeper currents of wisdom and compassion. This is not about avoiding difficulty or challenges. It's about systematically reducing what is unnecessary, what drains your energy, so that you have the internal resources and mental clarity to meet difficulty with strength, resilience, and wisdom. You stop feeding your mind things that weaken it, that pull you away from your true nature. You start consciously choosing what genuinely aligns with your spiritual practice and your highest aspirations. This is a profound form of compassion, both toward yourself and toward others, as your clarity benefits all. In Buddhist teachings, right consumption is a direct extension of right intention. You don't take in what numbs your awareness, what dulls your senses, or what clouds your judgment. You consciously take in what actively supports awakening, what illuminates your path. You consciously let go of the ingrained habit of distraction, the endless pursuit of external stimulation. You consistently move toward presence, not with harshness or self criticism, but with profound care and self compassion. Because what you take in becomes what you live from, it forms the very substance of your inner world. And what you live from inevitably becomes what you offer to the world, consciously or unconsciously. Let your intake be a direct reflection of your highest values, your deepest aspirations. Let it systematically clear the space within you for genuine peace to arise. Let it profoundly support your path, not just by avoiding harm, but by actively inviting clarity, stillness, and joy into every moment. What enters the mind shapes the mind. Therefore, let what enters be chosen with unwavering awareness. Let your inner space be treated as sacred a sanctuary to be protected and nourished, because everything you consume becomes an integral part of who you are becoming. As you diligently purify what enters your mind, consciously taking responsibility for what you absorb and allowing your precious attention to rest in nourishing places, something profoundly stabilizing begins to take root deep within your being. The turbulent currents of the mind become noticeably quieter, its constant agitation less pronounced. Emotions, once sharp and overwhelming, gradually lose some of their cutting edges, their intensity mellowing into a more manageable flow. You start to realize, with a newfound clarity, that many of your long standing struggles didn't stem from external circumstances alone, but were often fueled by what you unconsciously fed yourself again and again through unmindful consumption. With clearer, more intentional input, your entire inner environment transforms, becoming more honest, more spacious, and more receptive to truth. In that profound honesty, one truth stands above all others, a stark and undeniable reality that cuts through all illusions. This life is not permanent. Every single breath you draw is one breath closer to your last. Every fleeting moment that passes is a moment you will never, under any circumstances, live again. And when this isn't just a poetic idea or a philosophical concept, but a living embodied awareness, a truth you feel in your bones, it changes everything. This precisely is the profound practice of Maranasati, the contemplation of death. Maranasati is not designed to frighten you, to plunge you into despair, or to cultivate a morbid obsession with mortality. On the contrary, its sole purpose is to clarify. It is meant to systematically dissolve illusion, to strip away the superfluous, and to relentlessly return the mind to what truly matters, to the essence of life itself, unburdened by distraction. Most human suffering in its myriad forms stems from a deeply ingrained, often unconscious belief that there is always more time, more chances to rectify past mistakes, more tomorrows to pursue elusive happiness, more opportunities to fulfill unachieved dreams. This pervasive belief encourages postponement. It allows you to carry corrosive resentment for years, and it keeps you inextricably stuck in small, insignificant dramas as if they are permanent, defining stories of your existence. But when the reality of death becomes undeniably real in your awareness, when its truth is no longer an abstract concept, but a palpable presence, those petty dramas, those incessant arguments, those egoic defenses begin to fall away. The frantic urgency to defend your ego, to meticulously prove your point, to win every single argument, all of it fades into insignificance, because death is utterly unimpressed with your worldly victories or your accumulated achievements. It is not patiently waiting for your meticulously crafted perfect plans to unfold. It will come with absolute certainty whether you are ready or not, whether you consent or not. To consciously meditate on death is not to be morbid or pathologically focused on decay. It is paradoxically to be fully, vibrantly alive. For it is only those who truly understand and embrace impermanence who can authentically appreciate the preciousness of presence, the sacredness of each passing moment. When you genuinely grasp the profound truth that your time on this earth is inherently limited, your priorities fundamentally shift. The things that relentlessly drain your spirit, that consume your energy without true nourishment, no longer hold power over you. The people you love become infinitely more precious, their presence a fleeting gift to be cherished. The very moment you are in, with all its imperfections, becomes more than enough imbued with an intrinsic value that transcends external circumstances. Maranasati invites you to reflect on the simple, undeniable fact that one day your physical body will cease breathing. Your name, once so important, will gradually be forgotten by future generations. Your cherished possessions will inevitably pass to others, dissolving their perceived ownership. Your worldly successes and your perceived failures will, in the grand sweep of time, dissolve into nothingness. And when everything you've ever used to define yourself, your roles, your achievements, your relationships, your identity is systematically stripped away, what remains? That question is not merely abstract or intellectual. It is the most important question of your life, a direct invitation to discover your unconditioned essence. Contemplating death does not, in itself, cause fear. Instead, it powerfully reveals the fear that was already there, often lurking unconsciously beneath the surface of your awareness. It exposes the deep-seated fear of being out of control, the primal fear of losing what you love most, the existential fear of meaninglessness. But instead of instinctively avoiding these profound fears, the practice of Maranasati courageously turns toward them. It sits with them in stillness. It breathes with them, allowing their sensations to be present without resistance. And slowly, gradually, something transformative shifts. You begin to see that fear does not and cannot have the final word. Awareness does. This profound awareness brings unparalleled clarity. It shines a bright, uncompromising light on where you've been inadvertently wasting your precious time. It reveals where you've been relentlessly seeking external validation instead of authentically living your deepest truth. It illuminates where you've been making crucial decisions based on unconscious fear rather than profound wisdom. Death contemplation brings these ingrained patterns relentlessly to the surface, not to shame you or condemn you, but to free you from them. You begin to ask radically different questions of yourself. If I knew I had only one day left to live, who would I truly forgive? What would I finally stop holding back, expressing with full authenticity? What would I cease pretending to be, shedding all masks and facades? These are not hypothetical questions to be pondered idly. They are profound doorways, each honest answer an act of self-liberation, bringing you closer to true freedom. When you consistently remember the reality of death, small nagging problems automatically become small again, losing their inflated significance. The ego's pervasive negativity, that constant inner voice that criticizes, compares, complains, and finds fault, it significantly quiets when you viscerally realize that none of its self important stories or grievances will survive your last breath. Suddenly, an expansive space emerges within, space for profound forgiveness for yourself and for others, space for boundless gratitude for the simple fact of being alive, space for consciously choosing love over pride, connection over isolation. Meditating on death also profoundly deepens your compassion. You begin to perceive with heightened sensitivity that everyone you encounter is on the same fundamental journey. Everyone without exception will one day lose everything they hold dear. Everyone will experience profound grief. Everyone will ultimately say goodbye. This shared universal reality of impermanence softens your judgments, dissolving the rigid boundaries of us versus them. It spontaneously opens your heart, expanding your capacity for empathy. You become slower to react to perceived slights, quicker to listen with genuine presence. You stop expecting unattainable perfection from others. You begin to offer kindness, freely recognizing that each interaction, each shared moment, may be your last chance to do so. In Buddhist tradition, monks are often encouraged to meditate in cemeteries or to directly reflect upon corpses. This practice is not meant to glorify decay or to induce morbid fascination. Its purpose is to powerfully dissolve illusion, to see directly, unequivocally, that this physical body to which we so tenaciously cling is not who you are, it is a temporary vessel. That no appearance, no form is permanent, that what you are desperately clinging to will inevitably change and pass away, no matter how tightly you attempt to hold on to it. This is not an act of cruelty, but one of profound compassion, for it is only when you release your tenacious clinging to the impermanent that you can truly begin to rest in what is unchanging, the boundless, unconditioned awareness that is your true nature. Maranasati is also an incredibly powerful tool for cutting through the pervasive habit of procrastination. The mind instinctively loves to delay, to endlessly plan to wait for the perfect conditions to begin anything meaningful. But death does not wait. And when this truth is vibrantly alive in your practice, when its reality imbues your every moment, you begin to act with profound integrity now. You cease postponing expressions of love. You stop avoiding difficult, necessary conversations. You cease numbing yourself with distractions, recognizing the preciousness of your time. You learn to live like someone who truly knows that time is precious, finite, and invaluable. This awareness doesn't lead to a frantic sense of urgency. Instead, it leads to depth. You don't rush through life. You prioritize what truly matters. You don't panic. You become deeply present. You no longer chase endless, insatiable desires because you clearly see where they ultimately lead. You simplify your life. You focus your attention. You begin to offer your precious awareness to what truly nourishes the heart, to connection, to compassion, to wisdom. In daily life, you can integrate Maranasati into simple yet profound routines. Before you drift off to sleep, take a moment to reflect on the undeniable truth that this very day will never come again in precisely the same form. With each breath you take, remember that one day your breath will cease. When you feel anger rise within you, pause and ask, if I knew I would die tomorrow, would this anger still matter? Would this argument still hold such importance? These small, consistent practices bring you closer to the root of profound wisdom. And that wisdom does not lead to sadness or despair. It leads paradoxically to appreciation. You stop needing things to be perfect, recognizing that perfection is an illusion. You start feeling profoundly grateful that they are here at all in their imperfect, transient beauty. Every simple cup of tea, every shared moment with a loved one, every quiet, conscious breath becomes sacred not because they last forever, but precisely because they don't. Death contemplation also brings a profound sense of perspective when life becomes overwhelming. When challenges seem too immense, when loss feels unbearable, when fear threatens to consume you, remembering death helps you return to what fundamentally matters. It reminds you that life is a brief, luminous spark, a precious opportunity, that joy and sorrow are both inherent, intertwined parts of this human experience, that you are not here to be invincible or immune to suffering. You are here to be awake. This kind of awakening is not loud or dramatic. It is steady, humble, and deeply embodied. It transforms how you show up in the most ordinary moments. You start saying, I love you, more often with deeper sincerity. You listen more fully with unwavering attention. You stop desperately trying to win arguments and start genuinely trying to understand. You stop rushing through your precious life and consciously start arriving in it. Maranasati also fundamentally changes how you relate to your legacy. You begin to ask, what am I truly leaving behind? Not in terms of material achievements or accolades, but in terms of your presence, your essence, the energy you contributed. What energy did I bring into the world? What did I help others feel in my presence? How did I live when no one was watching, when only my conscience was witness? These profound questions actively shape how you live today in this very moment. There is no fear that can truly survive direct, unwavering contact with the reality of death. Because when death is no longer a stranger, an avoided topic, but an acknowledged truth, life paradoxically becomes more vivid, more honest, more full. You are no longer living under the illusion that you have forever. And that precisely is where ultimate freedom begins. You are not meant to be fearless in the face of death. You are meant to be clear. And clarity comes from consistently remembering what is real. Death is real. Loss is real. And because of that undeniable reality, love must be real too. Presence must be real. Every conscious moment becomes a miracle, not because it's always easy, but because it is profoundly true. Let Maranasati be a constant reminder, a compass guiding you. Let it sharpen your attention. Let it dissolve what doesn't truly matter. Let it reveal the profound stillness that resides beneath the noise. You don't have to wait for tragedy or personal catastrophe to remember what is sacred. You can remember now. Live as if your time matters. Speak as if your words matter. Love as if it all ends, because it does. And in that profound ending, something eternal awakens within you. Not the ego, not the fleeting name, but the part of you that intimately knows how to be here fully, without regret, completely present. That unwavering knowing is your ultimate practice, and it begins by courageously remembering what most people desperately try to forget. As the profound truth of death, the ultimate impermanence deeply integrates into your awareness, life takes on a new, vibrant clarity. The burdens of confusion lighten, replaced by a sharpened discernment for what genuinely matters, not an abstract theory, but in the living texture of your everyday experience. You no longer drift aimlessly from one distraction to another, but begin to speak with mindful intention, act with unwavering honesty, and feel with fewer emotional defenses. Yet, even with this profound clarity and a more settled mind, you might still notice something lingering beneath the surface, a subtle and persistent energetic heaviness. It's not merely a conscious thought or an identifiable emotional tension that intellectual understanding can resolve. Instead, it's a deep, almost somatic vibration that feels lodged in the body, residing beyond the reach of rational explanation or analytical dissection. This is where the limitations of the discursive mind become evident, signaling a need for a different kind of medicine. This is precisely where words with all their logical precision often fall short, and sound emerges as the profound medicine. Chanting and mantra, ancient and direct tools in Buddhist practice, are uniquely powerful in their ability to break through these subtle layers of psychological and energetic resistance. They don't rely on logic, intellectual understanding, or elaborate explanations. Instead, they work directly through vibration rhythm and repetition, bypassing the analytical mind to enter places that discursive thought cannot reach. They gently yet powerfully loosen the knots of conditioned patterns and energetic blockages that have held for years, sometimes even lifetimes. While mindfulness and insight provide the tools to observe and understand the mind's workings, sacred sound offers a direct pathway to cleanse and release what is stuck at a vibrational level. In Buddhist traditions across its diverse schools, Theravada Mahayana and Vajrayana mantras and chants are revered not merely as devotional practices, but as profound vehicles for transforming consciousness at its root level. When recited with deep sincerity and unwavering intention, their resonant vibrations initiate a fundamental shift in the energetic field within and around you. These vibrations don't just register in your ears, they resonate through your very cells, your deepest breath, and your entire nervous system. Even if you don't grasp the literal intellectual meaning of the syllables, your entire being, your body, your mind, your spirit, responds to the inherent frequency, to the pure sound itself. It's not about intellectual belief, it's about direct resonance. Sound, in its primordial essence, is one of the earliest forms of healing known to humanity. Before the emergence of complex language, there was vibration. Before the manifestation of solid form, there was primordial tone. And the body, with its ancient, innate wisdom, remembers this truth. You may not consciously recall every single thought you've ever had, but your subtle energy system retains the subtle residue of emotional and energetic patterns. Some of this deeply embedded residue cannot be released through mere talking, thinking, or intellectual processing. It needs to be vibrated out, dislodged from its stagnant dwelling. Chanting then becomes a powerful active way of dislodging what has been frozen or stuck within your being, allowing it to flow and release. One of the most widely recognized and profoundly used chants in Mahayana Buddhism is the Heart Sutra mantra, Gate Gate Paragate Parasamgat Bodhi Svaha. This mantra is not a magical spell or a formula for immediate gratification. It is profoundly a map, a sonic representation of the path to awakening. Its meaning is deeply layered, but in its essence it speaks of going beyond going, completely beyond going to the other shore awakening. It points directly to the empty nature of all phenomena, shunyata, not in a cold, nihilistic way, but in an ultimately liberating way, revealing the boundless freedom that arises from releasing attachment to inherent existence. When chanted with focused attention and sincere aspiration, it systematically helps dissolve attachment to fixed forms, beliefs, and identities, thereby opening a doorway into the vastness of unconditioned awareness. The very rhythm of this mantra, especially when recited slowly and steadily, begins to create a powerful field of stillness around and within the practitioner. The mind caught in the current of the mantra's rhythm finds it impossible to cling to its usual noise and incessant chatter. Thought slows, the breath deepens into a more natural rhythm, and something profound shifts not in the content of the mind, but in its underlying tone, its energetic state. The constricted, agitated mental state becomes less dense, more open, and remarkably more fluid. This is not wishful thinking. It is a direct, embodied experience of transformation. Another incredibly potent example, deeply rooted in the Vajrayana tradition, is the Vajra Yogini mantra, Om Vajra Yogini, Hung Hung Fat Fat Svaha. This mantra, while sometimes sounding fierce, is a powerful tool for cutting through subtle forms of ego and tenacious attachment. Vajra Yogini represents the fierce, awakened feminine energy that relentlessly burns away illusion and self-deception with uncompromising clarity. Her mantra is not soft or gentle in the conventional sense. It is electric, piercing, and transformative. It activates a profound, liberating force within you that does not tolerate self-deception or spiritual complacency. Chanting this mantra is not about acquiring some external quality or becoming someone else. It is about actively uncovering the inherent inner fire that already resides within you, the part of you that possesses the capacity to see clearly, to act with profound wisdom without hesitation, and that intimately knows how to transform raw pain into liberating wisdom without bypassing its truth or denying its intensity. The very vibration of these mantras reaches into the densest, most hidden corners of your psyche and begins to loosen old karmic impressions, bringing them to the surface for release. You don't need to intellectually understand how it works, because you are participating in the process with your whole being, your voice, your breath, your intention, and your subtle energy body. Mantra practice is not dependent on possessing a beautiful voice or achieving perfect pronunciation. What matters most is your sincerity, your genuine intention, and the quality of your focused awareness. The energy behind the sound carries infinitely more weight and transformative power than the sound itself. Your voice in this practice becomes an instrument, not of performance or external validation, but of profound purification. You speak the syllables not just with your mouth, but with your entire intention, with your heart, and with your deepest aspiration for awakening. Consistency is what deepens the practice. Even a few minutes of dedicated chanting daily can profoundly shift your entire inner landscape over time. It's not about the sheer number of recitations, but about the quality of attention you bring to each repetition. When the mind inevitably wanders, you gently yet firmly return your attention to the sound, to the rhythm, to the vibration. When resistance arises or doubts surface, you breathe into them, acknowledge their presence, and continue chanting, allowing the sound to carry you through. Over time, this consistent engagement with mantra begins to build a powerful field of stability within you, a profound inner anchor that no longer gets easily shaken by every fleeting emotion or external disturbance. The vibrational impact of mantra also directly interacts with the physical body. It subtly stimulates specific neural points in the nervous system. The intricate coordination of the tongue, lips, and breath works together to activate meridians and energy centers within the body. This direct physical engagement is precisely why chanting can often produce a profound sense of grounding, a comforting warmth, or a deep emotional release, even for those who don't intellectually grasp the deeper meaning of the words. Group chanting amplifies this effect exponentially. When multiple voices align in a shared rhythm and tone, something collective is activated, creating a powerful resonant field. The perceived boundaries between self and other begin to dissolve, fostering a profound sense of interconnectedness. You feel literally carried by the sound, feeling less separate, less isolated, and this profound sense of connection becomes healing in itself, not because it stems from intellectual agreement, but because it arises from the direct experience of shared vibrational resonance. Different mantras possess different energetic qualities and generate different effects. Some are designed to open the heart, expanding its capacity for love and compassion. Some are intended to calm the mind, bringing tranquility and stillness. Others invoke clarity, power, or protection. For example, the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, associated with Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of compassion, explicitly invokes the quality of unconditional love and boundless compassion. Its repetition systematically softens the hardness around the heart, dissolves judgments, and brings a profound sense of gentleness and spaciousness that can be deeply needed when you are caught in inner conflict or self-judgment. When practicing mantra, it is often helpful to create a simple, dedicated ritual space. Light a candle, find a comfortable sitting posture, and begin slowly allowing the sound to rise naturally from the belly rather than being forced from the throat. Allow the sound to guide your breath rather than trying to control the breath with the sound. If strong emotions arise, allow them to move through you without resistance. If a profound silence calls to you, allow it to be there seamlessly, integrating with the sound. There is no need to push or force any outcome. The mantra is the vehicle. You only need to ride its current with presence. Over time, through consistent practice, mantras become deeply internalized. Even when you are not actively chanting aloud, their subtle echo may resonate in your awareness. You might instinctively hear them in moments of anxiety, stress, or inner turmoil. They return like an anchor, a steadying presence, becoming a profound refuge in difficult situations. The subtle sound, the vibration continues to resonate, even in moments of external silence. This is precisely how chanting powerfully disrupts negative patterns, not through suppression or direct confrontation with the ego, but by creating a new resonant frequency that the old patterns cannot match. It doesn't argue with the ego, it simply overrides its habitual frequency. It shifts the vibrational field of your inner world from within. And once your inner energetic field shifts, your outer experience inevitably begins to respond differently. You become less reactive, less prone to being pulled into old patterns. You respond to challenges with more space, more clarity, and greater equanimity. The same external challenges may appear, but their power to define or overwhelm you diminishes. In this profound sense, mantra practice becomes a deeply embodied form of meditation, a focused, active meditation that meticulously trains the mind to consistently return to the present moment, that cleanses the inner mirror of your perception, that steadies your attention, and in doing so, reveals a more truthful, unconditioned version of your own mind. Chanting also directly connects you with lineage. The sacred mantras you recite have been chanted by countless practitioners for centuries, even millennia. They carry the immense momentum and wisdom of millions of awakened beings who have walked the path before you. When you chant, you are not alone. You are consciously joining a powerful spiritual river that has been flowing for lifetimes. And that profound connection brings immense strength, especially in moments when you feel weak, isolated, or discouraged. You are encouraged to explore which mantras resonate most deeply with your heart, which sounds feel most potent for your unique being. There is no single right choice. The sound that resonates with you is the sound that holds the most healing potential for you. Trust your intuition and allow the vibration to choose you. Begin wherever you are and allow the practice to gradually unfold and deepen from there. Chanting is not a shortcut, nor is it a magical fix that bypasses the need for inner work. It is a dedicated practice, but its profound power lies in its ability to bypass the mind's intellectual defenses and reach directly into the deeper, often unconscious layers of consciousness. Over time, it systematically builds an inner resonance that no longer matches the frequency of negativity or suffering. And when the frequencies no longer match, when your inner world vibrates at a higher, clearer frequency, the negativity naturally falls away on its own, like dust from a polished surface. Let chanting become an integral part of your daily return to presence, to clarity, to the part of you that is already free, waiting only for your conscious attention to return home. You do not need to fight what is difficult or resist what is uncomfortable. You only need to vibrate at a frequency that allows the difficult to transform. And sacred sound, when used with profound care, precision, and sincere intention, does precisely that. It facilitates the alchemy of transformation from discord to harmony, from suffering to wisdom. As the resonant vibrations of sacred sound begin to gently loosen the tenacious grip of inner resistance, and as the expansive stillness cultivated through noble silence starts to clear the pervasive mental noise, you might feel a profound sense of release. The tightly woven structures of conditioned thought that once felt immovable now seem to yield their rigid boundaries softening. You've encountered the profound wisdom of impermanence, seen the illusion of a fixed self, and begun to heal the deep echoes of lineage karma. Yet in the profound quietude that often follows such deep inner work, a new voice, often subtle, yet strangely familiar and persistently insidious, may begin to stir and rise to the surface of your awareness. This voice is not loud or chaotic like the general mental chatter, nor is it overtly aggressive like the inner critic. It is more cunning, more strategic, and profoundly manipulative. It sounds eerily like your own voice, but it does not speak from a place of love, compassion, or genuine well-being. Instead, it relentlessly criticizes, corrects, and compares, knowing precisely where your deepest vulnerabilities lie, and echoing its insidious messages there. Its ultimate aim isn't to genuinely help you, Paradoxically, it's attempting to protect a fragile, illusory sense of self, but it does so through the harsh, counterproductive means of punishment, self condemnation, and fear. This is the manifestation of what in Buddhist teachings is called Mara. Mara is not a mere myth, a simplistic devil figure to be dismissed as ancient superstition or folklore. Mara is instead a profound mirror, a symbolic representation of the powerful, often unconscious forces within you that actively sabotage awakening. It embodies the part of the mind that tenaciously clings to old familiar identities, that instinctively fears any profound loss of control, and that whispers insidious seeds of defeat and resignation precisely when you are closest to a breakthrough, closest to genuine transformation. Mara, in essence, embodies the ego's deepest survival instincts, its resistance to change and its fear of its own dissolution. It's the internal architect of self preservation, even when that preservation keeps us small and suffering. Mara famously appeared to the Buddha beneath the Bodhi tree, not with overt violence or a monstrous form, but with cunning illusion, subtle temptation, and insidious doubt. He presented seductive visions, offered worldly power, and cast shadows of existential despair. And Mara continues to appear to all seekers of truth today, not from some external, supernatural realm, but from within your own consciousness, from the very depths of your conditioned mind. Understanding Mara is not merely an intellectual exercise. It is absolutely essential for anyone committed to a path of inner liberation. This is because, no matter how clear your insight may become, how deep your stillness may grow, or how profound your compassion may develop, there will always be resistance. This resistance isn't a sign that you're doing something it's inherently wrong or that you're flawed. On the contrary, it arises precisely because genuine change, genuine transformation, profoundly threatens the deeply ingrained patterns and the very edifice of the ego that Mara depends upon for its existence. When old limiting identities begin to dissolve, when the familiar ground begins to shift, Mara inevitably emerges with amplified vigor, attempting to protect them, to reassert control, and to pull you back into the comfortable familiarity of the known. The first, and often most insidious form Mara frequently assumes is doubt, not merely intellectual doubt, which can be a healthy catalyst for inquiry, but existential uncertainty. It's the kind of corrosive doubt that whispers, "Who do you think you are to walk this path? You're not special enough, not worthy enough. Look at your past failures. You'll never change." It relentlessly questions your inherent capacity for spiritual growth, your fundamental worthiness of peace, and even the sincerity of your deepest intentions. This doubt is not rooted in truth or objective reality. It is deeply rooted in fear, a primal fear of the unknown, of losing control of the vastness of your own potential. It rises precisely when you are expanding beyond your perceived limits, when you are growing into a new, more awakened version of yourself, because genuine growth, by its very nature, is often unstable, uncertain, and disorienting. Mara thrives in this very instability, exploiting vulnerability to pull you back into the confines of the familiar. The potent antidote to this insidious doubt is not to engage with it in an argument or to attempt to intellectually rationalize it away. Instead, it is to meet it with unwavering awareness, to see it clearly for what it is: a conditioned voice, a transient mental formation, not an absolute fact about your being. By recognizing its ephemeral and illusory nature, you strip it of its power. Another cunning form Mara often takes is procrastination. Mara doesn't need to completely derail your spiritual path or stop your practice entirely. Its strategy is far more subtle and insidious. It simply aims to delay it indefinitely. He whispers seductive promises. There's always tomorrow. The practice can wait. You're not truly ready, yet you need to prepare more, accumulate more knowledge, achieve more external markers. Just one more distraction, one more indulgence, one more quick fix, and then you'll begin in earnest. This subtle, insidious voice keeps you perpetually trapped in a state of perpetual preparation mode, an endless cycle of intellectualizing rather than embodying. You become a perpetual student of the path, reading countless books, attending endless talks, but never truly becoming a participant on the path, never fully embodying the teachings through direct experience. Overcoming this manifestation of Mara means consistently acting despite uncertainty, choosing presence over the illusion of perfection, and courageously stepping into the present moment, embracing its inherent imperfection, even when it feels inconvenient, uncomfortable, or messy. It is a commitment to consistent, imperfect action over endless, perfect planning, breaking free from the paralysis of analysis. Mara also skillfully disguises himself as comparison. This is the relentless inner voice that meticulously measures your progress against others, against idealized versions of what a spiritual practitioner should be, against the seemingly effortless advancements of fellow seekers. It whispers that you're falling hopelessly behind, that you're not enlightened enough, not disciplined enough, not spiritual enough, and relentlessly insists that you must continuously keep up or be better in order to be worthy of love acceptance or spiritual progress. This insidious form of resistance keeps you perpetually trapped in a cycle of constant external evaluation and self judgment, constantly seeking validation from outside yourself. Instead of resting in the authentic, unique unfolding of your own inherent experience, you are relentlessly pulled into a performance mode, striving to meet external or internalized standards that are often unattainable and unrealistic. The spiritual path in this distorted view becomes something to compete in a race to be won, rather than a profound process to be embodied and lived for its own sake. Releasing this manifestation of Mara means consistently remembering that genuine awakening is not linear in its progression, and it is profoundly not personal in the egoic sense of competition. It's not about being better than anyone else. It's about being real, authentic, and true to your own unique journey, honoring your own pace and process. Yet another pervasive form is the inner critic. This is a voice meticulously shaped by years of internalized shame, fear, and external judgment, often echoing the harsh voices of authority figures from childhood. It cunningly pretends to be helpful, to be your protector, convincing you that its harshness is for your own good, but its true, often unconscious purpose is to keep you small, confined, and safe within the boundaries of familiarity and self limitation. It relentlessly warns against taking any perceived risks. It harshly punishes any perceived imperfection, and it feeds voraciously on guilt and self condemnation. This voice is often built over years, a deeply ingrained script inherited from external criticisms, from parents, teachers, society, and internalized so profoundly that it feels like your own absolute truth. but when seen clearly through the discerning lens of mindful awareness, it begins to unravel its power, diminished. The way to directly face and transform this manifestation of Mara is not by attempting to silence it through force, which only strengthens its grip, but with loving defiance. You practice unwavering kindness toward yourself, not because you intellectually believe you immediately deserve it. The critic would fiercely argue against that, but precisely because you are actively undoing a deeply ingrained system of self harm that never gave it to you in the first place. You are consciously dismantling a lifetime of conditional love and self condemnation, choosing unconditional acceptance. There is also the Mara of distraction. This is the aspect of the mind that is relentlessly pulled towards external stimulation, towards novelty, and towards any form of escape from the present moment. It inherently doesn't want stillness because profound stillness and quietude often reveal too much raw emotion, too many unresolved issues, too much of the ego's fragility and inherent impermanence. So it relentlessly craves noise, constant activity, and endless motion, convincing you that being busy or multitasking is a sign of productivity and progress, even spiritual progress. This manifestation of Mara keeps you perpetually busy while subtly convincing you that you are making meaningful progress on your path, when in reality you are simply avoiding the deeper work. But busyness is not presence. Frenetic activity is not genuine growth. Overcoming this requires discipline, not punishment or self flagellation, but a gentle yet firm structure. This involves consciously creating designated space for silence, consistently returning to the anchor of your breath when the mind drifts, and courageously saying no to the myriad external and internal pulls that distract you from your inner center, from the actual practice. Perhaps one of the most terrifying forms of Mara is the fear of emptiness, shunyata itself. As you courageously begin to let go of your ingrained identity, your fixed preferences, and your cherished life stories, a vast, boundless space begins to open up inside. This expansive inner space, devoid of familiar constructs, can feel utterly terrifying to the ego, which thrives on definition and control. The ego has no script for this unconditioned space, no familiar framework for navigation. And so Mara enters precisely here with overwhelming panic and existential dread. He whispers, "Something is profoundly wrong. You must return to what's familiar, to the safety of your old identity. This awakening is dangerous. It will destroy you. You will cease to exist." But what Mara is truly afraid of, what he is desperately trying to prevent, is your ultimate freedom, the liberation from his very control. Your profound task in these moments is to stay, to bravely feel the raw fear without reacting to it, without allowing it to dictate your actions, to let the deep discomfort pass without grasping onto an old story, a familiar narrative, or a new identity to fill the void. By staying present, you witness the fear's transient nature and its inherent inability to truly harm your innate awareness. Facing Mara is not a one-time decisive battle to be won and then forgotten. It is an ongoing process, a continuous dance of awareness and recognition. Mara returns in different forms, wearing different masks, each cunningly tailored to your specific vulnerabilities, your unique attachments. Sometimes he appears as cold, dispassionate logic, seemingly rational arguments against your spiritual path, convincing you of its futility. Sometimes as overwhelming urgency, making you believe you must act frantically on external matters, sometimes as debilitating fatigue, convincing you that you lack the energy or willpower to continue your practice. Your profound work is not to defeat him with forceful aggression or to argue him into submission, but simply to recognize him with clarity. The very moment you name him, the instant you identify the Maraic impulse, as such his power immediately weakens, because Mara only survives in darkness and thrives in hiding. When brought into the illuminating light of awareness, his illusion begins to dissolve, his grip loosens. The Buddha in his enlightenment did not engage in a debate with Mara. He didn't try to prove anything or convince him of his error. He simply saw through the illusion with unwavering clarity and touched the earth as witness symbolizing his rootedness in truth. This profound gesture reminds you that your deepest truth doesn't need external validation, that your unique spiritual path doesn't require anyone's approval, and that your simple, unadorned presence is profoundly enough. This kind of unwavering presence, this embodied awareness, becomes your ultimate strength. You meticulously develop the profound capacity to sit with the myriad voices that arise within you, that doubt the critic, the procrastinator, and consciously not obey them. You learn to listen to their whispers without believing their narratives. You feel the sensations they generate without automatically reacting to them. You learn to stay centered and grounded even as the mind storms around you with chaotic energy. That truly is true power, not external control over circumstances, but an unwavering, non reactive attention to your inner landscape. Mara will relentlessly try to pull you away from your spiritual practice by subtly reminding you of your past failures, your perceived shortcomings, or your moments of weakness. He'll whisper, "You've fallen too many times. You're not who you used to be. You've hopelessly lost your way. This practice is clearly not for you. You're beyond redemption." But you don't need to engage with these voices or respond to their accusations. You simply return over and over again to the breath, to the body, to this present moment. The very act of returning, of re anchoring your awareness in the now, is in itself a profound victory over Mara's seductive pulls. It is an act of defiance through consistent practice. Recognizing Mara's subtle workings also profoundly helps you to be gentler and more compassionate with others. When you witness their seemingly irrational reactivity, their outbursts of anger, or their moments of self sabotage, you remember your own internal struggles, your own conditioned responses, your own encounters with Mara. You cease taking their harshness or their unskillful behavior personally because you now intimately know what it's like to be caught in the grip of inner confusion, fear, or attachment. You stop fighting them externally. Instead, you begin to see the Mara within them too, the universal patterns of resistance to awakening, and you meet it with the same discerning clarity and boundless compassion that you cultivate for yourself. This shared understanding fosters empathy and reduces reactive judgment. The mind often desires awakening to be a smooth, obstacle free journey, a path of effortless progress. But Mara is an intrinsic, perhaps even necessary part of the path. He is the very tension that forces you to grow the resistance that compels you to delve deeper, to seek more profound insight. He is the subtle friction that shapes your inner strength and resilience, not because he is benevolent or well intentioned, but because your unwavering refusal to collapse in front of him, Your commitment to staying present and aware vividly reveals the true depth and power of your spiritual practice. Each time you courageously meet your inner saboteur with clear awareness, something profound shifts within you. You stop being afraid of discomfort. You stop instinctively running from challenge. You begin to trust the profound silence that resides beneath the noise, the unshakable clarity that exists beneath the fear, and the ultimate truth that lies beneath the insidious voice of doubt. This deep seated trust becomes your ultimate refuge. It is not a mere intellectual belief, not a new identity to cling to, but a steady embodied knowing that nothing Mara says or does can truly touch the part of you that sees clearly, that watches without flinching, that knows this path is not about being fearless, but about staying awake even in the very face of fear. Let this understanding become your unwavering practice, not about escaping Mara or wishing he didn't exist, but about seeing him clearly in all his cunning manifestations, not about defeating him through forceful egoic effort, which often feeds him, but about dissolving him through sustained presence and unwavering awareness. The voice of Mara may return, the resistance may rise again, but so too will your awareness again and again with every breath. And that boundless awareness is inherently not afraid because it intimately knows what Mara in his delusion never will. It knows that the profound silence behind every illusion is infinitely stronger than the illusion itself. This insight is your ultimate shield and your guiding light. You've journeyed through the intricate landscapes of your inner world, confronting the subtle sabotages of Mara and recognizing the transient nature of all phenomena. You've embraced impermanence, honored ancestral echoes, and meticulously purified the stream of your conscious and subconscious mind. A profound shift has occurred within you, a softening of rigid boundaries and an expansion of awareness. Yet in the quietude that follows such deep integration, a fundamental question remains often unspoken. If all is impermanent, if the self is empty, and if suffering is merely a process, what is the ultimate fulfillment? What is the profound peace that remains when everything is understood? This inquiry leads us to the heart of non-duality, where the distinction between inner and outer self and other dissolves. The culmination of the Buddhist path is not merely the cessation of suffering or the attainment of individual peace, but a radical and profound understanding of non-duality. This isn't a concept to be intellectually grasped, but a living reality to be experienced. It's the realization that ultimately there is no fundamental separation between you and the world, between subject and object, between pain and peace. All apparent distinctions are constructs of the conditioned mind, a product of dualistic thinking. When you genuinely embody this life, truly transforms, you no longer see yourself as a separate entity fighting against external circumstances or an internal struggle. Instead, you perceive yourself as an inseparable part of the vast, interconnected tapestry of existence. This insight liberates you from the core of all suffering, the illusion of a separate self that needs to be protected, defended, and perpetually pleased. Consider how this non-dual understanding impacts your relationship with all experience. When joy arises, you don't grasp onto it as my joy, to be hoarded or prolonged. You simply become joy, experiencing its boundless nature, knowing it is a manifestation of the interconnected flow. When sorrow appears, you don't resist it as my sorrow or try to push it away. You allow yourself to become sorrow not in a sense of being overwhelmed, but in a sense of profound compassionate acceptance. You understand that sorrow, like joy, is an impersonal expression of the human condition arising and passing in the vast field of awareness. This isn't apathy, it is the deepest form of intimacy with reality, embracing every facet without judgment or resistance. This non dual embrace extends to your perception of others. The old mental habits of labeling friend, enemy, difficult person begin to dissolve. You see that the other is not fundamentally separate from you. Their suffering is not distinct from your own. Their joy is not alien to your being. This is the essence of boundless compassion, karuna, and empathic joy, mudita. When someone expresses anger, you no longer react to their anger as something external to be defended against. You recognize the underlying pain, the fear, the confusion that gives rise to it, seeing it as a universal human experience. You meet them not with reactivity, but with a spacious awareness that holds both their apparent anger and your own response, understanding both as transient phenomena within the non dual field. The Bodhisattva ideal, as explored earlier, finds its ultimate expression in non duality. The vow to liberate all beings is not a self sacrificial act from a separate self, but a natural outflow of the realization that your own liberation is intrinsically tied to the liberation of all. When you truly see no fundamental separation, service becomes effortless, an extension of your own being. It's not about doing something for others, but about acting as a channel through which universal compassion manifests, benefiting all equally. This understanding dismantles the last vestiges of egoic motivation, replacing it with an altruism that is utterly pure and unconditioned. This profound realization of non duality also deeply impacts your sense of purpose. If nothing is permanent and the self is not a fixed entity, what is the point of effort, of striving, of living a meaningful life? The non dual answer is the purpose is in the living itself, in the awareness with which you embody each moment. The purpose is not in achieving a fixed outcome, but in the quality of your presence, the depth of your compassion, and the clarity of your actions. Life becomes an ongoing act of spontaneous creation, a dynamic dance of phenomena arising and dissolving, and your fulfillment comes from participating fully consciously and without clinging. Every breath, every step, every interaction becomes an opportunity to express the non dual truth, to manifest awakened presence. In this state of non duality, the internal chatter of the mind, once a pervasive noise, gradually subsides not into mere silence, but into a deeper stillness that holds all sound. Thoughts still arise, but they are no longer believed to be ultimate truths or to define your being. They are seen as playful manifestations of awareness, like ripples on a vast ocean. The need to control or suppress thoughts vanishes, replaced by a relaxed awareness that allows them to come and go. This is the ultimate freedom from mental bondage, where the mind is no longer a source of suffering, but a clear mirror reflecting reality. The practice that cultivates this non dual understanding is not a separate technique, but the integration of all previous teachings. Mindfulness allows you to observe the arising and passing of phenomena without judgment. Emptiness teachings reveal the lack of inherent existence in all things, including the self. Tonglen expands your heart to embrace all suffering. Ethical conduct purifies the channels of action and intention. Impermanence dissolves clinging. Mantra and chanting stabilize the mind at a vibrational level. Each practice systematically dismantles a layer of dualistic perception, moving you closer to the direct experience of interconnectedness. When you fully embrace non duality, the concept of perfection also transforms. You no longer strive for a flawless self, knowing that such a fixed ideal is an illusion. Instead, you embrace the perfection of the present moment in its raw authenticity with all its imperfections. You see that life in its ever changing flow is inherently perfect as it is without needing to be otherwise. This acceptance dissolves the relentless pressure of self improvement and replaces it with a profound self compassion that extends to all beings. You realize that your humanness, with all its messiness and vulnerability, is precisely what makes you perfectly capable of awakened compassion. This profound insight also resolves the inherent tension between action and non action. If all is empty and impermanent, why act? The non dual response is that action arises spontaneously and skillfully from awakened awareness. It's not driven by egoic desire for results, but by a natural responsiveness to the needs of the moment. You act not from a sense of, I must do this, but from a deep intuitive knowing of what is called for. This is the essence of skillful means, upaya, where actions are liberated from self concern and infused with universal benefit. You participate fully in the world, engaged and compassionate, yet without the burden of clinging or the illusion of separation. The ultimate fulfillment, then, is not found in an external state to be achieved, but in the direct embodied experience of your true nature as boundless awareness. It's the radical recognition that you are not merely a wave on the ocean, but the ocean itself manifesting as countless waves. This realization dissolves the fear of death, for how can the ocean cease to exist when a single wave dissolves? It brings an unshakable peace that is independent of circumstances, a peace that is your inherent reality. This is the peace that does not need conditions to exist, because it is the very ground of being present, even in the midst of turmoil. This non dual embrace allows for a profound sense of rest, not passive idleness, but a deep, unburdened rest in the truth of things as they are. The struggle ends because the core misunderstanding, the belief in a separate suffering self, has been seen through. You can finally rest in the knowledge that you are already whole, already complete, already free. This rest permeates every aspect of your life. Your sleep is deeper, your waking hours more relaxed, your interactions more genuine. The journey through these Buddhist teachings, from the initial recognition of subtle burdens to the profound realization of non duality, is a gradual unfolding of your innate wisdom. Each teaching is not a separate step, but a facet of the same diamond, illuminating different aspects of ultimate truth. As you integrate them, they coalesce into a holistic understanding that reshapes your entire being. You become a living embodiment of the Dharma, a beacon of clarity and compassion in the world. This ultimate fulfillment is not a destination to be achieved at the end of the path, but a continuous revelation that deepens with every moment of awareness. It's the realization that you are not striving to become awakened. You are discovering that you have always been awakened, merely veiled by layers of conditioning and misperception. The path simply removes the veils, revealing the boundless light that was always there. So as you continue this journey, allow this non-dual understanding to permeate your being. Let it dissolve any remaining sense of separation, any lingering fear of being alone or inadequate. Embrace all experience, joy and sorrow, gain and loss, light and shadow, as perfect manifestations of the one undivided reality. You are not just observing life, you are life itself unfolding. This is the ultimate freedom, the boundless peace, the profound fulfillment that truly awaits. You've journeyed through the intricate landscapes of your inner world, confronting the subtle sabotages of Mara and recognizing the transient nature of all phenomena. You've embraced impermanence, honored ancestral echoes, and meticulously purified the stream of your conscious and subconscious mind. You've deconstructed the illusion of a solid self found solace in noble silence and transformed pain into wisdom. A profound shift has occurred within you, a softening of rigid boundaries and an expansive awareness. Yet the journey isn't a destination to be reached and then left behind. It's a continuous process of integration, bringing these profound insights into the lived, embodied reality of your daily life. The teachings you've absorbed, the practices you've engaged with, are not meant to remain abstract concepts in your mind. They are tools for embodied awakening, for transforming your entire being from the subtlest thought to the most overt action. This means living the wisdom, not just understanding it. It means allowing your actions to reflect your deepest insights and your presence to radiate the peace you've uncovered. Consider the journey thus far, unburdening unseen weight and karmic roots. You recognized that you were carrying burdens not your own, and learned that karma is cause and effect, not punishment. The practice of Vajrasattva mantra confession and restraint began to purify these deep imprints. The integration now means that when familiar patterns of regret or shame arise, you no longer automatically cling to them. You see them as conditioned responses, echoes from the past, and you choose to respond with awareness, not reactivity. You recognize that the cycle ends with your conscious choice to release. Your daily life becomes a canvas for planting new wholesome karmic seeds, the wisdom of emptiness. You understood that the self you thought was solid is in fact empty of inherent fixed existence. Emotions and thoughts are transient like clouds. Integrating this means you don't become your anger, sadness, or fear. You experience them, acknowledge their presence, but you remain the vast, unconditioned awareness in which they appear and disappear. This creates an inner spaciousness that prevents you from drowning in emotional turmoil. You hold your identity lightly, understanding it as a dynamic process rather than a static entity to be defended. Embracing the shadow self and Tonglen, you faced the rejected parts of yourself with courage, understanding that suppressing them only makes them louder. Tonglen taught you to breathe in suffering and breathe out compassion, transforming the very relationship to pain. Integration here means that when a hidden wound surfaces, you don't flinch. You meet it with the same radical compassion you'd offer a dear friend, recognizing it as an aspect of yourself yearning for acceptance. Your vulnerability becomes a source of strength, enabling deeper connection with yourself and others. The sacred alchemy of speech. You discovered the profound karmic power of your words, both inner and outer. You learned to cultivate mindful speech, choosing truth and kindness over harm and gossip. Embodiment means that your communication is now intentional, not impulsive. You speak less, but your words carry more weight, more presence. Your inner dialogue becomes a source of nourishment, fostering self acceptance and clarity. You become a living example of how words can heal, not harm. The alchemy of suffering. You embraced dukkha not as an enemy, but as a gateway to wisdom. You learned that suffering, when met with awareness and compassion, reveals profound insights. Integrating this means that when pain arises, you no longer ask, "Why me?" but "What can this teach me?" Your challenges become opportunities for growth, stripping away illusion and revealing deeper truths about yourself and reality. Your resilience grows, not from avoiding pain, but from transforming it into wisdom. Deconstructing the self, the five skandhas. You understood that your experience of self is constructed from the five aggregates form, feeling, perception, volition, and consciousness. By seeing them as interdependent, impermanent processes, you deconstructed the illusion of a fixed me. Integration here means that you no longer cling to any of these aggregates as your ultimate identity. You experience life fully through them, yet you remain the awareness that witnesses their arising and passing, untainted by their transient nature. This allows for profound freedom from attachment and reactivity. Unveiling the unconscious. Dream yoga. You explored the hidden realms of your subconscious, learning that dreams reflect your mental and karmic patterns. Dream yoga taught you to bring awareness into the dream state, transforming it into a space of learning and release. Embodiment means that you recognize waking life itself as a dreamlike state, a projection of mind. This insight fosters non clinging, reduces the power of external events, and encourages you to live with greater lucidity and less reactivity, always questioning what you perceive as solid reality. Healing ancestral echoes. Lineage karma. You recognized that you inherit more than genes. You inherit habits of thought and emotional patterns from your lineage. Rituals and conscious dedication began to purify these ancestral echoes. Integration means you understand that your healing impacts not only yourself, but also those who came before and those who will come after. You become a conscious agent of intergenerational healing, transforming inherited burdens into blessings through your own awakened awareness. Navigating the in-between, the wisdom of Bardo. You understood that life is a continuous series of transitions, or bardos, each an invitation to let go and rest in what is now. You learned to meet change with presence, not fear. Embodiment means that you no longer resist endings or cling to beginnings. You embrace the fluidity of life, finding peace in uncertainty and recognizing that freedom lies in surrendering to the natural flow of becoming. Every transition becomes an opportunity for deeper awakening. The ultimate teacher, contemplating death, Maranasati. You confronted the profound truth of impermanence and death, using it not to foster despair, but to clarify what truly matters. Maranasati liberates you from procrastination, trivial worries, and egoic clinging. Integration means you live each moment with a heightened sense of preciousness, urgency, and gratitude. Your priorities align with your deepest values, and your actions are infused with genuine intention, as if every breath is a sacred offering. The path doesn't end with understanding these individual teachings. It begins with integrating them into a cohesive way of being. It's not about being perfect, but about being present. It's about how you show up in the mundane moments, how you respond when a loved one is difficult, how you manage frustration in traffic, how you treat yourself when you make a mistake, how you interact with the environment, how you approach your work. Each moment is an opportunity to embody the wisdom you've gained to live from a place of awakened awareness. This embodied awakening manifests as a profound shift in your internal state. You'll find yourself less easily swayed by external circumstances. The criticisms of others lose their sting because your inner critic has been softened by loving kindness. The fear of failure diminishes because your identity is no longer tied to external achievements. The anxiety about the future lessens because you've learned to trust the impermanent, unfolding nature of reality. You become an island of peace in a turbulent world, not by escaping the turbulence, but by transforming your relationship to it. This level of integration brings a natural simplicity to your life. As inner clarity deepens, the need for external complexities often diminishes. You gravitate towards environments, relationships, and activities that genuinely nourish your being rather than those that feed old, unskillful patterns. Your choices become clearer, more aligned with your authentic self, effortlessly guided by the principles of compassion and wisdom. This is not about asceticism, but about living from a place of profound authenticity, where every action is a conscious expression of your deepest values. The ultimate fulfillment, then, is not a static state of bliss, but a dynamic, continuous process of unfolding wisdom and boundless compassion. It's the radical recognition that you are not striving to become enlightened. You are discovering that you have always been awakened, merely veiled by layers of conditioning and misperception. The path simply removes the veils, allowing the boundless light of your true nature to shine forth unobstructed. This journey is a testament to your courage and commitment. You have peeled back layers of illusion, confronted deep seated fears, and embraced truths that most people spend a lifetime avoiding. This is not a superficial change, it is a fundamental transformation of your being. As you continue to walk this path, remember that every challenge is an opportunity, every moment is a teacher, and every breath is a chance to deepen your awareness. So continue to live with intentionality. Let your actions be guided by wisdom. Let your heart be filled with boundless compassion for yourself and all beings. Let your presence radiate the peace you've uncovered. The work is never truly finished, but the suffering ends with each moment of clear seeing and radical acceptance. You are not just building a better self, you are becoming a beacon for others, a living testament to the possibility of liberation in this very life. Your journey, now imbued with this deep wisdom, becomes an offering to the world, a ripple of awakening extending outwards, touching countless lives.